Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, everybody. We are live once again with the 14th European Series of CCT Season 2. Back again with them and JFs. I'm not really sure why I've essentially been flashbanged and we look two completely different colors. I mean, I know that you and I are completely different races, yes, but I didn't think there was
this brings us a little bit closer, doesn't it?
It does, I guess. But yeah, we were in the one.
I turned off my camera exposure. If I turn on my camera exposure, then I get really pale. You want to test it?
Yeah. No, probably later. Damn.
Yeah, we don't want. So
this is immersive Counter-Strike. Yeah, but we've got Gun 5 versus FAVBET on the radar for the first matchup. Of course, the games aren't exactly the highest stakes just yet because they're in the 1-1 bracket, and we're still sort of waiting to see who is going to be pressured, who's going to be up against the wall. Of course, we've got more games coming up. After this as well, we've got Monte vs DRILLAS, Zero Tenacity Spirit Academy later, and as the final matchup of the day, ALERNATE aTTax versus Passion UA. All teams that have been performing quite well recently, and they were also playing in the 13th tier as well, which is also currently going on. Still has the quarterfinals to be concluded, which is why it's lovely to see how they're sort of shaping up for the next big tournament as well. But right now we've got our eyes set on Gun 5 versus FAVBET. So any sort of opening thoughts you offer me here, Josh?
I think this is going to be quite an interesting game, actually, considering, you know, where we are in the tournament. I know that continuously, as the seasons are going on, we're getting better and better teams in these Swiss stages, and therefore things are just becoming more competitive. But yeah, this actually feels like a later stage game, to be honest. Both of these two sides are very strong. They've been on good form recently, and yeah, being a regional matchup, it's always an exciting one.
Absolutely. I mean, there's definitely quite a bit to sort of watch here, right? But I really do want to sort of dial in on what we're going to be watching here at Gun 5 versus FAVBET. And, you know, quickly sort of take a look at the Gun 5 lineup. But looking at the individuals particularly, I mean, we know that S Dime sort of came into the roster recently. He's been sort of slotting in. I'm not really sure exactly what the situation is with him stepping roster. But other than that, Gun 5 has just generally been a very, very good team to watch. They've been on the come up, and it's generally been sort of hard to see Gun 5 as an org like be in the top echelons of Counter-Strike. But I do finally feel like they might have a roster that does it here, Josh.
Yeah, someone else got poached. I can't remember who it was, but someone went somewhere else. I know Finnegan left at the start of August. I don't know where he went. At the moment, he has no team, but yeah, it's a fantastic roster. And for Zdime, like, I've always been really fond of this player. I think he's absolutely fantastic. He hasn't had the best of results since coming into this team. He's been here for sort of a month and a half now and hasn't necessarily lived up to his standard, but he's been playing well. He's been consistently good, and I don't want to sort of lean on that too much. At the end of the day, coming into a new team, you do have a little bit of time sometimes to sort of get settled in and whatnot. Easy on that AWP, absolutely fantastic. A lot of the time really just having big impacts with that sniper. And Tanir as well, the highest rated player on the squad at the moment. He's been a real menace. He has been 1.18 rating over the last 3 months, and that's not over a small sample size. They have been playing a lot of online Counter-Strike, and yeah, he has just been an absolute menace. So definitely the one to look out for today. I think he's going to be putting up some big numbers. And just to sort of lean on what I said a second ago further, they play 6 of the 7 maps, and every single one of them they've played more than 20 times. For Ancient, they've played it more than 30 times over the last 3 months. So that really, really does show just how much CS they've been playing and how strong their map pool actually is. A lot of the time you'll see, like, yeah, they play 6 of the 7, but they've got 3 maps that they play loads of, and then, you know, the other 3 they sort of play 4, 5, 6 times, and they're okay with it and they're happy to float it, but it's not one that they're super confident on. These guys have been playing absolutely everything.
Like, you know, when you talk about teams that have like 3 maps that they're realistically playing, but then they have like 0, and they have like high win percentages on everything, but then they have like 3 maps played. Reminds me of like that one Homer Simpson meme where he looks like really jacked for Marge from the front, but then he has like all the fat tied up behind his back. That's basically what it's like. Yeah. but it is nice to see a team for a change that does actually sort of explore with the map pool quite frequently. And, you know, if you look at sort of both rosters, if you look at the side of FAVBET as well, they're actually no stranger to doing something that's very, very similar in the sense that they're quite okay with exploring the map pool as well. I think Vertigo is probably the only one that got into play as much. Maybe if you want to look at like a close second, it's really hard to maybe I would have like trouble really pitting them well on Nuke, but realistically speaking, like these are 2 teams that are willing to get their hands dirty regardless of where it goes, with the exception of just their permabans. Now, obviously for FAVBET, there's been a bit of a change up recently where where they sort of started to gravitate away from like certain bans. But for the most part, I do think, regardless of where this veto is going to go, if we do have that ready, it should be a pretty comfortable affair for either. We're not going to see any team particularly get cornered where they're having to sort of play on a bad veto. If either team can sort of steer the ship into that territory, I would be very surprised. But Vertigo and Mirage being the first to get banned out, just the basics for these. Permabans, nothing too special. Gun 5 picking up Dust 2. Now, that has historically always been their best map, so that's the one they're going to go for. Same for FAVBET, essentially just both teams getting to play comfortable territory, and then we'll see how the bans roll out here, Josh.
Yeah, FAVBET get a little bit lucky that Vertigo is actually Gun 5's permaban, right? So they can get rid of Mirage. They don't have to worry that Gun 5 are like super on Vertigo and they might get forced into playing it. But yeah, with the Inferno pick, they're comfortable. With Anubis and Ancient banned out, it will come down to Nuke. To be honest, it could have been any one of those 3, right? I think that Nuke definitely leans in favor of Gun 5, but at least for FAVBET, it's not the sort of statistically best map, I guess, for Gun 5. With them picking into Dust 2, it would have been pretty disastrous if Ancient slipped through, and then they have 2 maps in this veto that are very, very, very solid for them. But yeah, interesting stuff, right? We've got both teams picking into disciplines that they've had great results on recently, but also their opponents have been pretty decent there too. So there is an opportunity for either a 2-0 or maybe trading map picks or something like that. And then that decider of Nuke, which is always a little bit of a wild card as a decider, because you're playing knife round for the sides, and it can be quite skewed if you're starting off on your CT half. So yeah, interesting stuff. I've covered FAVBET a few times recently. It's been a little while since I covered Gun 5, but I've covered FAVBET a few times recently. And actually, the more I look at their recent stats, it doesn't necessarily align with what I've seen from the games. And I think that maybe shows just these sort of wild inconsistencies that sometimes certain players have. For Marix, for example, his recent performances have been really good. Over the last 3 months, he's had a good rating. He's been fantastic. But the last couple of times I've covered him, he's been really hit or miss, right? He had one game where I think he literally ended the half with 0 kills, and it was really bad. And it was like, oh my God, Marix is just not here today. And then I think he maybe stepped up in map 2 a little bit, but then another series where he really struggled and wasn't putting up numbers. Smash, who's kind of been a bit of a middle-of-the-road player for these guys, actually was unbelievable the last time I covered them. He was by far and away this top fragger. He was fantastic. So I think that it is kind of one of these things where sometimes you can't necessarily rely on the numbers, and whilst they're good sort of benchmarks and ballpark figures as averages, it really does come down to who steps up on the day. Technically, Tension is actually the lowest rated player on this roster, and whilst he's not this superstar sniper, and he's generally middle of the pack, I also saw some crazy stuff from him. I think the last game we covered, he clutched a pretty wild 1v4. I remember it on Anubis, and it was a big impact round as well. It was like map point or something. So yeah, everybody can have their impact, and I think it can really be felt. But yeah, I'm not sure what's in store for us on Dust 2. Both teams have been on the up recently, so this could be an interesting game.
Probably the big question mark for me personally is when you're looking at these two teams, right? The star AWP doesn't pop out at you in terms of stats, and that can be really concerning. Now, obviously, that's a bit of an issue regardless of which roster you look at. But FAVBET in particular, it is a little bit disappointing because Tension, as an AWP player, to sort of the copium of, hey, he's a supportive opper or something along those lines. You definitely the AWP player to be having performances better than at least a couple of players on the enemy team. So yeah, that's something we sort of have to see how that unfolds, whether or not he can sort of come back into it. But we are about to go live with the game. I have information that I might have some audio issues, so we're quickly going to try to diagnose that as well. Josh, why don't you take it over for a second?
Alrighty. It's just me, myself, and I. Let's go. Jackie with the Julies. And they're flashbang, and on the other side, a bit of util to work with as well. High flash out along, and they're just going to try and send it out. It's a nice shot from Tension. And that will be the only prong from long. The rest will actually try and work through mid and short. It's not going particularly well at all for Gun 5. They've got a bit of ground. They've got a bit of leg room. The Glocks trade back right through that smoke. It's clean as it comes. Now Jekki is the one that's challenged here on B. He's under a lot of pressure. He's eventually overwhelmed. And a 3v2 now retake here for the CTs. No kit, so this becomes tricky for Smash and Tension. How do you breach back in? Easy's low on health. This is plausible. But with Celta being the first point of contact and him finding a headshot, there is no trouble at all. Gun 5 will get it over the line. Pistol round looks tidy. Seems like we've got actually more than just maybe the audio issue. There's no kill feed coming up at the moment. Sorry for those of you that have noticed. That will be fixed in a second as well. Hopefully we'll have Faraz back soon as well. Anyway.
Are we good now? We need word from Mr. Producer on whether or not I'm still lagging. Whether or not I'm still human packet loss.
It's okay. We might all be lagging. We still don't have a kill feed for us. Maybe all the kills from pistol round will come through now. We just realized we're living in the future.
Maybe the kill feed was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah. Maybe.
You and I are friends, Josh. Come on.
Yeah, something like that.
I wasn't the friend you made along the way. Come on, I felt like that was an emotional bid that I didn't get a response to, and yeah, I just saw a kill pop up on the top right. So you were right about all the kills flooding in later.
Stomping about. He's got the new Mac 10. There's a little mouse in it. It's kind of covered by the HUD, but I like him. Easy. Not so easy. He's actually sandwiched in. There's really not a lot he can do there. It is just the Mac 10. He was the only one that wanted to hunt for those kills, wanted that extra money. 1-for-1's not too bad for him. As long as everybody else survives with these rifles, they'll be absolutely chilling. Mac 10 charm on the Mac 10 feels, I don't know, lazy. Alright, so one more rifle gone. I think a Galil will swap out. Yeah, so only a Galil and a Mac 10 lost there. Bondic doing a nice bit of damage, but I like the fact that we can now comment on, like, gun charms and stuff, too. We can really start to see people's personality.
Yeah, the part where you spend money on... Like, I feel like it's already a bit of a self-report to spend money on the game, right? And now we have charms to judge people for? That's fantastic. No, but, like, I mean, I was talking to, like, Zola and CMD64 the other day, right? And, like, Zola just went on a big-ass tangent about, like, how he doesn't like the charms. And, like, I'm like, is that really the line in the sand that you draw? Like, we've had agents, we've had music kits, we've had, like, guns with, like, tooth fairies on them. Like, come on, dude. And the charms aren't even, like, egregious, right? Like, they're not massive. They're so small, you barely notice them.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. It is weird, though. I was doing a bit of experimenting with people yesterday. You know, like, the bit on the Galil that, like, pulls back when you shoot?
Yeah.
Yeah? You can, because you can put charms anywhere on the gun. You can put charms on that bit. So when you shoot, it just completely spazzes out. Yeah, like, I'm sure they'll fix it, but yeah, there are.
No, they shouldn't fix it. They shouldn't fix it. I feel like that's a feature, not a bug.
Yeah, maybe.
Speaking of bugs, they're sprawling all across middle now. And see whether or not you can make a conversion happen on middle. The interesting thing is, right, that FAVBET are playing a pretty turtled up setup, but when you're going this late into the round with realistically no information outside of middle, which is almost a foregone conclusion for the terrorist side, it's really hard to make an argument for whether or not the for the T side finding success here. If they do start running in very late, they're just going to get gunned down by the three members that are waiting for them. One in car, one towards long. They don't even have to worry about that long aggression. And that information's about to become very, very obvious. Here it comes. Flashbang, smokes, everything lined up. Saddam being the first one in. Tanir finds a second frag as well. And with the long player out, that is a bomb site that is under lock and key.
Wow,
and Smash,
okay.
There's nothing they can do here.
Yeah, that was very tidy. And, you know, Gun 5 start this off with a pistol round that came incredibly close, right? It was down to the wire. FAVBET were able to find those opening jewels. It felt like it was going to lean their way. Gun 5 since then have just solidified themselves as the stronger force. Now they've got the guns out. Looks so much better there on 8. They're the higher rated team here as well, if you want to go off of world rankings and all of that jazz. They're within the top 50, which at the moment is actually a pretty hard place to be. We've got a lot of very good rosters that are kind of in, like, HLTV ranking hell, where they've either not had invites or they've made recent changes and things like that, and are therefore, like, you know, Koi aren't in the top 50 at the moment, Gaming Gladiators aren't in the top 50 at the moment. Like, there's lots of very good teams that are playing in Pro League and Challenger League and whatnot that are outside of this top 50. So to be where these guys are is actually a pretty crazy achievement at the moment. But just the 2 rifles saved, pistols on the rest. A little bit of Kevlar invested around it on everyone except Tension, who wants that AWP next round. I think they're going to try... No, I thought they were going to try and go for a bit of a gamble commitment. Won't be the case. Said they'll double up on short.
A very interesting way from Gun 5 to be playing these rounds. Like, we're constantly seeing them go for these very slow defaults where they're not finding any early control whatsoever, with the exception of the one area that they're prioritizing. So we saw that happen on middle and short earlier. Now we're seeing that happen on long, and it's a very good recovery there from Smash to try and respond in kind to the issues here on long. However, still pretty significantly in the favor of Gun 5. Jackie, the only man with an AK-47 here, His comrade with the M4 has already fallen, and now Gun5 starting to scale up long. Oh, this is big. Sheila, if he gets this kill, instantly that player on the A bomb site, ugh, doesn't even get to that part of the story actually. I mean, a chance is definitely here, Josh. What?
Living on... Sorry, I accidentally had my mic muted there. With the all missing, he's actually living on borrowed time. I think he realizes, yeah, 3 HP, I'm out of here. But for a second, did actually have a window of opportunity where it felt like, and maybe he could make that work.
Yeah, you hear the op shot missing, you see the first kills being, sort of the first shots being fired, you're like, oh, am I quickly going to see the kill feed populate? It's a pretty nice start from Gun5. Like, so far they've been able to keep, FAVBET guessing. And the issue here, right, is that FAVBET quickly need to diagnose what's going on. When they realize that Gun5 are actually largely abandoning whatever area that they're not prioritizing, then they can find early information and make those rotations happen. I want to see if they make that adjustment, though. If they actually decide to take initiative now, the double op setup coming out from Jackie and Tension, that does kind of lock them in. But at least one of the prongs can actually go for a bit more of an aggressive play if they want to.
WP. Oh, Jackie's been tagged as well. Makes it easier for Sadime. Just land that body shot. Nice and easy. Man advantage once again. Just when you think, like, okay, it's 4-0, but FAVBET need to put their foot down. They have no opportunity to. With the mid-control lost and the smoke's down, it leaves Smash just all by himself on this B site. So far, he's doing pretty well to hold this fort. In fact, he's going above and beyond to do so. And whilst his teammates have fallen in middle, and the backup has nowhere to be seen, Smash doesn't actually need it. Wow. Sadime, this is criminal. 1v1 now, Tension's got the AWP, so the fact that Sadime's low is largely irrelevant. This is what he's made of, this is what he can do, but I don't think he realises the AWP's that far up. And yeah, very reliant on Tension missing his shot there. And the second he doesn't, there's no real chance. It's a good recovery from FAVBET. It really comes onto Smash's shoulders there, though.
The problem is, right, as much as I'd love to pat Smash on the back for an admittedly excellent job there on the B bomb side, what are Gun5 doing with that pacing? The third prong is all the way back in B tunnels. The second player is very disjointed as they're coming out. It's an individual a duel being taken as the first player is getting on top of the box. I would have really liked to see a more concerted effort to sort of be brought to the table. Now FAVBET, they finally found some silver lining in the first 4 rounds they were losing. Ooh, that's brutal. That's the heaviest hitter of the side of FAVBET, already out of commission. Shiloh, happy to put his head on a pike. And now, generally, Gun5 have been so good at just playing those slow defaults, even in a 5 versus 5 situation. When they also have the comfort of one of these players going down, this can probably transpire into a bit more. Jackie, however, does venture closer into enemy territory and finds a kill before he retreats.
Shot from Easy. Pulls the numbers back in their favour with Tina out of catwalk. Sees the man creeping up from CT. Marix a little bit quicker, and the AWPer can't trade it back either. Has a second crack at it, and Marix holding an angle on Goose. Certainly will be his demise. Not against an AWP, you just can't. Bondic will be challenged. Nice pick for him. Bomb's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Again, I'm not quite sure what Gun5 are doing here. They've got one sort of out on short. Jeky's down in CT. They have a route onto the A site. I guess the idea is hoping that Bondic's gone for this early rotation, and then the B player can beat this flank, this insurance policy later in the round, but timing was completely off for it. Sadime jumping up. Oh, sees Jeky, gets caught out by the second, and now it's a 1v1. No idea where the AWP resides, and it's a horrible position for Bondik to be in, timing everything. And whilst he does fire the first shot, Easy is the one to deliver the lethal blow. Gun 5 keep the rounds coming. And they look good in the process.
Yeah, even when it comes down to the last wire, right? Gun 5 are actually doing a pretty good job. And, you know, I do still think that was some really good resilience there from FAVBET. They did keep it close, but when it comes down to the 2 versus 2, you just need the individuals to pop off. Now, pistols on the menu. It's not a particularly appetizing menu if you're FAVBET, but for Gun 5, they are smacking their lips, knowing that these are some easy eco frags to be picking up. Ramp player down, Sadime leading the charge. Spearheading the slaughter that's about to come forward.
FAVBET are lucky that this is their opponent's map pick, so they're allowed to have a slow start, right? But we do start to hit break point where taking this 6th round means that it's already a good half. That's a very nice shot from Jackie. Doesn't seem like they'll get a whole lot more. Marix takes one with a 5-7. That will be where the line is drawn. Yeah, okay, comes out of it. So, yeah, 6-1. As I say, this is already a good half for Gun 5. They've still got plenty of rounds to play with as well. Another 5 to maybe extend this lead further. FAVBET with the guns back out, but to be honest, these guns have not been doing them very many favours so far, so definitely a world where this doesn't go their way either. They've got a 1-up onto Gun 5, though. They've got an AWP, but not only have they got an AWP, they've got 2 AWPs. It's a dangerous game to play, but one they seem confident with, and Jackie on a secondary sniper is always a threat, so it kind of makes sense to put him in that position. So 1 on each side. With a minute 30, Gun 5 are a little bit slower this round.
With this round, I mean, realistically speaking, that's been their pace the vast majority of the game, right? Like, there's a couple times where they go out long and find instant kills quickly enough to convert very quickly, but for the most part, they really like playing the longer game. The slow game where FAVBET have to be either forced to make moves or suffer as a consequence. Ooh, Selter. Good shot to start kicking things off. Also catches tension on the fadeaway. That's the AWP out of commission. There's another player on long that now has to worry about the long prong as well, but Selter doesn't even let it come to that. Jackie, his aggression in B tunnels does net him a kill, but at the cost of his teammate. FAVBET, dude, they are looking completely lost right now. This terrorist side from Gun 5, it's ridiculous. It's actually reminiscent of like an older style of play in CS, right? Where you're just, where you're essentially drawing out the timer quite consistently. Now, obviously, the dynamics changed a little bit on Dust 2 because most teams don't really let you play that like super slow default if you're playing against a very potent CT side, because they'll just quickly start taking control of at least one area. But it does seem like FAVBET aren't diagnosing this issue quite well, and as a result, Gun 5, they're allowed to get away with so much space. We've not really seen any good long presence from the CTs. We've not really ever seen them get super exploratory in tunnels, with the exception of maybe the AWP a couple times. And, you know, these are the rounds where they finally start to think, okay, you know, we'll just throw something at the wall, we'll see whether or not it sticks, but you're doing it when you don't have weapons, and I'd like that philosophy to sort of be reversed. I'd rather see the weapons be the one that take risks.
Smash. Side of this smoke, the world that these 5-7s could do damage, but you're right, yeah. Whilst we won't see it in this round, kind of hit a point where anything goes, and it's worth just trying something to make anything work. Start to pull back a couple of rounds before this half is just a complete bust, right? It's 8-1. You know, if they can make this 8-4, it's not a good result, but it's okay. If it goes any further than this, this is just disaster.
Yeah, this is already a more than serviceable terrorist side half. On 5. Ooh, they're definitely going to start running away with it now. Easy. Opening frag is perfect. And it's largely uncontested. We even have Sadaim in middle that shuts off the rotation from the primary AWP. Secondary AWP, rather. Merrick's finds a kill onto Selter, but dude, FAVBET, they're completely locked out. They've not even been able to... I mean, it's really hard to make any arguments for them right now. What are we even hoping for at the moment? 9 rounds now secured for Gun 5, and you know... This 3-man save, it's not bad at all. Like, obviously, that's the play you want to go for when you're already just stretched thin as you are. But I'm not even sure if that's the luxury that's going to be allowed. 3 players about to pop out along. Deep smoke. Ooh, the flash is perfect. Sadaim, 2-man spray. They know where the op is. They're running straight into him. Nade follows. The Glock rains down certain death. And Gun 5, they have turned... a nightmare into a catastrophe.
Yeah, I love that. They hit a point in this half now where even though they don't have tons of cash behind them, it's like, yeah, let's just throw ourselves at these weapons. Do not let them save. No mercy. They've got all the momentum. They'll force FAVBET onto what will be an effective eco round here. They've got the max loss, of course, so, you know, a couple of pistols and armor and whatnot, but nothing too substantial. And you're right, Gun 5 just looked like a different beast. I mean, even in the hunt there, Sadaim getting a spray transfer from the 2 elevated angles as well. It's a very difficult transfer to be hitting. Their disciplines, their protocols here on Dust 2. Just so drilled. Double molly into car, spamming it in case there's anyone tucked behind, avoiding the fire. Now they'll start to aggress up long. Double digits on the horizon here for the first half. Perhaps even further. I've never seen FAVBET so locked out. There was a map in, I think, the SEA Advanced, I think it was the lower bracket finals, right, where FAVBET were against Spirit Academy. It was on Vertigo. And they had a very similar start like this. They went 12-2 down, and then they won 10 rounds in a row and took it to OT, but then they lost OT. So, you know, if history repeats itself, but that's not looking like the case right now. They are just looking well and truly out of this. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not really even sure who to sort of point out, right? Because it does feel like there's... the loss kind of feels evenly distributed. Like, you generally say that about successes, right? But it's really hard to sort of point out one player and think that they've had a stellar job. I think Smash might be the only one that had some impact. He's trying to do it again. It's a nice little kill for consolation, but nothing more than that. I think the only real highlight we've seen from FAVBET is the fact that Smash had a moment on the B bomb site where he picks up that, realistically, a 1 versus 3 on it, but even then, it came down to tension having to clutch it.
Yeah, this is... You're right. You're right. I mean, Smash can be the only one that's accredited to the single round win that they won, right? It was just him on the B-bomb side doing it all. And yeah, sometimes when there's these sort of major holes in your defense, there's these major issues, it is easy to point out one player and say, oh, well, this guy's getting too aggro, or this guy's losing all of his gunfights, and that's why they're losing A, for example. But they keep switching things up. Nothing's working here for FAVBET. Everybody in the same kind of tally when it comes to the frags and whatnot. And yeah, finally, we see a better start to the round, but it's in the final round of the half. Bondic. Let's take one back. Actually, this is his AWP shot, though. Tag down low. Easy. Right out. And I think that's another really good example, right? Jeki has an easy opportunity onto an AWPer that's not even looking at him. He's tagged him for half and then been flicked on. And that's man advantage gone.
Have we ever seen a position where FAVBET had, like, a decisive advantage in this game? I don't think so, and I think an 11-1 scoreline is a quite fair representation of what we ended up seeing unfold on the server itself. I'm not sure there's any coming back from this, Josh.
Yeah, me neither. With a better start from Bondic in that round as well, I thought maybe Gun5 would take a second. Now, that's no means a good half. It's almost impossible to come back from still, but it's a little bit better, you know. The possibility, if you get a pistol round, that maybe you can tie it up that little bit closer and play for some dignity at least, but doesn't seem to be the case. 11-1, Gun5. They can get this pistol over the line. It'll pretty much be curtains. And this has been not only a very good map pick, but just a real statement to be made at the start of this series that they're not here to mess around. It's the 1-on-1 bracket. They do not want to be going 1 and 2. It's been a bit of a staple for the playoffs. They even won it a few seasons ago, so...
Oh, no.
Oh, easy.
Oh, my goodness. That is just a representation of what we've been seeing happen this entire game. Easy. Staying true to his namesake. Ooh, some resilience, actually, from Bondic. Some response. P250 actually finding 2 heads. It's a little ridiculous that we're seeing what we are. The USPs are lined up once more. Another head on the chopping block. The Butcher has had more than enough meat on the menu today. Gun5, a 12th. And yeah. Roll the cams, man.
Yeah, it seems like that's the case, right? 3 kills there from Easy as well. It's really clean. We haven't had to see too much out of him this map, but moments like that where he's needed to step up, he does. It's actually Tanir as well. I said he was the star player on this team. He's been rocking crazy ratings in his recent games, and he's not been needed here either. He's 8 and 6. There's no sort of criticism, right? It's just everybody else sort of pulling the weight in this one. But yeah, last hurrah for FAVBET. Forced by when perhaps they wouldn't want to. There's no bomb plant. There was very few silver linings to take away from that pistol round. But it is the final round of the game for them. And they are being mowed down. Tanir making up for lost time, picking up some of these easy frags. There's a 4K. Might even take an ace here. He's been tagged by the scout. Oh, denied it at the door. It is going to be GG, that's for sure. Sadime in from the side. And 13-1. I mean, not what I was expecting to start off our day. But I'll accept it with open arms. That was a great performance from Gun5.
Yeah, they've definitely differentiated themselves, right? Yes, it's their own map pick, but to this degree, being able to shut down FAVBET is not only a really good sign for Gun5, but potentially some red flags, some alarm bells ringing if you're a fan of FAVBET. They've had some rocky performances recently, and that's something I really wanted to point out as well earlier when we were having the conversation in the cams, but it does get a little bit worrying when you see scorelines like 13-1 pop up. Now, obviously, it is a bit of a one-off. You're not going to see this time and time again. Hopefully not if you're, obviously, if you're supporting FAVBET. But I want to see whether or not FAVBET can make that sort of mental comeback happen on map number 2. Inferno is their map pick, and they've been pretty good on it. Maybe Dust 2 wasn't their cup of tea, but they can have the cake that is Inferno. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break to see map number 2.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with the first map of Gun5 versus FAVBET. Or, hang on, I actually might have just blinked for a moment because the first map has already gone by. It was a 13-1. 2-0 kind of looking like it's in the card with the precedent that's been set. And I'm not really sure how to feel here, Josh. It wasn't a great showing from FAVBET. I'm not sure if they'll be able to come back on map 2. I mean, it is their own map pick, but yeah, you got any feelings for me here?
I was wondering where you were
Not
going.
for me, I meant about the game.
Yeah, another story. 13-1, yeah, just unbelievable, right? Not what we were expecting at all. And it really felt at the start of this that Gun5, it's so bizarre in MR12. It's actually this very kind of weird system that you find yourself in where, you know, they take sort of 4-5 rounds. You don't get excited. You think, yeah, this is just so standard. It happens in so many matches. They take 4, 5, 6 early rounds, and then the other team starts to bring it back. You end up with like a 7-5 half, and you end up with a contentious game. When they then went 6-1, I was thinking, okay, yeah, this is exactly what like always happens, right? FAVBET will start to bring it back, and then we'll have that decent half. And Gun5 just didn't stop. They just did not stop. So many of the rounds were over and done with so quickly as well. Their pace was actually quite high there on Dust 2. Instantly finding those opening jewels, just catching FAVBET off guard time and time again. And yeah, just in general, way, way better. And then you get past this point of like sort of 8 or 9 rounds, and you think, oh wow, we might actually see like a 13-1 here, and that's what ends up being the case. Now Inferno up next, a map with a very different blueprint to Dust 2, a map that's played out very differently, and one that FAVBET are actually very good on. Now, as I said in the pre-game, it is a map that Gun5 have played a lot of recently, and they've actually had very good results. Last 3 times they've played it, they beat Partisan, Prezi, and Permitza, and in quite convincing fashion as well, all opponents on single digits. So yeah, these guys aren't going to be sort of shying away from it, but for FAVBET, this was their bread and butter. Recently, they haven't actually had the best results. They used to have a much higher win rate. Other than 1 loss against Cybershock, they had about 20 wins there with just that 1 loss. But yeah, since then, they have actually had a few hiccups, taking losses against some decent teams, to be fair. Zero Tenacity, Rhino, Cybershock again, aTTax, Zero Tenacity again. Sort of shows how many times these teams have to play against each other. The second you get into this tier of like between sort of 50 to 80, yeah, these guys just play each other week in, week out. But yeah, I think they've got a good shot at pulling this back and bringing us to a 3rd map. They just need to completely forget about that first one. It takes a lot of mental resilience to do so, but they have to. 10 minutes, full reset. Bondik's got to talk his troops into yeah, fighting for a new cause, which is this 2nd and 3rd map. But for Gun5, they've got to be feeling fired up, right? I think like.
How do you think the conversations are going right now? Because listen, man, if I'm the IGL there, right, I'm just like, listen, guys, let's pretend that this is the first map, right? We just have to get it 2-0, guys.
Yeah. I mean, what's so bizarre about this, and I think we've had this conversation before, is this is a testament to this level of CS and how much sort of tactical depth comes into these maps and how much preparation comes into these games. Because imagine, like, me and you queue a face here, and we queue into a face here, and we play against these guys, and we smash them 13-1, right? If we then queue again, and we queue into the same team, we're going to be dead confident that we're going to smash them again, right? Over and over and over, and it would happen all day long. At this kind of tier, we see so many series start off like this, where it's a super convincing 13-1 on their own pick, and then the second it moves over to the other side, FAVBET have got the better preparations here for Inferno, and it's a completely different result. Now we're kicking things off. They're on their T side. They got a bit of util on Bondit, Kevlar on the rest. Here's their time to shine. They have to come out of the gates hot here on Inferno, or they are going to be in trouble.
Interesting decision from Gun5 to actually go for the CT side to start things off. Obviously, this being FAVBET's map pick, and Inferno slightly being favored towards the T's. At least the way I've generally seen teams try to prioritize gun rounds. Oh. Bit of an awkward entry, but we'll see if it's a nice finish. Oh, tension does find Selter. Not sure if they'll realize that there's two players still ready and waiting here on the bomb site, but they'll be quickly double booking it all the way to the A bomb site. Shouldn't be any issues getting the bomb down. They only have to get past one member. But Easy has quite a bit of work to do. They've managed to clean out whatever was going on in church, but in the meantime, Sadime has been taken off, taken out on the A bomb site, which does mean that FAVBET should have no trouble at all making this round convert.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to save. There's nothing really to save, but doesn't feel like there's much they can bring into this either. Easy or stick around.
So they've matched the previous map scoreline, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I guess so.
Is that toxic?
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
Okay.
It's a shame for Gun5, though, that they don't sort of continue this and go into this second map, keep that momentum, and, you know, maybe just run away with it. Nice to see, though, FAVBET having a bit of a resurgence.
I mean, you I had to let that thought marinate for a second. You say resurgence, but I think it is just surgence right now. There was no point prior to this map where we actually saw them step up, so resurgence is a bit generous, yes. But yeah, this is the extent of my BM for today, okay?
Well, it could come right back the other way with Easy getting super aggro in mid. Traded back out into the 3-on-3, and yeah, the second prong down Banana doesn't work at all. Leaves it down to Tena. With Jackie so low on health, this is possible, not probable. We'll start to rotate towards A. It is where FAVBET are heading, so we'll have a chance to maybe deny this plant. All comes down to their spacing here. If Jackie goes in by himself first, he could be in trouble. Tena just tucks his head down, being cleared. There's the first. No, there's the second around this corner. Oh, that was way too close.
Yeah, that was a bit much. You see that round materialize, and you instantly know that this is a game that is done and dusted. But okay, crisis averted. We should be fine for now. FAVBET, of course, they get a chance to continue to pile on their scoreline, courtesy of the lack of weaponry available on Gun5. What do you think of the name Gun5? You think it's just like... It's one of the names of all time, you know? Right? Like, you know when players just name themselves something like Shooter or Gunner? Like, it's like a default username.
Default username, but for a team.
Yeah. I mean, at least it like stays true to its name, right? Like, I mean, realistically, like at least 99.99% of the time you have 5 guns.
Yeah, 5 guns.
Or more.
Reminds me of a team at an Insomnia, like a UK local LAN event that some of my friends put together a few years ago, and they were called 9 Arms, and there was a guy in their team, sort of a guy in the scene that only had 1 arm. So that's why they were called 9 Arms.
That's a pretty sick name, actually.
Yeah. I mean, he did have like a second, but not like a complete second arm.
So our next CS team is just gonna be named 6 Balls.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a bit much, but FAVBET, though, nice to see that they're able to keep their composure. I say that, but then... Yeah, okay, I mean, it's really nice to see Gun5 being able to do damage. So, you know, you get a 3-0 start on FAVBET's map pick. Gun5 start to sort of claw it back. They should be able to claw it back in once the money starts rolling in. This is kind of shaping up to be a competitive-looking game, at least.
Yeah, certainly. 3-0 doesn't necessarily do that just yet, but if they can win this bye round as well, then absolutely could be the case. 5AK, not a lot of money behind this, though. Think about how close these rounds have come. If Gun5 can actually bite back with their bye hit, then all of a sudden they really are back in the picture, and all that hard work starts to unravel a little bit for FAVBET. Was quite an aggressive start. Orpa wasn't able to connect, so dialing back. Easy re-aggresses, now in a bit of trouble. Calls in for the reinforcements once again. Zello. Just on the other side of this. He's good for the trade. In fact, he's made it 3 out of 1.
Wow. Ridiculous showing there from Shiloh. And Smash, the only player remaining. We've seen him do some good stuff on Dust 2. That was pretty much the only flash in the pan we saw from FAVBET. But we'll see if he can still be problematic. That's 1, that's 2. And this is still a conversation we can have, but Seltzer says no. No talking, just playing. Gun5, the first round collected.
Yeah, this was just made to look so easy. I mean, Smash giving them a little run for their money at the end, but Zillow, who'd done nothing prior to that moment, steps up in a huge way. Easy missed a couple of shots. We didn't get to see it from his POV as to whether they were tough ones or maybe ones that he should have hit, but either way, he was a worthy sacrifice. Zillow trying to get super aggressive through this smoke.
Oh, easy. Doesn't even see them coming, but quickly presses mouse 1, and that is all she wrote. Shiloh, good timing from him, but Jackie is able to curb the issue very, very quickly. Oh, that's a little off the sides, but Bondic wants to give him a full haircut. Easy gets punished as well, and now that's an AWP being recovered that doesn't stay recovered for long. Sadime quickly matches Merrick's energy, and his attempts to get the bomb over to apartments, Jackie will be punished. Gun5, couple rounds on the board now, and this is where they should start to feel a little bit of comfort coming in, especially because money is going to be very difficult to come by for FAVBET.
They need to be careful. They need to make sure that this pressure stays applied. Not being boosted up. Just trying to get any damage done here. If they can find absolutely anything, And they'll be chilling.
What, J-Lo? Turn on your monitor! Yeah, that's 2 at least. It's not too bad of a showing from the Glocks. I mean, you get an M4 out of the way, a little bit more. It's not the worst, but you do have to be a little bit worried when you're FAVBET. Now, obviously, this is a throwaway round, so you're not exactly cooking up a bunch of anxiety about it, but regardless of the amount of sleep being lost over this round, FAVBET do realize that in the macro of things, they do need to sort of lock in at this point. Obviously, only having a singular round on the previous map isn't anything to be inspired by. This is the kind of scoreline, right, where you would have like a corporate statistician just like sort of turn up and be like, hey boss, we improved 3 times in the last quarter. And then the boss is just like, yeah, but what was the first quarter looking like? like come on. I need to see those. And he's like, I mean, look, do we have to talk about it? It's a sensitive subject.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well, celebrate what you can, right? It's like, just keep manifesting. Business isn't failing.
You see, you walk into the office, you see a live, laugh, love sign on your CEO's desk. You know that business is like 6 months away from certain death.
Yeah.
We actually have a vibes-based culture in the office. Yeah, it's GG right there.
I don't know. There's a lot of good teams at this tier with good vibes, and I think it goes a long way. It's always difficult to kind of gauge with these CIS rosters. I mean, we don't have cams here for these matches in CCT, but
oh no, we're just talking about we're just talking about like corporate offices. Like the teams, they need to survive on the vibes. Okay, like
yeah.
Like Andu left Gamer Legion. Andu was like removed from Gamer Legion, right? And Ash was like talking about like ideology and philosophy. Like, come on, dude, just say you don't like the vibe. Like, come on, dude. Like, just give it to me straight. Why do you have to do me like that?
Yeah.
Don't get into the science of it when you can just say like.
Yeah, people aren't that complicated. People aren't that complicated. That's Smoothie giving it straight with the whole Boros situation. It was just like, yeah, this is what happened. The vibes weren't there. It's like, yeah, okay, cool, understood.
Memo received. Speaking of memos, I think Daener has a memo about Merrick's as well. And, you know, you were talking about Merrick's largely being a little bit unsuccessful in the FAVBET roster very recently, but I want to see... Oh, I mean, I'm hearing ticks in the chat. I'm not really sure how that's going to sort of play out.
Ah, because Celta's DC'd.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, has he?
I mean, obviously, they're still going to have to play out this entire round. Selter has DC'd. Now, this is a completely MTB bomb site as a result of it.
That's a shame because they're the ones that have dealt damage, right? Like, obviously the rule is if damage is dealt, you can't reset, but they're the ones that have found that entry kill, and they're now the ones that are played, and this B-bomb site being open is such a problem. Zia, like, wanted to play the trigger discipline, but Bondic turning around, and he has to actually pull the trigger. Still, they have a man advantage on the retake.
Bomb down with 3 players to find. A very difficult prospect for the T's, especially with tension already being down. Zelo comes in, and that is all she will be writing for this particular round. Gun 5, a 4th, despite the fact that they had a disconnect. Now, if that's not a bit of a red flag for FAVBET, I don't know what is, especially with Smash being able to get an opening in the fashion that he did.
Yeah, that actually shows some real grit and determination that they're able to convert that despite all of the issues.
With 3 players, by the way. It's not like a down to the last wire position where it's like, oh, crazy 1vx. No, it was just another day in the office. You come in, bang bang, 3 versus 2, nice and easy. Have a cigar.
Yeah, wild.
Yeah, we need to add the chain smoking update to CS. Like, after every kill, it's like the Dash Star music kit is playing and you're like flipping a cigar in between your fingers and it's like
Bro, you've been watching too many Andy take clips.
Oh, maybe. So you're saying the music kit that goes tune it isn't slapping? Like, come on.
It would go hard.
Like, as soon as the round ends, you just hear, "You broke!"
Yeah, okay. Alright. I'm with you. I've changed my mind.
Fair enough.
You've not been watching enough Andrew Tate clips.
Well, when they finally add like dances and emotes to this game, we need to have the bottom G dance in there. You know the one, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe we get him a charm as well.
Just like his head looking real shiny. That would be good. That would be good. I like this. The Tate update has a nice ring to it.
Yup. Tate. No. Killed it. Just pistols here though for FAVBET. After this 3-0 start, we are now starting to see much of what we saw in that last map, right? Just full control from Gun 5. 20 seconds left on this clock. I think FAVBET have already left this too late to be playing in for a site that, like, it's not too late if they only have to run in and get the plant, but it is if they've got to find 3 kills in the process, maybe. I made to eat my words because they just breeze through, no friction whatsoever. I can't believe they've pulled that off.
Yeah, nuclear strike onto the player in pit, and that is pretty much all they had to do to get full control of the A bomb site. Nice couple of kills with the Tech 9s as well. Easy and Salter fully locked out. They know that they just have to bow out of this one, and they're a little bit further from each other, so it's going to be hard to protect, but at the very least, nobody's going for the hunt, so weapons should have no trouble coming by. Now, obviously, with Easy's money being as good as it is, he can also drop rifles and still have a little bit of extra cash in reserve. He might be able to drop 2 rifles, actually, if it comes down to it, but push comes to shove is not going to be the situation here. Easy. Kill on Merrick's is going to make sure that that AWP is nice and protected. Put a little sweater on the AWP. Make it feel nice and cozy, customized. All of that and more in the new update.
Yeah. Did you hear as well that there's like more stuff, but they just didn't ship it all at the same time? They wanted to, I think they wanted to ship it on the birthday, and then stuff wasn't ready, so then they delayed it a couple of days, but then still stuff wasn't ready, but they didn't want to delay it any longer, so they just pushed this stuff out, and then there's going to be more content to come, like map changes and stuff.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I'm excited. I don't know why they're not just transparent about it. I don't know why it has to be through all of these leaks and stuff. I don't know why they don't just say, "Hey, everybody, like this is the scenario."
It's the freest marketing ever. That's why.
Yeah, I guess. I don't like it. Honesty is the best policy. Delta.
Unless
Love
you're
that.
liars. Ooh, Selter definitely keeping this banana presence honest. Merrick's consistently being found here on Banana. He's only been able to furnish 2 kills across the 8 rounds that we've seen. We're in the 9th round of play. His 9th death being registered. FAVBET have had a lot of trouble actually making the banana presence convert. Selter, though, I love that timing from him. He sees the utility coming, aggresses a little bit more forward, but sticking around to find out, probably not the best policy here. 50 seconds remaining, and now FAVBET have to make some kind of conversion happen. If the 1 prong on A pushes in, Zelo will be happy to receive him with open arms, and he does just that. Bondic intention, one of these players being quite low, would be nice to see Bogdan's Law kicking into full effect very soon, so the AK-47 can be put to use. But Tension apparently has the AWP super glued to his fingers. 25 seconds on the clock. It's really starting to get a bit tricky now. Zelo getting ready for the swing. Flash is good. Bondic falls. And yeah, that certainly does also mean that Tension will be soon to follow. Gun 5, pretty good composure here on the CT side.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. One little hiccup and then right back into it. And, well, for FAVBET, there isn't a lot of money for them to work with here. This is going to be a little bit of creative investing, I think. Maybe, no. Okay, yeah, Tension's back on that AK. He's tossed it over. He's now not going to have enough money for the AWP in the next. Maybe Bondic could drop one. Loss bonus will go back in their favor again, assuming that they can't win this, sorry. 1 for 1 from Easy. Not bad. No way you could get more. That's bad, though. Now they've got control of the apartments, and Zelo's in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, I like the attempt. I like that he tries to go for the full wraparound, but instantly punished. And Tenair and Selter probably just have to allow the 5th round to be forked over. If the first nade connects and they get something off the back of it, then maybe. But yeah, they just have to keep these rifles. If you look at their money, it's not exactly very robust. There's still a couple of rounds to be played out in the half, so I like the idea. I'm not sure how much I even agree with Salter sticking around for that 1 kill in Boiler, because it was largely inconsequential, but it's good.
You know, I had to go and check Twitch chat, see what people thought of our Tate update idea, right? And someone said that they'd smashed the commentator. I don't know which one they're talking about, but then they got insta-timed out. They got insta-timed out. That makes me sad. That's what Andrew would say, we're being censored, you know? They're not... Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Come on! Down.
Let him cook. Let the man be horny, for God's sake. 5 to 5. AWP on Easy.
They say, nothing like a 3-way. Yeah, look back to the game. 5 to 5 though, yeah. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Like this. Now, more of a heavy presence in the apartments. It was lost last time because it was just the one there, and the second Zadime fell, everything crumbled. So they've now got this nice crossfire. It's not going to come into fruition here, but it does mean that they could use it in a later round. HE does a bit of damage. Nothing too substantial.
Surprising amount of progression into Banana, because listen, we've not really seen FAVBET get this far up into Banana without losing a member, and you know, that's probably still true. Marix once again punished for his entry endeavors. But oh man, this rotation is so good from Gun 5. Look at this. Especially with Zadime actually finding information in middle because he just went for the jiggle peek. This is a bomb site that should be cooking for the CT side. Flash is good, impedes their progression into the site. There's 3 players to find, that's 1. Bondik finds him. Zelo, as the smoke fades, tries to make himself relevant. He's only good for the 1, and now the full retake is coming in. Easy, first headshot connected. Looking for the second, tries to wager his life through the wall. Zadime wants to isolate the bomber, but he knows where the second player is as well. He's isolated both of them to the right side of the bomb site. He should be able to find them, but finding each one will be an exercise in impossibility. Perfect 2-man setup there from FAVBET, and they finally inch past Gun 5. 6 rounds. Didn't think we'd see them come this far with how abysmal of a showing the first map was, but I'm very happy to see that they are able to sort of conjure something up.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to remember, this is a good map for them. This is a map that they've had a very good history on, so... Better things, of course. Final of the half, and there's not too much money to work with here for Gun 5. There's a good setup at the end there for FAVBET, just playing off of that contact. There was no way, even with Zadime being the beast that he is, that he was going to get away with a 2v1 without a massive whiff. But they've got all the cards here. They've got a good opportunity to make this 7. 4 AKs and an AWP, a whole load of util, everyone with the Kevlar and the helmets. They're stacked up with everything they can ask for. On the other side, Tanir's only down to a pistol. Sadhaman is for mass. There's basically no util, 2 smokes left. But getting it done with the firepower. It's a nice sentry. I'm not sure why Sadime's getting as aggressive as he is there. And that early advantage given up.
A little bit different from FAVBET this time. Generally speaking, they've had most of their attention towards one area of the map. It's usually been B. Ooh, Selter, dude, Marix cannot catch a singular break. 12th round, 12 deaths. Has there been a single time where he's been, like, comfortably successful on Banana? I don't think so. I'd love to sort of be able to look at the stats on that, but you can see why he's sort of leading in terms of deaths. Like, it's really hard to be that guy, right? You have to go for these entries, you have to be the space maker for your team, but I would like to see him switch up his pace a little bit. Now, obviously, chances to do that aren't going to be available anymore. This is the last round of the first half. Smash. Opening things up on A, though. Oh, man, this is the best weapon to have for this position, but easy. Has isolated one. Ooh, does need to find the skill. Drops the bomb, anticipating somebody coming out of long as well. Okay. And that's it. All he had to do was waste the time, tucks himself behind the box, and Gun 5, just based off the pace of the round, are able to equalize the number. 6-6. It's very nicely set up now.
That's actually a really bad round from FAVBET. That's not one that they really should have been losing. Especially getting timed out at the end there. It's just brutal. Round number 13. Pistol worth a lot here, especially for FAVBET. Keep this pressure applied. Again, they've looked better here on this map. It felt like after they went 3-0 up, Gun 5 were just sort of back to their old ways. They took 4 in a row. They looked very scary in the process. FAVBET have done well to stop that bleeding and actually keep this competitive. They need to make sure they do the same now that they're on their defense. 3-man stack on this B-bomb site. Gun 5 just spread around the map. Playing for the contacts, trying to see what the FAVBET setup looks like. If they can flush out any early utility. Seems like they're grouping up towards A, that previously was undefended, but Bondix come and join the party, so now they've got some good setups.
Jackie, that's a nice shot. Completely destroys one of the prongs that they have coming in. There comes the big push, though. Jackie, comfortable on the site, truly maintains his composure, and he's able to pop 2 heads. Now, Tension needs to pull his end of the rope as well. Selter shut down by Bondic, who pushes through. And as he emerges from the smoke, he's able to find 2. FAVBET, good start. Pistol round collected. With the second pistol round in the bag, this is yet another godsend for FAVBET, who have been largely struggling in this series. You know, considering the way the pistol round and the subsequent rounds went for FAVBET, right? It does mean that Gun 5 have actually had a better first half, just if you're looking at purely at gun rounds. So something like a pistol and the buffer that you get on top of it does really matter when you're FAVBET at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely does.
I'm interested in seeing if Marix can dish out what he's been taking the whole game now. Oh, not like this, Marix! Not like this! Oh, I think this is the most number of deaths, first deaths I've ever seen on Banana.
Yeah, it's just cruel. I pointed it out last time as well. We actually covered FAVBET. Marix was the one that was consistently going in first, especially on this CT side, getting a little over-aggressive and dying. And once again, yeah, bang on. He's got the most deaths on the server at the moment. He's really struggling. He's 3-13. And I said at the start, right, like, he's one of these players that his ratings don't reflect this, but sometimes he just does not show up at all.
Like, I look at a guy like this, right, and I suddenly know that for peripheral companies, there is suddenly a target market for pre-punched monitors. Monitors that already have a hole the size of your fist, so you can just punch through it for like this, the calming effect of it. It's almost just cathartic to go through the motions without having to actually break the monitor. $4.99, available in all stores.
Yeah, on eBay, how many people do you think buy already broken stuff, not to fix it, but just to, you know, take outrage on it? Jackie. Round this corner. Refrag found, so 1 for 1. FAMAS needs both, and it can't find it. So 3v2. Zillow has a good idea that the last is up in the corner. Almost is distracted by the long player. Tenor just being a jester, pulling his attention away. Zillow will be able to follow up for one of his own. Marek's now left. He's got to double his kill count here to pull off this clutch. He has found one. But tagged down low, won't even be able to get out the M4. Tenor makes it nice and tidy.
Get a little one tap like that. Cigar flip on the fadeaway. Come on, we're cooking, right?
Yeah, we're cooking.
I'm just, it's like, listen, dude. I just need to subliminally get the CS developers to do it, okay? Like, we start one broadcast at a time.
If you think they're watching, they're not. They never are.
I mean,
I don't even think they're watching.
I mean, listen, you never know who's watching, okay?
I guess so. We do actually. We have a list. You want me to scroll through?
Damn.
See if there's anyone called Gabe Mule.
Yeah, like you think like the developers would say, "Hello, I'm CS:GO developer," followed by their birth year as their username.
Well, yeah, preferably, and then we know that they're coming. I guess they'd act like, you know, like a food critic. They're here. They won't let us know. They'd be called something really unexpected.
The CS developers are kind of like Santa Claus, right? Except for everyone that actually tries to ever write in, like they'll generally deliver presents, right? But if you try to write to them, you are guaranteed to get coal. Like you pen down "Dear Santa" at the top, you instantly know that you're getting coal.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's how the CS developers work. Mindset, mindset. It's the psychology of the developer.
They live for it.
We should just make a video game called Bad Update and just consistently only put out bad updates.
We already have that.
Yeah, but then we gotta be... You're mean, Josh, you're mean. Proceeds to spend 10,000 hours on the game anyway and make it his career.
Yeah, well, it's the hustle, innit? Easy stuff just against the eco. A lot of damage having been dealt. Zillow and Celta both down to 13 HP, but I don't think we're going to see anything more out of this. I mean, Tension and Jackie will stick around. There's literally nothing for them to lose. When these smokes fade, they'll maybe throw themselves at it, try and catch an exit frag or two. This is going to be tied up at 8 apiece, though, for Gun 5. They've not been very good at the pistol rounds. They've actually lost both pistol rounds and the conversions. So 4 of the rounds that have been taken by FAVBET have literally been off of the back of that. But Gun 5 have been better, believe it or not, in the gun rounds. As soon as they got those rifles out, they seem to be quite scary. And once again, they show that.
Does seem like this game keeps coming to a stalemate time and time again. We've seen 5-5, we've seen 6-6, and now we're at 8-8. Let's see where this one goes. Merrick's finally has one of the nicer rifles. Does he wager his life again? Oh, yep. Right on the money, as you'd expect, but Tanir gets something extra with the first net that he has cast. Smash, though, is going to be able to isolate potentially the bomb carrier. Was that the bomb? I'm not sure. No. That's coming through from Banana. Yeah, that
still got it.
Yeah, that HUD kind of caught me off guard there. But yeah, with the bomb site being completely taken over and well, the bomb being planted, this is FAVBET suddenly bowing out of this round. They know that these rifles are super important to be able to keep in the next one. Money isn't exactly something to give each other high fives about. And is this a sign of the times for FAVBET, or is this just a little bump in the road, Josh? You decide.
Yeah, it's kind of worrying, right? I mean, we haven't seen these real save calls in this map so far. Inferno's pretty notorious for it. And Gun 5 on their CT side were always playing for those retakes. They were always playing for the rounds. And a lot of the time they were able to do enough damage in the early round that it was still viable. This is finally sort of one of the two bowing out of the CT round and saying, yeah, okay, we have to commit to this save. But the fact that Gun 5 have that kind of force in a buy round, right? FAVBET had the guns out. I mean, you see Tenor fly up, find both the headshots. It just feels like I'm getting deja vu, right? It's so reminiscent of the rounds that we saw on Dust 2, where Gun 5 on their T side, just fly out, find the entries, that was it, round over. And it wasn't necessarily Tinner, it was almost everybody else doing it on Dust 2, but now he's stepping up in a big way. He's 12 and 7. He looks to add to that tally further. Just over.
Gun 5. They've shown a lot of presence here, but then they also have one prong in B that they can exploit later to make the conversion happen. You see them now start to back away. The fact that there's the Motto smoke fails does actually give them quite a bit of information, but the problem is these FAVBET players are so turtled up onto A that the rotation simply can't happen. Once again, Marek sees the one on the chopping block. And, you know, I'm not even entirely opposed to, like, this turtled up defense, because when you know you have limited weaponry, you actually just need to have all of your resources in the right spot. Marek's, at least this time, he doesn't have to look as, look the one who finds the frag in the face.
I'm going to be honest, when we switched to easy, it didn't even clock to me that, like, he's looking at Marek's and that's an enemy, not his teammate. I'm like, oh yeah, they're coming in for the retake here. And then he just shoots him in the head. I'm like, oh yikes. Again, here we go.
Yeah, like Marek's losing life after life. Like, Easy just pops up behind him and you just hear, like, the dog whistle. And he's like, I don't mean this metaphorically, literally, theoretically, or poetically. I'm deaf.
Trades though.
Straight up.
I mean, the thing is with it, right? This was an effective eco round. They had the 3 rifles saved from the last. They were hoping that they could stack them up on the A site, do some damage with them. That didn't end up being the case at all. Looks like, ooh, I was going to say, looks like they might still be able to get away with 2 out of that, but it is just the 1. For Gun 5, they don't care about the money. They're reaching a point where, yeah, you got players on 5 figures, almost max cash being hit. So, you know, go for those hunts. Why not? They do need to be somewhat conservative with their economy. There's still plenty of rounds left to be played here. We're not encroaching the end just yet. But for FAVBET, things just made a little more expensive. Needing 4 of those reinvestments means you got 4 players back to no cash. If Gun 5 can win this, they'll be well on their way to 12. Here we go again. Instant control of apartments.
Oh yeah, and you can see that the FAVBET players are also a little bit spooked. Like, they'll instantly try and bring rotations over towards whatever bomb site there's even the slightest hint on. Little nade, little tomfoolery out of apartments. Mid control established, minute on the clock, so they can still definitely go anywhere. Elo. Oh, Marek's, is this going to be the one? Hurrah, let's go, Marek's. Success that is uncontested, a bit unheard of for Merrick's here on Banana, but we finally get to see it. 3 versus 5. Gun 5 starting to make their presence known. Double flashes, but Bondic telegraphs his position too much. Now they need to look for the player that's stuck in mini pit. They also need to find Tension, who's given away his position by scoping in. Apartments player found. There's another prong coming in from short, but they need to worry about the long presence as well. Tanir doesn't have a lot of HP. Needs to find the AWP player. That's a good shot. Mini pit still uncontested. Jackie trying to be a menace here. Tanir is playing this quite well, but he's missing shots. Headshot found. Another kill from Selter does mean that it comes down to the 1v1 after Smash gets it. Pushing straight in the box is what Selter tries to weave around, but Smash will be finding him. A very close round that shouldn't have come this far, but Gun 5 aren't going to be able to pick that one up. FAVBET, they've consistently disallowed Gun 5 from being able to engage with the finish line now. Don't think it'll be possible to break their economy till the very end, because, I mean, we did just see Selter on 13,000 for a moment. Or what was that? Hang on, did he just drop multiple weapons? Is that why his economy dried out? I don't know, my brain's shutting off.
Oh no, my mic was muted.
Ah.
Fumbled. I'm not even going to try it again. I said something funny.
No.
Doesn't matter. Anyway.
Don't worry, I heard it. I heard it in spirit, okay? You and I, we have a connection that is much further than the connection that Tension found on Easy. But that was still a good connection regardless. Bondic being able to find some success here on Banana. Merrick's up close and personal. Wants to try and bait out the shots for his teammate to swing by, but at least the bomb's collected. Sadime, big responsibility on his shoulders, and Jackie will be dropping his head off of his shoulders as Tension will follow suit. Sadime, though, he's done God's work here. And he actually takes the liberty to go all the way around. He's wrapping around the smoke. There's a false sense of security here, which means that Bondic is going to be found. Brilliant stuff. And look at this two-man presence here. They're both getting ready to push into middle. Sadime, a forward swing out from Tanir. And what a round from Sadime. Tanir just a Terry on top. Gun 5 have played FAVBET like a fiddle.
Yeah, that was fantastic. You know, the last round that they dropped, it was Smash coming in clutch, and it felt like it wasn't a round that Gun 5 should have lost. That last, okay. Seemed like FAVBET were just going to swoop it, especially after how it started, but all falling away. Money absolutely broken here for FAVBET. What do you go for? I mean, we're already getting a little glimpse into the future with Bondic and Smash of forcing up those pistols and armor.
Yeah, money's going to definitely be a sore subject for them. You know, with the scoreline this close, you do sometimes have to look at the individuals, right? Unfortunately, you mentioned that Merrick's, he doesn't really have that show up in the stat lines. But right now, he is struggling quite significantly. And, you know, like, obviously, we've memed a little bit about his Banana success rate. But that obviously does come with, like, a pinch of truth, right? It is affecting the game, for sure. The vast majority of the time that Gun 5 have been able to play to their own paces because they're able to find the first kill on him. And I'm not sure how much they can survive if that keeps happening. 3 on 5 on the B bomb site if this does materialize into a push, but it's just some early pokes, just trying to find some early information. We see Zelo try and poke around. Mid presence gain though.
This would be for 12. Not only would it give them map and series point, they'd have 3 chances to close it out. Now, FAVBET have gone for a buy that accommodates another investment in the next. Still got a bit of cash behind them, but as you say, grouping up, headed towards this A side of things. It's Jackie and Tension all on their shoulders here. A 5-7 and an MP9 to hold the line, but they've got a decent crossfire set up for now. So as util starts to come over, it could be problematic. 35 seconds on this clock. Smoke's raining in. Here comes the execute.
Defending with pistols, defending with an MP9. Yeah, it seems like a bit much already. Gun 5 sprawling all over the A bomb site. A hasty attempt at potentially getting back on. No. Even that's something that FAVBET aren't going to wager because they know they have no money at all. This Kevlar, if they can just buy around it, then they might at least have, like, you know, one last hurrah before they fall. But this is just a stellar showing from Gun 5.
It's interesting to me that they're saving here, right? There's very little to save. I guess with the untouched Kevlar, you could sort of justify saying, okay, well, like, if we save this Kevlar, then we can have more util next round. What was that?
That's trolling. They're trolling.
Literally hard trolling. But Celta's just jumped off the bridge and gone down to 1 HP.
Oh, that's a real one. That's not trolling.
That is ridiculous. Okay, well, yeah, there you go. Maris gets an AK out of it. I was going to say, I'm surprised that they don't sort of play a little more aggressively for some exits there to perhaps get one of those rifles. It ends up being handed to them anyway. At the end of the day, they're on a buy in this round regardless, so it doesn't matter all too much. And
yeah, I don't think that AK-47 gets handed over if they're not playing the T who cried 5-7.
Yeah, T who cried 5-7 and then jumped off the bridge down to 1 HP.
Yeah.
You know how perfect that would have been if he died there. And there's no way he knew that he wasn't going to. There's no way he was like, yeah, this does exactly 6 damage. Or, like... That would have been good. That would have been good. Confidence. That's what we need. Marix. Finally making something work. That AK-47 being put to good use. I love the boost over. He's been spotted. Not quite traded. There it is from Tenna. A lot of damage in the process, but trades it back into evens. Numbers at what count here. I'm not sure Marix will know just how much damage he dealt to him there. I think a lot of it was with the util.
Well, I'm glad we don't have cams on in this stage, because if we did, in Marix's cam, we'd just be seeing the Doomer Wojak.
What?
Come on, you know that one, right?
No, sorry.
The Doomer meme, like, come on, Josh. I thought you were chronically online, just like me. Selter, though, that opening frag, I think that is sounding the horns. Flashbang to attempt to cross, some damage exchanged.
They're really low. And Jackie's got a full power util, and Smash is behind the smoke and could just spam at any point.
One spray is all it takes to stop this V-bomb side push. Oh, Jackie does actually make it quite doable now. Unfortunately, pushing out through the smoke, your chances of success are very, very hindered. Tension and Jackie, they've got to give it their all. The last hurrahs, Zelo and Tanir quite low, though, so this is definitely doable here, Josh.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The problem is his Tension hasn't really got the right tool for this. He's got the AWP. With the molly going into backside. Zelo on the boost. Just continues to hold mouse one and he won't let go until he finds both. What a ridiculous second kill. What a ridiculous way to close it. Gun 5, 2-0. Oh my goodness, that was pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, not just a series, obviously the kill there towards the end as well. 13-9 on the second map, and yes, FAVBET are able to make it quite more competitive, I guess, but that wasn't enough, right? 13-1, 13-9, that is 10 rounds across 2 maps. Gun 5 were by and far looking like the better team here, Josh.
Yeah, they absolutely were. No doubt about that on Dust 2. There were slight doubts on Inferno. There were moments where they didn't look their best. They kind of choked a couple of awkward scenarios. There's 1 2 versus 5 that they lost and you're scratching your head. But ultimately, yeah, the better team there as well. They looked fantastic in those final rounds. And I mean, their trading was on point. Tenna started to step up. But in fact, everyone was sort of there. Zelo had a great series. I think he'd probably be the MVP if we had to choose one. And Easy's AWP was well on as well. So, yeah, just everybody shining and Gun 5 pulling off a great result. That's going to put them 2-1. FAVBET, unfortunately, now sit 1-2. And they've got to fight for their lives to get out of this Swiss stage.
Yeah, I mean, 1 and 2 bracket, that's where it starts to get brutal, right? I mean, I started this broadcast talking about how these matches weren't exactly like high stakes yet because these are the mid matches, right? 1 and 1. But that's always the problem, right? You essentially have to go for like a two map reverse sweep. to sort of make it out. And you know, it's not like it's completely impossible. I mean, in the previous iteration of this tournament, in the 13th online series, we saw Rhino actually go 0-2 and then reverse sweep 3-2 to make it all the way to the playoffs. And we've definitely seen teams do that. But right now, with the form that FAVBET are looking like, I'm not exactly too confident here, Josh. But of course, that's not the only storyline we're going to be talking about today. We've got more matches coming up. Let's roll the schedule very quickly so I can start talking about it. We've got Monte and DRILLAS battling it out up next. Then later on during the day, we've got Zero Tenacity Spirit versus Spirit Academy. And then to sort of top off the night, we'll have ALERNATE aTTax going up against Passion UA. So definitely a very, very stacked lineup of teams that we get to watch. Obviously, the types of teams that also have like fan followings, that'll sort of rally the hype around them. Especially that second game. I know that DRILLAS are a team that a lot of people have their eyes on. So that'll definitely be a fun watch here, Josh.
Yeah, I don't think Ona's streaming at the moment as well, so he won't even be streaming it. So we'll have all the DRILLAS fans in the chat, which will be quite good fun. But yeah, that's going to be a lot to look forward to. We're going to go to a quite extended break, actually. I was going to say a bit of an extended break. That was one of the quickest best of threes we've covered in a little while. So yeah, make sure you join us back here 1 p.m. CEST for that second match of the day. But in the meantime, go grab yourself something to eat and join us back in around about an hour and a half. We'll be waiting with the action.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the User Giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live once again with the second matchup of the day. We've got Monte and DRILLAS on the menu. Josh, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling incredibly orange for some reason, but besides that, I'm doing good.
And I'm feeling surprisingly red. I actually do look like I'm... the thing is, right, I look like what you would look like if you were sunburned.
Yeah,
right.
Really, really pink. Really pink. But I like it. I don't hate it. We've got another good game coming our way, though, as we were saying before. Monte versus DRILLAS. Obviously, the boys that qualified through the Middle Eastern RMR Open Qualifier. Obviously, sort of headed by Onapixel to some degree. But yeah, these guys are a good team. A couple of Israelis within it, which sort of makes them eligible for that that Middle Eastern Asian RMR. But alongside that, Kfem, Waro, and Haji, three Europeans that have been very, very good over the years. So kind of no surprise that they had success with that one against Monte, who have slowly become a Polish squad, right? Kind of moved from the Ukrainian roots, had their sort of various pickups within the European scene, and are now very, very, very sort of quite convincingly becoming a Polish team. I think we had a couple of interviews with them as well, where we were talking about the fact that DemQ's actually starting to learn Polish and communicate with them in Polish. Ukrainian and Polish have a lot of sort of similarities within the language, so that makes sense. And something else that's new, D has tattoos. Look at that sleeve.
Damn,
cool.
like
Is that from an anime?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know,
bro.
but
I don't know.
I mean, anime expert, probably not. I need to get a closer look at that, but like, I mean, he's got a tattoo on each arm, right? So like, one's to like enhance his mouse precision, I guess, and one's for the keyboard. It makes sense. I like it. But anyway, tattoos aside, I would like to talk about the game as well. Monte, I mean, they've been pretty solid. Obviously, like, looking at this matchup, you are going to be heading into it thinking of Monte as sort of the top dogs to come into the server. DRILLAS, obviously, they're kind of fighting on the back foot, even though, like, individually speaking, like, these players have looked fantastic. Even against Gamer Legion yesterday, when I was watching the game alongside Zol and CMD, I saw that there were times where they could have actually completely bested Gamer Legion if it wasn't for the sore spot that was mostly their CT size. Now, whether or not they're going to be able to furnish a good enough performance to beat the powerhouse that is Monte, I'm not too sure, but I'd like to quickly look at the DRILLAS roster as well, so we can sort of put some of the individuals under a microscope. I mean, yesterday, Kvem, he was popping off. Like, there's a good reason why he has that 1.2 HLTV, 1.28 HLTV rating, mind you, almost a 1.3. Ridiculous stuff, because remember, that's not a KDR, right? That's a rating. That's harder to get than a KDR.
Yeah.
He's performing incredibly well, constantly put in these like very difficult scenarios, especially because he might be the first contact on like the extremities of the bomb site. Like for example, right, if you're watching Anubis, he'll be the first player to take contact on the A bomb site, and that like being that player and finding multi kills time and time again definitely does sort of give you a huge thumbs up there. But I also do want to talk about sort of the other side of the spectrum there, because Haji, although like he's a fantastic player in general, you know, don't get me wrong, he's had a solid rating as well, he hasn't really been performing to the best of his ability recently, and it does kind of feel like he's not playing the way I would expect him to be playing with sort of the caliber that he's maintained for himself, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to these boys, like, you look at those ratings, you think they're maybe a little bit skewed by the fact that, you know, they were playing the Middle East in RMR, they were pretty much smurfing, right, against a lot of the teams that they were competing against there. But actually, they've had a fair few games here in Europe now, and they're still putting up these kind of numbers. As you say, Kvem's been unbelievable. Warrow's kind of the full package with that AWP IGL. I'm really fond of Mestel. I think he's an absolutely fantastic player. I've actually known him for a really long time. I had the pleasure of playing with him years ago. He was sort of part of a small esports project that I run literally 5-6 years ago now, before he really made it big as a professional. I think he was 17, 18. He's always been very talented, always been super humble, and yeah, I'm glad to sort of see him stepping up and playing very well in some of these bigger rosters. And yeah, at the end of the day, these guys just looking to climb as much as they can, right? Get as much preparation in before the RMRs. And I think, like, it's really important for them. Now, I was saying this sort of follows the narrative. Last time I was talking about Talon, right? Talon, who qualified through the Oceania or Australian quals for the RMR, and are now boot camping in Europe, because it's all well and good like beating all of those Australian teams, but then if you don't sort of condition yourself into European CS, you come over, you play the RMR, you get smashed, right? It's just, yeah. Even if you do make it through the RMR and you go into the major, like you get absolutely destroyed, right? For these guys, that's not really so much of the case, because this is effectively a European team, right? It's not like they're having to sort of fly over from the Middle East and boot camp here in Europe and whatnot. But actually, as a 5, these guys playing at like a good level and beating some of the teams that they will actually face up against down the line if they do qualify through is very, very important. And you sort of look at their recent matches outside of the RMR qualification, they've looked very good. They beat Passion UA, they beat FAVBET, they beat ALERNATE aTTax, they beat Permitter. The losses that they've taken have been against very good teams as well. Spirit Academy, who have been unbelievable recently. TSM, who are a very good side. And as you said, that game against Gamer Legion went the full 3 maps. It was a very close one, and one that they definitely could have taken their way. So I think, like, definitely a lot of promise from this team, and perhaps more ahead. But Monte are going to be another one of those big fish, right? This is going to be a tough match.
Yeah, and you know, as much as I'd like to just sort of look at the stats, look at things like that, right? It's very difficult to have a consistent yardstick for these two teams, because Monte have been practicing, have been playing against slightly better opposition. Like, even though I think just all the opportunities within like sort of the tier 1.5 to 2.5 scene within Counter-Strike, it has improved to the point where, you know, some of the bigger fish are going to be invited into playoffs, and you get a lot of practice within that, you know, even within CCT. So it's good to see that now we do have like very nice yardsticks to compare with. You know, there was a time where you'd see like a smaller team with like some decent stats, and then they go up against some of the bigger dogs and they would get completely crushed because you had no idea. Like it was just so difficult to sort of get that good official match practice going, but now it's sort of leveled out. So it's nice to see that even with a world ranking disparity as big as this one, it should still be a very competitive affair. Speaking of that affair, though, we'll have to see where this is going to be taking place. Map veto about to come up on your screen. Josh, why don't you give me your thoughts on this?
Well, they both have the same permaban, so it's who is going to ban out Inferno, and the answer is neither. They're calling each other's bluff, saying, you're not going to... Oh, wow.
Interesting.
That,
okay.
I was not expecting.
Trolling. Like, you see...
That's ridiculous.
Like, you see Onipixel's face pop up with the thumbs up there, and it's like, yeah, these guys are griefing.
Okay, this is really bold, and actually a decent chance that they haven't had like tons of time to prepare for this game. Obviously, they only got drawn this one after the losses that took place like over the last couple of days. But there's a decent chance that last night they looked at this pool and said, they're not going to ban Inferno, right? They're going to use their bans, try and get rid of something that perhaps we're sort of strong on. And yeah, they did exactly that. They got rid of Mirage, which bizarrely is actually a really good map for Monte. But yeah, Drillers have been very strong on it as well. And they've said, you know what? Let's get into Inferno. Let's sort of run down some configs and let's try and go for a bit of a curveball pick. Now, it's a bold move. It's a bold move, and it might not pay off, but I kind of like it. As the underdogs in the series, you have got to take risks, and this is definitely one. When it comes to that second map, Anubis, it's a very stronghold map for Monte. Played it 21 times over the last 3 months, 71% win rate. Should just be theirs. I don't really see that one going sour. But when it comes to that third and final, it's a pretty balanced playing field again, maybe even ever so slightly favouring the Drillers. So, wild stuff, wild stuff. I'm excited to see Inferno now. You have got to be very careful. Again, when it comes to these win rates, a lot of them are from that RMR. So, you know, these rates are a little bit skewed by like these very convincing wins against Middle Eastern teams. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting series. And as I say, with that Inferno pick, now more than ever.
And this is where I think that Drillers might have won sort of the psychological battle here. For them to instantly go for that Inferno pick does mean that they're cooking something. It kind of catches Monte off guard. And then also, you've got to consider that Drillers are specifically a team that kind of thrives in this environment. They were previously a mixed lineup, you know, brought together, and yes, they have a banner to now sort of carry, right? But realistically speaking, this is almost like 5 players in a trench coat to look like one really tall team, right? This is still very much a mixed lineup. None of these players have really had too much experience playing with each other before, apart from maybe Quem and Wara being from the same scene. Obviously, Mesel and Amsalam have a little bit of that as well, but probably not at a high enough level. Now, Drillers, because their puggy style of play really like complements this kind of punish pick, I do slightly favor them, but that also comes at the cost of not being able to then go for a true pick for them, right? So Drillers have essentially exhausted their one pick to specifically try and go for the punish pick, so they don't actually have the comfort of saying, hey, we are actually going for a map that should very decisively be for us. And in that kind of scenario, right, you end up missing out on potentially some other opportunities. Not really sure where they would have wanted to take it anyway, though, so I think the Inferno Anubis Ancient pool is pretty good. Obviously, Monte kind of Monte had a pretty good like approach to the ban as well, making Mirage that second ban. Making Mirage that first ban suddenly does sort of force Drillers to then like look at the rest of their map pool and think, damn, we might not actually get a chance to play something that is super potent for us that Monte wouldn't have picked anyway.
Yeah, a lot to sort of break down there, to be honest, but what's your... I'm just going to sort of like throw you a little bit of a prediction. What are you feeling with this? Especially with that first map pick. Are you thinking we go to 3 maps, or are you thinking that Monte still just as the favourites, a borderline top 30 team, are able to just, you know, get dealt that sort of blow and still recover?
Listen, we're about to go live, right? But I will throw out a prediction here. I think, at the risk of being totally like hoarded by OniPixel fans, right? I do think that Drillers, as funny as this pick may be, they're going to get completely dumpstered on both maps because of this.
Okay, all right. A bold prediction, and you're right. You're about to get
yeah, I get it.
Some
I mean,
DMs.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Listen, guys, I love you, but I'm not a big fan of the pick.
Cult following. They're coming for you, man.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, neither am I, frankly. It's a, as I said before, it feels like they need to take a risk here. I respect the risk, but it all comes down to sort of...
As someone who is more accessible by the fan base than someone like me in Pakistan, you probably had like a prediction like that going, and you're like, oh, my lawyer has advised not to say this. And also, like, my doctor.
I'm good.
Well, no, I mean, listen, the reason I throw out a prediction like this is because I would love for them to defy it, right? Drillers, though, right now feeling a little bit disjointed here as Kvem is the first prong that approaches from B. Banana. They're slowly starting to gain some space on the A-bomb side, though. There's only 2 real defenders that can initially try and bounce back. There's a push cooking as well. Okay, oh, he's found so much space, and Monte already have a 2-man advantage. Now they have to try and desperately get onto the bomb site. They've cleared out the boost. Haji has done a good job of it. Dooley's recovered. And the bomb should be going down eventually as well. 25 seconds. K with his dualies now coming in, joining Krasnol. The dualies need to pop off. Haji, he hasn't been playing amazing previously, but this time on this map, he does pop off. Hades, a 1-on-3. Can this be done? 3 different angles, Josh. I do think this is an exercise in impossibility. So Drillers looking to defy. Even with a 3 versus 5 position, they are able to convert.
Yeah, I don't know how that goes so horribly wrong. I mean, there's something to be said for the fact that once they breach that A site, they've obviously got a much better shot at it, but... yeah, 3 versus 5, and then not taking a single casualty after that, keeping things incredibly tidy. Monte on a force buy for the second, still confident in their abilities. It was Haji, the man who you said hasn't been too good recently, and you're not wrong. Steps up in a big way. And for that banana control doesn't necessarily mean that they will press further onto that B site, but if they do, they've got the right idea. It's very underdefended. Monte in the meantime with a 4-man A stack. Praying that Drillers make the wrong choice hit. Just gonna hear him. That'll be a freebie. That's a lovely start. No. Sorry for the awkward silence, a few technical difficulties, but we get just back in as Haji shuts it down. That was a little close for comfort. Drillers will make it too.
Yeah, I mean, that shouldn't have been the way it was. For it to come down to just Haji as well. I need to contextualize Haji's performance right now because it's really important to point out that he's been struggling recently, especially in the game against Gamer Legion yesterday. And for him to now just like sort of hit the road running with a 7-0 really does inspire a lot of confidence in the idea that, you know, he's not he's not having like a longer term performance issue. It's if he can start to convert, if he can sort of upkeep this kind of performance, obviously a 7-0 can't just be replicated over and over, but you know, if he can still have that upwards trend going, make that graph look nice and spicy, it would be nice to see. Drillers, maybe as much as I was like as bold as I was with my initial pick, right? I actually don't have any idea of like how well practiced Drillers are on Inferno. Maybe it's like some kind of punish pocket pick for them that they've actually been dialing in secretly. So, you know, that could be fun to watch. And Monte obviously feeling a little vulnerable here. And you know, we've sort of talked about this from the perspective of Drillers a lot, but we also have to sort of look at Monte kind of feeling like they're having to go into a bit of a pug. Obviously, they're not going to be completely unprepared on it, like just from an individual level. These guys are like very, very seasoned players. But when they opted not to ban Inferno, they did know that this is a vulnerability that they're leaving quite open. Drillers obviously happy to exploit it. Nice to see a good start.
On like a deeper level as well, right? Think about this. I was saying earlier that Valve have been waiting to ship these bigger changes that they've made in this big update, and that, you know, there's more content to come, including maybe a map change. And this is, you know, in Counter-Strike history, this is sort of the time in the year that we do get these changes, and maybe they'll swap out a map in the pool or something like that. So it is kind of the perfect time. And again, if they're bringing in either a completely new map, which they probably wouldn't do, or they're rotating back in something like Train, every single team will have it as their permaban for the first couple of weeks. No one's ready to go into officials on like a brand new map straight away. So every team has to then sort of phase it in as their permaban, and therefore their current permaban has to be played. So if that ends up being the case, and in the next couple of weeks we do see a change in the map pool, and maybe something rotate out and something else rotate in, then for these guys, Inferno has to be a staple again. Inferno has to be something that they're keen to play. Yeah, it's a map that they need to get used to, because if Train comes back in, or Cash, or anything else, then they're not going to be ready to play it straight away. So it's a good time for it. As you say, it may be something that they've been sort of practicing behind the scenes, waiting for the right moment to go for a punish pick, and this is quite literally the perfect moment. It's an important game. Monte are a big team to take down, and yeah, both sharing it as a permaban, they're able to sort of slip it through. Krasnal on that M4, the rest just on the pistols. And it is a hero investment, so he's not going to have much money to work with in the next round either. Needs to be careful here.
Drillers have done a decent job so far. Obviously, it did get a little bit scary in the previous round with Hadji having to come in clutch. I'm not sure if that's a good thing that Hadji's able to save them, or if it's a bad thing that it has to come to that point. The only rifle on the side of Monte being the M4 on Krasnal. See if that can be put to good use. Of course, most of the resources for Monte are dedicated towards the B bomb site. Bomb being exploratory in middle. And the calls are going to have to be made soon for rotations to happen. Oh, DK just did... Oh, never mind. Sorry, I thought he was outside the apartment, so not in. There's a bit of a freebie kill coming the way of Krasnal, though. Very uncoordinated with the flashbangs. And as soon as both of these players now start to make their presence known, it is going to incentivize the rotations to happen from A, which is exactly where Waro wanted to catch them. However, it's still taking a while. DK eventually punished. And the B rotators, there's not really a whole lot they can do. Amsalem trying to keep his hand steady, but fails at it. 3 versus 3. And I'm not sure if that's something they really want to wager here, Josh. That's an AK-47 recovered, no defuse kit available. Best to just tuck these weapons into your backpack and have a good rest of your day. Solid start from Drillers, though.
Yeah, indeed, especially taking out a round like this. But all things considered, Monte saving that M4 that was invested, grabbing another rifle too. Kill drop, but no, that's absolutely fine. It doesn't look like they're going to be hunted all too hard here. I mean, Meztal wanted it, but does not get it. Now it's time for Monte to bite back. They absolutely need this. Round number 4, all the money to work with. They've got those 2 rifles saved from the last, so enough money to then sort of expend into some util and things like that. Hades got that AWP out. He's yet to have any impact, nor is Diha, the 2 former Ents teammates. It's time to step up, go big. A lot of util used towards Banana. Neither team sort of taking that space yet. They don't want to go into the firing line.
Oh, Demq looks away. Good timing from him for the turnaround. And I really want to see how much the dynamic changes now that Monte actually have weapons in their hands and they can start feeling a little bit more comfortable on the CT side. Most of their attention, however, still on B. They're expecting Drillers to have a more elaborate game plan here on Inferno. Expecting the A player to be a bit of a fake, but that's not the case at all. Oh, that's the head. Dicha, good kill to be finding. He's got support in the form of a teammate here as well. It's just a matter of delaying. The rotator still a little hesitant to make the full conversion happen, but now the bomb has to commit. Josh, 30 seconds on the clock. Rotation finally happens. Kvem slowly creeping up. He knows where the player is close to mini pit, but it's such a difficult duel to find. Eyes shut, but still lands a bullet between Dicha's eyebrows. They still have to scale onto the bomb site, however. A player tucked in. Krasnal wanting to get much closer. K is now joining his comrade as well. 13 seconds. They try to stick the bomb, but Amsalem simply doesn't have the time. Monte with their first.
That's a big time for it. 3 players staying alive as well, and not just that, but getting 3 AKs is absolutely brilliant. Feels like the absolute best time for it. Into round number 5 then, Monte. With a good opportunity to take more here as well, actually. They've got that Deagle on Waro. Firm with his Galil, Hadji on a Tech 9. There's very little to work with here for the Drillers. Util pretty sparse as well. Early grenades once again. It's just this sort of game of volleyball towards Banana where they're tossing nades back and forth at each other. Not a single point of damage dealt thus far, though. Drillers kind of hoping that Monte get aggressive. It just won't be the case.
I will say that Drillers have such a slow pace here on Inferno that, you know, it works really well if you're getting the timings, if you're able to sort of confuse the opponent, but Monte have been generally good about this. Finding decent reads, especially in the previous round. And now they've got all of their resources where the bomb should be heading. 40 seconds remaining as they try and scale up around long and short. They still have realistically no space because even the one player they have on Banana is all the way at the bottom. Util starts coming in, Motto smoked out, dividing the players from the site from the one that has to go for the rotation. Hades, if he stays on the angle for 5 more seconds, that's a nasty flick. That has shut everything down. Now they're going to try and scale through arches. Problem is, the rotator is watching for it as well. Drillers, they're stuck in between a rock and a bigger boulder as they try and get onto A. This is getting so awkward for them. The spray down from Demq turns around in time. The firing range, everything falls apart short for Haji's Tech 9. And Monte get a very clean round.
Yeah, bizarre. I mean, clean feels like a bit of an overstatement, but at the end of the day, they do survive with 4 players, so we can call it that. Dicha and Krasnal were so low. Krasnal was literally on 2 HP. But Monte get that second across the line, and now they'll get that freebie for the third as well. Drillers felt like they did a lot of work to get up on short. Couldn't get that bomb planted, couldn't convert the kills when they were needed. And instead, just on the Glocks, there's no SMGs or anything like that to farm money, but it should still be a clean round. Damage control important here for Monte. Don't allow the Drillers to find these kills, to snatch away a couple of these rifles. You can see the skins are up to the max here on the Drillers roster. I mean, look at that. Look at that gold arabesque cross. That's wild. I think One's maybe lending them skins.
It's not a bad sponsor deal, I'm not going to lie. I do feel like every single time I've fallen short in like an RMR or a qualifier, it has been because of my lack of skins.
Oh my god, right. Shushan's in the chat. Okay. You know who Shushan is, I presume, right? Yeah. He said, Amsalem the GOAT, not even taking a pause when he has rocket alerts. This is crazy.
Very crazy stuff indeed.
3-3 tied up then. AK's out on... yeah, everybody there on the Drillers. No money for that AWP. That's okay. I don't think Waro really wants it. T-side of Inferno is one of the only maps that you really feel like you can say, yeah, we can just run without an AWP, even if they do have the money for it. It's an awkward weapon to have impact with, and depending on what kind of setup you want to play for, it is very dependent on whether or not you really want that sniper out. Echo trying to play fast. Yeah, getting up close to the apartments. Got a good angle here. CT stacked up with the AKs. It's a scary sight.
Monte. Have a very nasty bait and switch setup ready here in Banana. Oh, they're not going to check for him. The bomb goes down. The full commitment to the spray means that Hades has a sitting duck to fire upon. Actually gets on top of the angle as well. It's a nice position to be in for Amsalem. Nicks Hades through the wall. Demq finds a kill of his own, and that's an interesting position for Hadji to be in that late into the round. Nicely done by Diha, though. Shuts down Amsalem before he can get more saucy with it. Monte, beyond the first 3 rounds, they've largely been successful. It's just been a consistent output, and because of the fact that they've also been able to keep many of their players alive, their money's starting to come along very nicely. Drillers are having trouble with their money themselves. So this is still a pretty solid CT start for Monte. Like, you add the pistol round to the mix, I think we would have seen a much more dominant affair, but we'll see whether or not anything can transpire still from the Drillers side. Pistols across the board. We've got a few Tech 9s in the mix. We have dare I say, the baby R8? Is it okay to call the Deagle that? Josh, did you hit the mute button again?
I'm trying to work out something that's... I'm trying to fix a bit of a technical hitch, but I think we're sorted. I think we're all sorted. But no, I am here. I'm just trying to iron out some creases that people were pointing out. But as I say, I think we're good. I think we're all good. I think the echo thing's all sorted. I don't know why it was doing it. We're back up, ready to go. Pistols out. Just those Tech 9s on 3. Couple of Desert Eagles. Any kind of damage would be good here for the Drillers. They got off to a great start. 3-0, and you think, yeah, you know what? That is a bold map pick, and out the gate's hot. It's exactly what they need, but it is starting to fall apart, and maybe not this round here, but the one in the next for sure, when they've got the guns, really needs to go their way. C4 will go down at least. Hadji's literally on the other side of the map. It doesn't really feel like they're playing for the round win with Hadji's current position. His smoke will fade. Key should be able to take both. There you go. And now he's on a bit of a flank. Might be able to do some damage. Doesn't. As soon as he pulls the trigger, MQ's there. Realizes there's no one else on the site. So there's a decent chance he's trying to play on some kind of flank of the sort. And that'll put a bow on things.
Now, the previous round was expected to be a bit of a throwaway round, of course. But this is Drill's chance to sort of get back into the groove. They've got weapons across the board. We've got the AWP in the hands of Wara, who has largely been absent, and that is very worrying because, you know, Hadji, who wasn't exactly the top performer in recent times, like, he's trying his best to sort of carry his team towards the finish line, and, you know, most of his performance did come in the first 3 rounds. That's okay. We do still need to see Wara, who's generally a very heavy hitter, come to light as well. Fam also being a bit deactivated here, a bit unfortunate considering he is by and far their star player. So I'd like for him to get up to some solo shenanigans. Problem is, DRILLAS, like they're playing this slow style of CS where they all have to sort of come together cohesively as a unit to convert onto a bomb site, and that style doesn't work when you have like a bunch of pug stars being put into a mix, especially in the context of playing something like Inferno. Now, Monte, MQ does get punished for expiration, and Dicha's next on the chopping block, so might be one of the first few rounds where DRILLAS actually have a very decisive advantage at the start.
Yeah, finally. As I said, they went 3-0, and since then they've been pretty quiet. Hades, the nice shot back, but we'll start to realise that things are dead silent here on A. Hassel's made the right call to rotate. Key on the back of the site. Molly comes in. His teammate smoked off. He needs to go big. And one might not cut it, but could be sufficient. As Hades starts to arrive, they've just got no util. This is kind of the big problem. Nor do DRILLAS, to be fair. So once he smokes Fade, it will just be the flashbang. And they don't even try to use it to actually breach Krasnal through. Instead, he goes dry, hoping that they're looking the other way. He gets punished as a result. Hades, an easy opportunity. Swaps to the Deagle. Hadji just to the left. Wide swing. Lovely shot. Could be on for a 4K. And the clutch to wrap it up. Waro calls his bluff. Here's the scope from Hades. Second tap. Now surely has to have a go. But Hades misses the shot. And Waro will convert. That comes way too close for comfort. But just about over the line there for DRILLAS.
Very nicely done, of course. That I was talking about how Waro had to sort of step up, right? And you know, it's not exactly been a huge step up, but if you're put in the 1 versus 1, you just get what needs to be done out of the way, and that's good. You rely a little bit on the miss, however. Monte still have a little bit more money in the tank before they have to really dig deep, but it is getting closer to the end of the half, and I do think they'll be fine for the next couple of rounds. 2 players banana, 3 and 2 setup. The A site being the more defended one. And DRILLAS once again sort of defaulting to their slow style where they allow these 2 players to pick into banana, start to gain some space. But the issue for me personally has been that there's not been enough conditioning on banana where Monte are forced to pull out all of the bells and whistles, use all of their utility early. Instead, we see a relatively limp effort from the DRILLAS squad to play towards the bottom of banana that late into the round. Ooh, DMQ, he's been successful here before, adding more success to the tally. Pistols out, but unfortunate. Stops at 2. He's definitely done his job, however, and they think that rotations will be incentivized towards the A bomb site, so they quickly book the bomb to B. Now, Krasnal, little off angle he's got going. Is that going to be checked? Yes, it is, but can't pull the trigger in time. Dropping down, not allowed to cross over. Amsalem very quick on the trigger. And K now getting ready to catch them on the cross. Doesn't want to make his position known, goes all the way to church on the walk instead.
2v2. Retake on its way. Fire behind the coffins, and Waro just tucked back with a high flash. Waiting for the timing, and it's absolutely perfect. Key emerges. Waro says bye-bye. And for Hades, I mean, he had a very, very good attempt last time with the clutch, but in this one, doesn't fancy it. Knows that there's absolutely no way he breaks this crossfire. Hoping for an exit. Doesn't happen. Waro's too crisp. And the DRILLAS looking good.
I really dislike that decision there from Hades. He sticks around for potentially a kill. I mean, you're not even getting much of a reward. Like, getting an AK-47 out of their hands is probably not even that useful. We're that late into the game. They've got a bomb plant. Their money is, like, okay enough. It's really not worth... The juice is really not worth the squeeze there. I would have much rather have him just stay on the AWP. And, you know, you'll see the difference in terms of utility. Look at how barren the utility of K and Hades is. Like, you add a few more flashes and stuff to that, and then also have the prospect of having yet another weapon in the next round. Completely different situation. DRILLAS, though, they've definitely made it back into the half. Lots of conditioning happening here on Banana, but they can't get any space. Hadji to start to respond. Ooh, that's a deadly Molotov. Is it going to spread, though? Yes, it is. Ooh, just a little corner that one of these players is able to find. And they'll still check it, because it's not a convincing enough molly. Demq eventually falls, but not before he can find a singular kill. And it's all going to come down to Diha, who's been the master of pit most of the time. And that is where the attention will start to go. Hades, good on the AWP, but unfortunately for him, he's not getting any of this action. Not a singular player that might come his way. Diha, all to do. Drops down. Oh, he saw a barrel. That's a free kill. Player's disjointed as well. It'll be really hard to clear him out here, Josh.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy again. Util's been a bit of a sticking point. Oh, that's really bad timing. Plagued by it again. How many times have we seen Hades in these last alive 1v2s? It's just ridiculous.
As much as I would like to think that he's getting a bit unlucky, it's also that he's not positioning himself very aggressively. If the AWP is consistently last alive, that also does mean that it's not taking initiative.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. He's playing like a very, very passive approach, and this is the case on both sites now, right? Now, maybe got a little bit unlucky. Went to B early this round. He's been a bit of a staple on the A site, and they've been losing B. Now he goes to B early doors, and they've lost A. But yeah, you're right. He's not in the right places. He's not going for the right peaks. He's not taking that initiative, and therefore, I'm not saying he should be the first to die, but he should be the one sort of taking contact. And yeah, if he's in a scenario like this in a 2v1, he should have at least seen somebody and shot at somebody this round. And yeah.
Pretty nicely done from DRILLAS to start fighting back, though. A big chunk of their rounds came off the back of the pistol. But now they're starting to look a lot more competitive here on the T side. DRILLAS starting to scale up B. Mestel. Will he be checking for the corner? Oh, it turns around. Perfect timing for Mestel. But if you're Diha, you've been timing twice. It's a very rough position to be in if you're some of the players from Monte. We see Demq trying to weave around the apartments, but he's just getting barreled down with bullets. There's a player on the side. There's a player coming up behind him. He's got his head on a swivel as he tries to stay alive. Will eventually be caught, though. Oh my god, just look at the radar for a second. Demq has been fighting 3 different wars right now, but that does buy enough time for his teammates to rotate, and so that's good. Problem is, the bomb's already starting to rotate all the way back. There's a player waiting to cut off rotations if they try and go through middle, but Woro has already done his job. Bomb tapped in, and a 4 versus 5 retake quickly brought down to just 4 as Hades finds 1. Now the player who was supposed to manage rotations, he gets away with only 1 kill, and this makes it pretty salvageable for Monte here, Josh.
Finally, we might actually see a retake work for them. The big thing here is Mestel's position. He's on a huge flank. Oh, seemed like the AWP turned around. Mestel whiffs a little bit, does manage to find it, can't follow up. And now Key just jumping on that defuse. They don't have a kit, slashing away in the smoke. Oh, this is such a mess. What is happening? Woro just can't find him. And then will eventually find the kill, but there's no time on that bomb. That is unbelievable. That's a good attempt from the boys over on Monte, but once again, how many times in that half were they in these sort of 2v2, 3v2 retake positions and they weren't able to get it done?
And that's always going to be the problem when you're playing against a team like DRILLAS. They thrive in the madness. They thrive in the clutch situations. They thrive when the numbers are down. You can play the full rehearsed style of CS when you have all 5 players alive, but when you have those contingencies, when one of your players falls, that is when the issue happens. It's very difficult to pre-plan what you're going to do when you're a man down. And DRILLAS have been thriving. We'll see whether or not Monte can start to pull the rope back a little bit in this metaphorical tug of war by winning the pistol. Flashbang being primed and ready. 2 dualies waiting on the other side of Banana. This is a meat grinder that nobody wants to approach. Drillas, most of their attention being on B, does leave the A-bomb site a bit vulnerable. Just a matter of time before we see Monte start to sniff around, start to experiment. Oh, good shot from Amsterdam. This does telegraph the A players, though.
A fast rotation coming over from Amsterdam. Glock tapping away. Krasnal, nice headshot. And up onto the site. Monte need this round. This isn't a maybe. This is an absolute must-win if they want to keep any kind of pressure on this. Otherwise, the Drillers will be on to 9. And this bomb peeping away. At least they'd have money to buy into the next if they can't get it over the line. But they're making that a little complicated. It's a nice shot from the Jawlies, but takes a think back. Throws his cross set straight into the sky. And the Glocks are just going to follow up. It's nice and tidy. Low HP. Krasnal just smashing heads. That's enough of a deterrent for Amsterdam to get the hell out of there. Perhaps. No, even goes for a little repeat at the end. Does not matter. Monte will get it done.
Brilliant work from Monte on the pistol. Yeah, this is what I was worried about for Drillas. Because now, Monte on the T side, they're going to be the one controlling the pace, right? And I really think that the CT side is a very carefully calculated dance when it comes to Inferno. So unless that's the tango that they've practiced, it'll be very difficult.
So a force buy here for the Drillers. I don't blame them. Feels like, you know, the scoreline's close enough. They can take a bit of a risk here, try and bite back. Not a huge amount invested for Monte either. I mean, it's everything, but gone for the util instead of the firepower. So a couple of Mac 10s. Hades on that scout, certainly susceptible to those MP9s in the right positions. A few flashbangs to try and isolate those jewels for them too. Demcube with the molly into the corner.
Diha up close and personal with the Mac 10. This MP9, though, can totally throw a wrench in the works. They have to worry about the balcony player as well. This is such a disaster.
Yeah, it really is horribly, horribly wrong. I said I feel like it's the right call to sort of go for that force buy, and it works very, very well. 8-6, Drillers bite right back after losing the pistol, and it puts them in a great position. They're able to upgrade into a couple of rifles. They even get that AK. They know that Monte will be on another force here because they're on double eco, but it'll be a horrible force. It'll be very little money for them to work with. Yeah, a couple of Tech 9s, couple of Deagles. Hades on a scout again, but it's a glass scout, which is not fun. Glass cannon with an AWP kind of works because you're working on the basis that, you know, if you're quickest, if you're the first to pull the trigger, then you don't take that hit. The aim punch isn't a problem. With the scout, unless you're hitting the head, even if you pull the trigger first, there's a problem, right? Not lethal. Damage, nice shot from Diha.
You think Monte could replicate what Drillers just did in the previous round? I think it might be in the cards here, Josh. There's only 2 defenders here from Drillas, and they're kind of locked out. By the time they start getting closer to the A-bomb site, the Apartments player should emerge, but Haji is already nice and postured inside the site. Oh, Deha, bad positioning there as he emerges before his teammates can start to join. Now rotations being brought forward. Waro has the perfect range advantage there if he wants to try and shut them down. Amsalam, position known, does eventually get targeted. Haji, however, he simply can't do anything with how little HP he's got on the bomb site. Gvam, bomb planted and a lot of work to do. AK-47 in hand, off angle from DemQ will punish Drillas back for what they did.
Huge stuff back from Monte. I have no idea. This is such a flip-flop. And it's actually pretty, you know, it really starts to make sense that this is a map that neither team have any record on, right? It really starts to feel like this just very bizarre back and forth, 4 spies winning, aggression paying off, because neither team really have these like proper setups and disciplines on this map. It's a permaban for both. I think that's why we see these sort of Tech 9 rounds working out. The MP9s getting aggro and whatnot. Decent HG, tickler damage onto Kvem. Reasonable buyback for the CTs, but to be honest, these kind of scenarios where you're going back and forth and, you know, trading 4 spy rounds actually really benefits the T side. Or not benefits the T side, but it hurts the CTs a lot more, I feel. You know, eventually when they end up on the losing end of the stick, if they lose this round here, they're the ones that have no money and at a really crucial time.
Such an interesting T side from Monte as well. Like, they're also doing something to what's something similar to what Drillas were doing, but then like with the late conversions, early default, the way it's played. But then they also have a few more pokes, which is something I really like. This round, of course, foregone conclusion written all over it, or is it? What? Interesting. Think he wanted to just shoot the rifle as bait.
Yeah, it didn't feel like enough initiative was taken in this round for Drillers. You know, these 4 spies that have worked have been off of some unorthodox plays, but they had that rifle on Kvem, they had Waro on that MP9, they wanted to try and pose up a bit of a defense on this B site, and as a result, just left Meztal high and dry. They'll go for the save call, I don't blame them, they're going to be on an eco in the next, if not, so better to have some firepower into it than nothing. Waro's playing a very dangerous game taking these fights. Again, feels somewhat unnecessary. Is anyone going to go down to the bomb? No, okay, they are far enough away. That's another good round from Monte. It's going to tie up the scoreline. It should allow them to take the lead here too. It's the right call for Drillers to make there to save, but as I say, just with the buy that they had at hand, it felt like they needed to sort of be the ones actually trying to make something happen at the start of that round a little bit more. Instead, they let that A-site go down too easy, and we're just sort of happy to roll over and save.
It is a tough spot to be in if you're Drillers now, because you're playing the CT side. It's it's very easy to sort of get pigeonholed into just losing round after round, because it's really difficult to get your money up. The 9th round should be forked over. Monte pretty much doing everything right here on the T side, save for some of the times where they lose to 5-7s, and yeah, there's another one of those. Shouldn't be too long before we see the bomb comfortably get planted here. course, you just have to wait for traffic and look at both sides before you cross the CT road.
They've been taught well. Them cute cleaning up. Drillers are going to be on a buy in the next, so sort of playing for a bit of damage here isn't really a problem. For Hadji with the Kevlar and helmet, it's working, backing off and saving. Mestel really doesn't have a lot to save here at all. He's actually got no Kevlar. And I feel like he started with Kevlar, so it might have actually all been shot off in the last couple of rounds. I'm not sure, but... Oh, no, he didn't. No. He was the one player that died last round, wasn't he? So he had nothing in this one. The rest then saved. So he's picked up that MP9.
It's called the Hustler Grind set.
Yeah, I don't know, like, I don't think that saving this MP9 does them any favors, though. Like, they want to be on the rifles in this next round, and now they're sort of in a position where he feels sort of tempted to hold on to it.
Yeah, the MP9 whispers, right?
I guess so.
What did I just watch? Nice flashbang to assist, and that's some really good control and damage on Banana. Problem is that there has been quite a few drops of blood that have been shed. Hadji loses half of his HP, Quam in a much worse boat. And Monte aren't actually going to let up. After showing a lot of presence, Drillers completely rotate back, and Monte have made the perfect read to quickly realize that this presence should, in theory, be sending Monte back, which is why they're not going to do it, to read fully into it. Oh, rotation does have time to come forward, though. They're going to start pushing in. The M4 of Hadji permeating through the smoke. Nearly gets the lineup, but just not quite. Diha finds a kill. They're chasing down the Church player. Diha looking for more, and the Molotov was meant to stop the progression of this bomb plant, but Hades quick to dial the numbers. Amsalem spray down unsuccessful. There's a player very deep into the CT spawn as well. DemQ is allowing them to cross. Oh, this is going to be brutal. That's 1, 2, and 3 on top of it. Quem, the third man to fall. Amsalem, fear in his heart as DemQ waits to put his head on the chopping block, and DemQ goes nuclear.
Yeah, not only is it a great read from the Monte boys to double back into the B site, but even with that two-man deficit, DemQ makes the perfect call. He's looking at Waro, he's saying, I really want to pull the trigger on this, but I also really don't want you to kill my teammate, because then this becomes a whole lot harder. Timing's brilliant, lines up all three, and at that point, you got tons of adrenaline rushing through. Of course he's going to kill the fourth. A weird investment here for the Drillers. And I really do mean it. Obviously, they've got that loss bonus, but Waro on a hero M4. Amsalem's bought himself an MP9, but only down to $800. I don't like the buy here. And if they don't get anything out of it, then they're absolutely in trouble. If Amsalem finds a kill, then that'll do. Then it's okay. You don't have to worry about it, but... this would be Monte 11. Not only on their opponent's map pick, but on like this wild curveball map pick that I think we all agreed was a bold choice, but one that they needed to make sure they converted. So far they're losing control. This Monte T side just looking a little too strong.
Monte Some presence shown on middle. It might be convincing enough for these B players to not expect. Flashbang is good. MP9 could go big. And with the 5-7 doing some work on middle as well, a 2 versus 4, Monte should be... Oh, okay. Still trying to get the work done. Doesn't have enough time for the bomb plant though. Expecting it. Banana presence. Waro comes right in and does land a bullet in between the eyes of K. Drillas, an unlikely round, but a round regardless.
And a much needed time. A very, very much needed time. I said it was a bold move to go for that buy, and well, it sort of worked. It sort of worked for him. We're on that AWP. Hades with one of his own as well. We didn't see that T-side AWP very much for the Drillers when they were on their attack. Didn't feel like Waro wanted it. Comes over, that's going to clear the sandbags. Brilliant from Krasnal, such great awareness as the smoke's blown open. HG will follow up, and Hadji will drop as a result. Monte are going to just bite right back down after a round loss that they shouldn't have taken. Krasnal's entries, a second to none, he's found all three. Whilst Waro will catch it at a fadeaway, that is all that'll be. Bow tied, Monte onto 11. Money awkward here for the Drillers, but if they can save both of these weapons, then they should still have an investment in the next.
Seems like Monte, they just get right back into it. Maybe a little bit phased by that unlikely round that they ended up having to fork over, but Drillers, once again, looking a bit endangered. Money should be fine, however, but a full investment being made from these players does leave them hanging out a bit dry if it comes to the final round. I want to see how good the money looks by the time we see the end of it. Ooh, double AWP being brought out. And remember, this second op is in the hands of Gwem, who, for the most part, has been absent from the server despite being by and far the highest rated player here. But both teams included.
Yeah, it actually feels like both scoreboards are pretty top heavy, right? Kvem's having a really hard time on the CT side. Mezdal hasn't had the best of games either. But yeah, at the same time, you've got Amsterdam having a great match. You've got Waro stepping up with that sniper now. And again, on the Monte half, right? D has having a stinker, but Demku and Krasnal have got above and beyond. Not just in terms of like the numbers, because sometimes that can be a little bit skewed by eco rounds and things like that. But actually, in terms of the impact, you think about the 3k found last round, so important. Demku again, that impact being felt with the double entry here on B. As Amsterdam drops.
No, look at the psychology here from Drillas. You instantly know that they have to go for the save because Mestel, Hadji, Waro, these weapons that they've got in their hands, they are oh so important if they even want a chance at bringing this back. And you know, this is where I want to take us back to the veto all the way. Drillas, they gambled with Inferno, and now Monte are going to get to recline on Anubis. That's a big problem. Obviously, that does insinuate that Monte would win this game, but and it does seem very likely. However, there's still a small chance that Drillas can still get it all together. They'd have to do it in overtime, though, because 12 rounds should be striking the scoreboard very soon. Monte have been looking really good. Their T side, near flawless as a result of the individuals really popping off. You can see the kill distribution, as you mentioned before, a little top heavy. Demku and Krasnal being the ones to lead the charge on the right side of the scoreboard. And Drillas, a last hurrah.
Has to be. 3 in a row required. That's just to take it to overtime as well. I wouldn't even go as far as to say money's been the problem. I mean, it has, actually. It really has. I think to myself, like, yeah, money's not been the biggest issue here. They have been losing a lot of their buy rounds. When you think about early doors of this CT side and them trading back and forth, so many rounds have been lost here just as a result of you know, having MP9s, pistols, and all of the likes, I think going to overtime would do them a lot of favors, having a consistent, strong buy. As I say, they need to win the next 3 to get there, and the money of the T side will be tough to break too, but what's going to be even harder to break is the willpower of Krasnal, who once again finds a double entry out of Banana. They won't be able to follow up onto Hadji, but he's low enough. He'll back away. And Monte just kind of stay put. Every round, they've really barreled off of those entries. They've snowballed off of the opening 2 kills. This time, they tap the brakes. Keep Drillers guessing. Now they'll start to reaggress. Hadji's got pretty much nothing to work with. Not a lot of health with it either. Smoked off. Here comes the rotation for the retake. Meztal in on the flank, but Diha seems aware. This duel becomes very important. Oh, bad timing.
Oh yeah, they're not going to be ready for him. Oh, there's the audio though. Oh, Hades puts him 6 feet under. Meztal down. Hadji and Waro the only ones to try and bring this back. But surely K's not going to allow anything of the sort. Waro falls. Hadji, he stepped up at the start of this game. He still wants to try his hand at it, but Demq will simply put his foot down. Monte get away with a relatively convincing Inferno. And this is where it starts to heat up a little bit, Josh. We saw Drillaz go in for the gamble pick on Inferno, and now they have to be up against the wall on Anubis. A map that is, well, it's in their map pool, but it's not exactly their forte.
Yeah, for Monte, it's such a stronghold as well, so I really feel like we are now going to go to that 2-0. I don't want to, like, you know, be super doom and gloom, because at the end of the day, Drillaz have got some very talented players, and when you factor in that Kfem is normally a real hard hitter within this roster, he was catching a lot of strays, and a lot of people sort of, criticizing there, and generally just losing so many of those gunfights. But he's the highest rated player on this team. He's been unbelievable. We were talking about him in the pregame, a 1.28 rating. That is a very uncharacteristic map from him. And considering they kept it as close as they did, with him basically absent, he finished with like 6 kills or something like that. You know, if he steps up on Anubis, there's no reason that they couldn't keep it competitive and maybe even take it their way as well. It really just comes down to some of those individuals. And as I say, Kfem in particular, sort of waking up a little bit.
Yeah, the question of whether or not Kfem is going to step up and if Drillaz can get it together on their opponent's map pick is going to be answered after a short break, though. So stay tuned. We'll be right back in about 10 minutes' time. We'll see you there.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events! At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with map number 2, and we're heading into this game knowing that the first map was a little bit of a gamble pick from DRILLAS, so I'm not exactly sure what to expect here, Josh. I mean, Monte, they've made a pretty good case for themselves on a map that they essentially shouldn't have won, but here we are. Map 2, Anubis, Monte, all the cards.
Yeah, they really do. As I said before, obviously we've kind of exhausted the narrative that Inferno was just such a bizarre pick, but I really do stand by that. It was a bold choice. It wasn't one that paid off. DRILLAS had some good moments. It did feel like that they had done at least some preparations there on the map, but they weren't equipped to take down a Titan like Monte, even on a map that they weren't very good on and didn't really have any kind of history on. Now, going into Anubis, as I said before, it's a very strong map for Monte. It's a map that they've been consistently brilliant against some very good teams as of recently. Strong wins against Sashi, Aurora, Sinners, Statics, and very good sides. But for the DRILLAS, whilst it's one that they haven't played all too much of, it is one that they beat Gamer Legion on yesterday. So at least it's sort of fresh in their minds. They get the luxury of picking the side, so they'll start off on their attack. And there's still a small sort of little glimmer of hope for them here. We'll see if they can do something with it. Pistol round underway, though. Key with that kit. Drooly dropped over to Diha. Kevlar on the rest. On the other side of things, decent amount of util to work with. They're going to lean over towards the B site, in fact, very quickly.
Yes, the full commitment from DRILLAS onto B. And I'm not really sure how good a retake would look in this position. There's also a tad bit of util available in Amsalem, which allows him to delay any pushes. And this is going to get really messy here in Connector. You know that Haji does not want any of this heat, but he delivers it regardless. Krasnal and Hades falling. Already a solid start to the pistol round. The bomb's halfway take down, so they do need to up the ante a bit. Mestel will be the one to take contact next. Finds the head. And that is K and Diha already knowing that this is a done deal. Try and chase him down, but K, unable to defend. Obviously, just having the luxury of a pistol and having Kevlar on top of it does bolster your chances in the next round a bit. But DRILLAS, they disallow a much-needed start on Anubis.
That was the new Julies as well. I don't think I've seen those yet. Very cool. They're like water pistols. On to 0. Yeah, clean stuff from DRILLAS. Just complete pace gets it done there for that round. Just sending it into the B site. I don't think that's something that's all too repeatable, especially not in these next couple of buys, but we'll see. We'll see. Monte on a full eco. This should be a comfortable second for the DRILLAS. A good way to get the ball rolling early. They did so on Inferno. Remember, they went 3-0 up, and then they started to lose control. Pistols stacked as 5, looking to try and do some damage, because by themselves, They're an easy target, but together they can actually be quite menacing. And there you go. They've gone 2 for 2. That's brilliant. They're not able to retrieve those fallen rifles, unfortunately. Any further damage here would be absolutely great. Waro. Oh, okay. Yeah, he falls as well. This is way too expensive.
I mean, you're saying expensive, right? But this is, like, if it wasn't for Haji actually shutting Deja down, like, that was actually a reasonable shot at it, even. Good damage done by the CTs, which allows them to get right back on the horse and gallop away. M4's in hand now. Demq waiting for his purchase to see what the full lineup's going to look like. But, of course, the money does signal that it is, in fact, an M4. I want to see how quickly Monte bounce back into it. Now, obviously, knowing that this is their map pick, they will be taking a lot of initiative here on the CT side, and most of their pressure right now is to just build up enough of a buffer so that they can just really power through, drive the point home on the T side later. Slower default from Drillers, having a couple players in the waters. Haji potentially wanting to get his hands dirty in middle later, but not just yet. Most of the Drillers players are actually just outside A, though. There's nothing on B, and there's a serious lack of information for the CT squad. Now, though, the full execute may be a bit disjointed, but it does eventually start to materialize. K has to get off the angle as he sees more players coming. Reaggresses. Oh, that's a bit messy. Hades being shot on the back, but the util successful. Krasnal and Hades lighting up the scoreboard as all of Drillers have been shut down. Monte clean in terms of numbers, but the HP, yeah, I think everybody had to bleed a bit.
Yeah, it's a very good round. Very, very clean round from Monte. It's exactly what you want at a time like this as well. Reminiscent of what we saw on Inferno, to be honest, too. Just losing the pistol, giving up that second. The pistol rounds have been a real sore spot for them this game so far, I feel. Especially those T-pistols. One neither, but convincingly bitten back in the buys. So then posted up with his Desert Eagle. Yeah, and look at the Kato holocrafts. I am now 100% certain that Ono's lending them all skins. It's a low buy here for the Drillers, but still an investment. And if they can't pull it off, then they will be on that eco in the next. It's a very nice entry from Waro, but he is the only man with a rifle, and he's been tagged down low.
A nice opening from Drillers. Still does need to convert onto a bomb site finish, however. But look at where this bomb is. They end up going to A. That could be a problem because remember, we've got Deja who still has at least 1 foot like in the water. He could still very comfortably just make the rotation happen once more. And as soon as it is confirmed on B that that's just a lurk, things are about to get really messy here. There's only 15 seconds. They need to make this bomb do something towards the B-bomb site. They have enough time, right? Like, they have just about enough time. Oh, man. If there could be the interruption of the bomb, that could be everything. Krasnal stays alive, and he's actually done so much work here. Suddenly makes a retake possible, which I thought would simply not be in the cards.
Yeah, I mean, running down that clock's a dangerous game, but it's okay. If the cover's there and you're able to get that bomb planted, that's exactly what we see. But as you say, enough damage dealt. This retake's plausible. They're all stacked up. I don't think they're going to expect all 3, but if Key can just hold down this line, one of them can jump on the bomb. There's no kit, though. It's a big problem. Demq wondering where the last man resides. Doesn't expect the third to be there as well. Haji will grab that AK, get on out of there. And it's this back and forth that we saw over on Inferno 2, just trading rounds. These scrappy pistols that get it over the line. For Monte, ordinarily, I think they'd want to force back here, but given the money situation, the fact that if they don't force into this, they can actually have a very good buy next round. Perhaps they won't? There's also an argument to be made for it, though. Only one player surviving for Drillers in the last. Money's not going to be great for them either. There's a good shot of sort of Key and Krasno at least getting out those M4s. We'd see probably a FAMAS on Demq. Dihir and Hades could buy MP9s. Reasonable shot of success still. Quick technical pause before we get into it, though, so we'll have to wait and find out what their call will be.
Shouldn't be too long before that technical timeout sorted, though. You reckon Drillers can do it here, Josh? You think we're going to 3?
I don't know. No, I'm going to make the bold call. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I actually think that, yeah, Monte on their buy round will just sort of come back. Maybe not this one here, but as soon as they get out a proper buy, give us a decent half. It might not be sort of something crazy, but we might tie up at 6-6 or something like that. And then they'll take it on their T side. Their T side historically just so much better here on Anubis, but I don't know. I'll reevaluate in a few rounds' time. Right now, I don't think what we've seen from Drillers is sort of telling enough that like they have what it takes to win this map, but so far so good, right? Demq's been mollied off, smoke there in heaven as well. Leaves him a little bit stuck, leaves Key by himself, but oh, he's going to be taken out. A couple of bullets connecting, but nothing really lethal. As Demq drops as well, Monte might even just call this off. The problem is that's 2 of the 4 rifles, sorry, 2 of the 3 rifles. It's just pistols on the rest.
This is a very good start from Drillers. I really appreciate this. Now, the good thing for Drillers is that they actually get some more buffer immediately. Monte has to sort of bow out of it for a little while. Sort of just let things play out to build up their economy. You know, it would be a shame if we don't get to see much of a T side for Monte, because remember, like, if Drillers just continue to power through them on this terrorist side, then we might be in a position where Monte don't even actually get to play much of the better side of the map that they've actually picked into. And that would honestly bring this entire series into question, because I have no idea then where each of these teams is standing. If Monte, you know, like, wins the gamble pick but then can't convert their own map, like, I just don't know what my prediction for map 3 would be then.
Yeah, I'm with you there, to be honest. It really comes down to the fact that, yeah, Monte don't need to have like a lights out performance here on their CT side, but they need to do a little better with this economy. And they need to make sure that they get at least a couple of rounds down so that they have somewhat of a T-half to play. Right now, obviously, just dealing with a couple of rifles that were saved previously, but they actually haven't really had a proper buy yet, and that's kind of problematic. Hadji and Waro creeping forward. He's just around this corner with his head down, but the knee spotted, and he doesn't see anything. D-Hut trying to trade, does actually do so. Takes a lot of damage in the process. he can follow up onto Warrow, then we've got a round on our hands. And he's going to rotate back towards B, which is actually where the bomb's headed. He'll be traded. But Hades in the corner could step up. No. Okay. Unlucky.
There is an M4 in hand. And he definitely had his barrel spotted there before he moved in, but Drillers, good stuff from them. They've continued to keep the train rolling. They've continued to provide the output. Weapons once again being brought out. Hades on that AWP, and I would really like to see Monte take some initiative. For the most part, they've been so in the dark about information, especially towards that B main area where they can't really quickly bring their resources together. And, you know, it just does feel a little bit lackluster when you see their retakes as well, especially on the A bomb side. I thought that they'd be doing a bit more, but so far, not enough output for Monte. Let's see where that aggression does end up happening, though. You can see that Hades tries to instantly go for it. Oh, this is a much faster pace coming out from Drillers. Completely unanticipated. Diha falls. And now this one lone defender on the B-bomb side is responsible for slowing down their progression. Already on the back foot. We're 30 seconds into the round. There's a kill on the CTs. And the bomb is already going down. I wouldn't be surprised if the CTs even decide to bow out of this. These weapons are so damn important. And there is no leverage that they have. Look at those players in CT spawn. They're simply backing off.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is the right move here. At least they've been able to make things quite expensive in previous rounds, even when they haven't had too much to work with. But Diha just going down instantly. Very little resistance. With that B side gone, nothing really for the retake. This is the problem as well, right? Finally, they've got those big guns out. But of the 4 players alive here, there's no kits. There's hardly any utils. 2 flashes and a smoke. So, you know, it maybe would have been a different story if they had a couple of defuse kits, or even just one of them. And they had a couple of mollies, HGs, you know, a bit of util to get some space out onto that site. Without, there is absolutely no chance they're touching it. So 6-1, Drillers keeping those rounds coming. They will be up against another full buy, but if they can slice through it like they did in the last, then they're not going to be too challenged. It's kind of wild as well, and I don't blame him. But the fact that Amsalam's still rocking a Galil whilst he's got $7,000 in the bank, and all of his teammates around that benchmark too, just shows sort of how one-sided this has been. He just hasn't died in ages. He's just chilling.
Monte. Lots of work to do for them. Drillers. They've been largely running away with it. With Hadji's advanced position, rotations are nigh impossible to make happen. Oh my god. Surely this clocks them out, right? Surely this is the straw that breaks the camel's back.
It's starting to feel like it, isn't it? Like, this is actually becoming a really big problem. We were saying before that, you know, this is supposed to be the Monte map, no trouble. But at the same time, Drillers beat Gamer Legion on it yesterday. They don't hate Anubis. And there's a chance that they could pull this back. That was sort of the whole narrative going into this second map. But yeah, you're right. This is just beyond, right? And with the money that was saved up for that round and the fact that they then had to save all of those rifles to come into that follow-up. Feels like they've done so much to keep those rifles afloat, and they've just been able to do so little with the rifles themselves. And there's another example of it. They just seem checked out of this. That's such a huge whiff from Krasno. He eats a load of nades, gets tagged down low, whiffs completely. and dies with very little to show for it there in mid. Drillers have got their number. Monte need a pause. They need to pause. They need to wake up and warm to this map, because so far this is looking terrible. Demq, better position, better result. That's pretty good as well. He will actually follow up with a second. Maybe this is finally time for their second round.
It does seem like it's starting to click, but the question will always be about what the grand scoreline is by the time we see the half finish, because 2 rounds against potentially 10 for Drillers, that would still not be enough. You need to see a lot more output. You need to see that 4 to 5 round mark. Then you need to add a pistol to the mix. Maybe we can start talking. And, you know, they've even got to be a bit more careful in this round. Fam, if he gets away with more damage done, then suddenly that's a very difficult second round to be playing.
He's not had a bad start to this one. We were sort of digging him a little bit in that last. A bit of a stinker on Inferno. Obviously, a second round for Monte here isn't enough, right? But it's perhaps the start of something more. They've started to claw back at a good time, right? This is how CS2 can really flip on its head. And in MR12, the tides can change very quickly. You go 7-1 up and you're thinking, yeah, all's good. We're flying. You've only got to have a couple of hiccups. And quite quickly it ends up 7-5, and all of a sudden all that hard work doesn't really pay off all too well. They have got enough money for a reinvestment. There's no doubt about that going into these final couple of rounds of the half. I think they've got enough to just continue this kind of buy, so they won't be stressing. I love that nade. It doesn't really do damage, but when it does, it hits hard.
Ooh, some damage exchange already. Does also feel like we're seeing a little bit more proactivity from the side of the players that are playing on A. We see K also get a tiny bit more aggressive in middle just so he can find early information, and that's exactly what they needed to do earlier. They had to find early info. Oh no, this is such a disaster. Ooh, Dika, recovery! Big one to be finding. If he dies there, that's a full round conversion. Another kill on top of it. And although they're slowly trying to materialize on the B bomb site, 50 seconds remaining, and Monte have done all the work. Here it comes though. Redemption, opportunity. That's info. The AWP stuck. And progressing towards the bomb site is just such an awkward affair. Look at where the bomb is. It still needs time to come all the way through. 20 seconds by the time they start contesting the site itself. And they'll try to individually gain some space, but this is near flawlessly played by the CTs. You simply cannot penetrate the back of the bomb site. I don't expect it. Land needs to create space for the bomb carrier, but doesn't happen. 80's last man standing knows that 11 seconds are too little.
All right, well, once again, better stuff. It doesn't come easy, right? It's not the magic answer for Monte, but as I said, like, they don't need to have this sort of crazy resurgence. They just need to find something that works and get a couple out of this. Now, 3 rounds isn't quite enough yet, but 4 would be. And 5 absolutely would be a good half. That's a good half for the CT side of Anubis. And given how things have started, I think they're looking pretty promising right now, to be honest. Still plenty of money here for Drillers. They'll come in with the AKs, no trouble. Warrow with that AWP save from the last, and actually making it quite expensive towards the end there as well, as they were trying to hunt. So for these CTs, there'll be no warp out. Has really been the Warrow show so far, that AWP. Bested Hades on many occasions. Bit of a lack of opportunity from Hades in many of these scenarios. Again, kind of similar to what we saw on Inferno, right? Remember on that CT half, it just time and time again, he was the man saving. He was in these sort of 2v1s, even just 1vx's in general. Didn't feel like there was very much he could do to change it.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to get word on what the issue is. Okay, so Haji apparently has some keyboard problems, and they're still trying to sort them out. It's okay. It happens to the best of us.
You remember the M&J Golden Rule of what all pro players should do?
Yeah, have an extra copy of everything?
Yeah, they should.
Fair enough. It's a good rule. It's a good rule.
So I don't know about you, but if I have to change to like a different mouse, keyboard not so bad, but still a little bit. But if I were to have to change to like a different mouse mid-game, that's it. I'm not getting any more kills.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's like such a weird thing that, you know, if you don't play the game, or like just generally if you don't play competitive games, then like you might not understand, but yeah, it's a big deal. And even with keyboards, I mean, especially if it's got different switches, different activation points and stuff, you have to put different amounts of weight on the key to move and whatnot. It actually then again is a big problem.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I've been loving the keyboard market recently, though. Like, just like the amount of keyboards you can get that like feel super premium off of like some unnamed website.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
incredible.
a lot of people building keyboards. I think a lot of people have discovered that like it's actually quite sort of cheap and easy to get like the PCB boards and the and switches and stuff shipped over from China.
The thing
Build
is,
your own
right?
Keyboards, start your own
The
keyboard
thing is,
company.
right? I don't want to like say any like brand names for obvious reasons, right? For the broadcast, but there have been times where I'll literally just get like a $70 keyboard off of like Amazon, right? And it'll be way better than like any mainstream $200 thing that I've been using. Like, I have experimented with all like the big name brands, right? Like the ones that like instantly pop into your head when you think about gaming.
Yeah.
And like they're just not good. Like they're just not good. Like keyboards, like it's just an enigma to me that they would still be like in business as far as keyboards are concerned.
And mice aren't kind of the same, you know. Actually, there's not the same parallel to be drawn mice. There's like a few decent independent mice companies, but when it comes to mice, it's kind of a different boat, isn't it? I'd be very confident buying like some random keyboard brand as long as I knew like what switches and stuff it had in it. But I wouldn't be so confident in just buying some like random mouse.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I'm also a little bit more picky about mice, but again, like the mouse I have right now, right? It's like from like a Chinese company, and it's like it's outperformed anything else I've used ever.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, hopefully these issues are fixed and he's on the same keyboard and everything's sorted. We go back into the action. Drillers still with the buy, as I said before. Plenty of money. That starts to deplete. Man still doesn't have a lot of cash. Key, what are you doing? Oh, doesn't anticipate the boost and just walks right into him. He was hoping to get a bit of ground there. Maybe catch someone. On the other side of this mid-smoke, looking the wrong way. Krasnodar tries to as well. And just desperate to force the issue and claw these numbers back. These aggressive prods. Not working so well. And an advantage here for the Drillers.
I want to see how quickly they convert, though. They've had a little bit of trouble just making sure the timings are right. Like, they are cutting it a little bit close. But a lot is going to fall onto the shoulders of Hades as the bomb starts to join. An attempt to find some information in middle from Diha. But this duel we're about to see here on the A bomb site might actually start to show us what's going to happen. Demq, as soon as he finds a kill, you know that it's going to be the conversion onto the B bomb side. Diha, you've got to do everything. That's one. Time is ticking down. Ooh, Molotov is perfect. Delays their plan, but Diha, you should not be peeking that.
It takes a weird bounce, and I got worried for a second, but Requiem getting that bomb planted just in the nick of time. Demke with a stray bullet through the smoke. Now is a good shot at this, playing over the top. Reaction has to be bang on. Very, very close from Quem. He actually got the first shot off, just couldn't find the head. Demq's done well there in the 1v2. You're right, it was played to perfection by Diha right up until he peaked at the wrong moment. I think the idea behind it is try to stop them from getting around that molly and to the other side of the site. Just delay a little bit longer for Demq to get into position. But yeah, that would have been much easier with a 2v2. Either way, a fourth goes down, and that's all that's really needed for Monte. The cash was there for Drillers to buy regardless. The bomb plant means maybe a bit of extra util and whatnot. But 4's already hit. It's a decent half. 5 would make it brilliant.
Monte, big responsibility on their shoulders now, though. Maybe they can thread the 5th over. Ooh, very good collection here from Waro. It might be exactly the opening they needed to start scaling onto the bomb site. And now the Drillers, they know that they've been wasting too much time. They need to start pushing in. Krasnul found nade. And trying to get some damage done on the cross, that is something that will not be allowed to the player in Temple. 3 versus 4 within doable territory, but as soon as Warrior gets that kill, it becomes much closer to a futile attempt. Smoke to Renew what's in B main. K still trying to make it happen. He's looking for the last flare, but caught by Waro. Drillers, they managed to get the 8th off of Waro's incredible 3K. Now, the question is going to be, Josh, is a 4-round buffer good enough? Because I think this really significantly now makes the game hinge on the pistol round.
Yeah, it does. You know, 7-5 means it doesn't hinge so much on the pistol round. 8-4, yeah, I'm with you there. This pistol round becomes super important for Monte. But I do think that 4 is enough if we're talking about like the context of can they now bring it back. I think there's a decent chance that they could. A bit of a fumble from Drillers. They had a very good opportunity to push that a little bit further. Once they were 7-1, they could have gone on to maybe 9. This would have been a much better affair and a much easier way to close it. But now it does kind of hang in the balance. If, as you say, they can pull off this pistol, it goes 8-5, it likely goes 8-6, and they're really back in the picture. And they almost have a bit of an advantage then once they're now on their attack. Stacked up outside of 8, ready to pounce. It's only Amsalem. Got a P2000 and the Kevlar, and as he smoked off, he has to back away. He'll call in for the rotates. They're going to come in from camera, but both should be wiped out by Demq and Key, just spamming away with the Glocks. C4 will be planted, reload in, no trouble, and Demq's still pressing.
Oh, Monte need to be very careful here. If they let this 5v3 happen, that would be a disaster. Waro, Amsalem, each a kill apiece. They're looking for more. Diha up close and personal, unsuccessful. Outside of 1 kill. They're looking to now try and get on the bomb. The bomb isn't... Oh no. Oh no, this is a disaster. Diffuse kit available. There needs to be the full... Oh, Hades! Swings out! A millisecond on the bomb, and Monte have been saved by Hades.
Yeah, the bar looked like it was empty. I can't believe how close that came. I thought Hades was absolutely cooked, but... Yeah, gets that first just in the nick of time and wastes no time on that second, right? He has to be so quick and so crisp. He can't miss a shot, land one into the body, take a bit of time to line up the head. No, he had to be instant on that kill, and he is. A quick tactical pause here for Drillers. That's got to be tilting.
I would love to see how little time there was remaining.
Yeah, me too, to be honest. I think that's unfortunate.
That's a game-defining clutch right there. Like, I know they're already in the 5v3, so they should be getting the round anyway. But if Hades drops that, that's instantly this map number 3, in my opinion. Like, if Drillers start converting, yeah, I think that is just a quick wash-up. Now, Drillers have actually taken the executive decision to go for the full buy now. Scout Rifle in the hands of Woro, Amsalem with the M4, and MP9 in the hands of Hadji. So if Monte can get past this, you're potentially looking at 7, 8 rounds being manufactured with very little pushback. It's a good spot to be in if you're Monte, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you have got to factor in, though, right? So far this game, these second round force buys have actually got a lot done. I think we've definitely seen at least 2 of them converted of the 4 so far. Amsalem with a great aggressive prod. He's taken a lot of damage. He'll swap out to the MP9, but yeah, there you go. First piece falling. The problem is the B site's fallen in the meantime. Retake to come. There's only a single smoke and flash on Mezcal. There's no kits. And they have to make a call here. Whether or not they throw themselves at this, but, you know, they're at a bit of a disadvantage even though they have the numbers, or whether or not they back away and save. They'd be on an eco in the next, so the fact that Kvem's pushed all the way through, found an AK, they'd actually have a pretty decent buy going into the next round. They are just going to go for the full 5-man commitment. It's kind of wild to find an opening pick like that and then go for a 4v5 save when you're the one with the numbers, but I actually think this is the right call.
Yeah, another crack at it with an AK-47 to go alongside it. I think there's definitely a decent shot here. It also puts him in a spot where they now don't actually have to go through any real ecos, you know? Like, they get to play around in the previous one, they get to play it again with some decent weaponry, and if you look at the money, just that extra cash flowing in does allow them to buy in the next one regardless, even if they end up losing, so they're working out all hunky-dory for Drillers. Monte, however, looking to take things much more aggressively. Demq a bit sloppy on the first, but that's okay. That's a bomb site given up. The bomb is inches away from being planted. Monte now getting the work done now that they're on the B side. Now, it's very important that they actually get these weapons out of the hands of Drillers, otherwise it will be a very potent buy in the next one, and Drillers just try and throw themselves at it. A scout rifle from Woro isn't even used because he's got the Deagle in his hands. Hadji, M4 recovered. Are Monte going to try and go for this?
Yeah, I mean, look, Krasnell's behind him with a MAC-10. I think... No, he hasn't. Oh, maybe he has. Yeah, good reaction from Hadji. Now they might try and pull the plug. With 2 AKs left, you know, you can absolutely justify throwing the MAC-10s at him, but want to hold on to those premium rifles. They will do exactly that. Monte's still pulling these rounds in their favour. But Hadji's done well there to not only find that M4 but stay alive. And as you say, it does mean quite a potent buy into this one. It means that actually, as a direct result, they can get an AWP out. If he didn't save that M4, he would have had to buy himself. And Woro wouldn't have had that sniper. In fact, he only had 3,700, so he wouldn't have even necessarily had an M4. He probably would have been down to a FAMAS and maybe would have swapped with somebody else. He's been pretty good this game so far, so I wouldn't be surprised if Mestel or Amsterdam were happy to kind of do a bit of a switcheroo, take the hit on the rifle. Let Woro work his magic. 8-7 though. A key round here for the Drillers to stay ahead. He's just around this corner. Flashbang in. Mestel fully blind. He's under a bit of pressure here.
Krasno. Big find. That will now draw out the rotations, and that is exactly what they're looking for. Just for one individual to be as problematic as he is. Amsalem has already called in the rotations. Now, to start converting. Ooh, Hadji, good stuff to find the first. Mestel wanting to stay alive for long enough, but Hades does need to find him very soon. Weaving in and out of the pillar, trying to play off the back of Ninja. They're a little bit sloppy with their execution on him. But a 2 versus 2 is what it's brought down to. AWP to start looking for something in connector. They've got information on Amsalem. The bomb needs to go down very soon, so the CTs have a tiny bit of an advantage. The bomb, it'll be very difficult to make a crossover. Krem, ooh, he's not ready for it, but still finds the head. Hades looking to recover the bomb. He has just enough time, actually. And now things are getting tricky. Quem giving up his position is running straight into it. Hades, he plays these situations well, and he does it again. A 1-on-2, just in the nick of time. It's almost a pattern for this guy now.
That was a real mess as well. You were right to point out. Their execution on Mestal was really sticky. They've struggled to find him. Mestel was able to stay alive for a long time, pulling those rotations. When Hades went for the peek into water as well, missed the shot. It was a bit of a problem. It felt like they were going to lose control as a result, but they didn't. An important pick back from him allowed him to isolate that 1v1 in just about enough time. I think Fadiha obviously wanted to cross, not just sort of sacrifice himself in pursuit of getting that bomb on the other side, but I sort of left it just far enough to the right that Hades could grab it and get it down. A round that comes obviously way too close for comfort, but still converted. So tied up at 8 apiece, and for round number 17, we've got a bit of a wild one in store. 4 MP9s, and Waro on a hero AWP, but he'll have no money left behind it, so if he can't save, or they don't win the round, then I don't know what he buys into the next, because his teammates will have enough money for an investment. He won't. It's a big commitment. Monte with the door wide open to finally take the lead for the first time this map.
And you gotta look back at the round that Hades got on the last millisecond where, you know, this could have actually been DRILLAS just closing out the game early because Monte wouldn't get a chance to play enough gun rounds on the T side. But here we are, Voro on the AWP, everybody else on MP9s. The queen surrounded by pawns, and that queen has to do some work. Problem is, you see the diagonal nade from a bishop in the form of Demq. Here it comes though. Ooh, really good flashbang. First MP9 down, another one. The AWP is locked out as well. The rotation simply can't happen in time, and this op wants to be tucked over. But Monte, look at their money. They have just enough in the tank where I wouldn't hate it if they sent at least a couple of players just out hunting, looking for the DRILLAS roster.
The key is, they know about that AWP, right? Yeah, they definitely know that Waro's got that AWP. So there is sort of this idea of, yeah, it would be really good for them to get rid of this sniper. For Mestel and Hadji, they're not saving a lot here, right? By actually holding on to these MP9s, they almost hinder themselves in the next round if they decide to keep them, right? They will have enough money to buy rifles. I think it'd be kind of foolish for them to just hold on to these MP9s and say, yeah, let's go for like a double MP9 round. I think they should just throw them away and upgrade into the M4s. That's what Hadji's going to do at least. Mestal doesn't necessarily have to. 1 MP9's okay. 2's pushing it a bit. But yeah, I think Monte made the right call there not to hunt the AWP. If it was only the AWP, then fine. But to have an AWP with 2 bodyguards is actually quite a tough task. On to round number 18 then, 9-8. Monte, as I said before, take the lead for the first time on their own map pick. It's taken them 17 rounds to get there. But now, they are ahead, and they've got some wind in their sails. Keys managed to cross as well. The AWP knows that the timing was a possibility, but thinks that perhaps he was on it quick enough that the B players don't have to worry about this temple flank. Neither of them are looking there. They're completely unsuspecting. And Key's able to find all 3 in the round. A triple up to shut it down. And Monte, that's got to be it already. Amsalem and Warren have to save here. There's no other option.
This is brutal. Drillers, they got so much work done, but the troubles they had when they played against Gamer Legion earlier yesterday in the Series 13 playoffs, it's being replicated here. Once they get onto the CT side, it does feel like the wind in their sails is starting to run a bit dry.
Terrorists win.
Double digits now approach for Monte. And look at this titan of an economy that they've got going as well. Drillers, I'm not really sure what patchwork is required. I'd love for them to take a timeout at this point just to try and figure things out. It's also been just a case of Drillers always burning the candle on both ends. They've never comfortably, decisively had like all the money, all the bells and whistles. But now they do, so we'll see whether or not this plays out well. Voro, still AWP available, of course. And that extra bit of cash that he had does allow him to drop over a weapon as well. Villas exhausting a fair bit of util at the start. And this A fight could actually be decisive for most of the game. Oh, Flash is good. Amsalem has to turn. It's a fork in the road which leads to death regardless of which way you look at it. Bogdan's lock kicking into full effect as DemQ picks up the op. And now Hades onto rifling duties.
Has to be.
It's a gamble from Drillers. Not exactly the full gamble, but just having 1 foot in the door if you want to go for the B site retake. Obviously, they really struggled with K wrapping around middle and coming into B to shut down 3 players last time, so they're keeping an extra eye on it, just a finger on the pulse. Hades, though, his responsibility is to be a menace. Oh, headshot on the fadeaway. Smoke comes in as well. That makes it obvious that he's the lurker, but Waro will fall as well, and now the world's their oyster. You've got 25 seconds. Let's make something happen. Haji looking to find. It's become very, very obvious now where both of these players are, especially with Fam pulling the trigger as well. Although they've been generally careful about info, Hades can still come back and cut off rotations. Haji, what can you even do in this position?
The answer is pretty much nothing. He's been decent at saving in many of these scenarios, hasn't he? He's sort of the last alive, often this A anchor that can't do a lot once the B site's breached. He'll find himself a couple of kills and in the past been able to hold on to these weapons, but in this round, not merited such a luxury. Monte, as I said, the second we move over to this second half, they're a different beast. They'll make it 11 rounds. Drillers, remember this was an 8-4 half. They've not found anything on their CT side yet. They've had a couple of decent moments. They've had a couple of rounds that have looked like they could go their way. But all in all, it's been a whole load of nothing out of them. The tactical pause to talk things over. The money's not really there. Amsalem down to just that MP9. This is to deny Monte map and series point.
Monte. Just a couple more rounds to drive the point home, and they've already started off nicely. Haji losing quite a bit of HP on this. Oh, this is a much faster play from Monte now. We've not really seen them with this much aggression, and Diha, both hands on the steering wheel as he runs them over. Krasnal and K happy to apply pressure to the pedal as well. Amsalem and Kvem What can you even do? You're locked out. Measly MP9.
Yeah, that one felt personal. That was ridiculous. Just how quick those entries came in.
I love the awareness from Monte there as well. They see the tactical timeout coming. They're trying to diagnose the existing issue, and Monte just switch up their playstyle. Instead of like poking and prodding around A main, they're like, yeah, no, F it. We're just gonna go. We'll just hop into B. That's it. Diha, first man in. That's all it takes.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. As of 8, in a pause like that, it is about diagnosis. It's about Drillers trying to work out what's going wrong and how to fix it. But the second you change it up, it all goes out the window, doesn't it? Whatever patch they're trying to bring in is largely irrelevant. And there's actually potentially even more of a chance that Monty sort of catch them with their pants down, maybe with util in hand. After a scenario like that, 4 map and series points here for Monty. Sven plays quite a deep and aggressive angle. Molly, posted, still able to play in front of it. No one to be on the receiving end here. It seems that the B-bomb site's on the menu once again. And Kven will be this late lurker. He could be on a good flank here. But his teammates need to do something. If he's last alive, then it's not going to mean much.
Oh, Haji does at least make the negotiation start. 1 tick of the flames is all it takes as Woro falls. Amsalem, Quem, everything to do, but not the resources to do it. Quem, though, good old elbow grease and some work. Okay. Slowly hammering the nails in the coffin of Drillas. And Quem knows this is GG. The flames being the final marker of his distress. Oh my god, just had to turn like 5 pieces of util. That is this insult to injury as Demq finds the final one and Monty stomp Drillas 2-0.
Well, okay. I mean, somewhat the expected result. I don't want to sort of sugarcoat it all too much, but yeah, Drillers keeping things reasonably competitive. The map pick of Inferno was bold. I don't know if they would have done much better on any other map, if I'm being completely honest. The fact that Monty kind of insta-banned out Mirage made it quite difficult for Drillers to you know, pick into anything else that could have been dangerous. Maybe Ancient would have been the right call instead. That could have been interesting. But yeah, you know, losing control of Inferno was a big problem. They looked pretty fantastic at the start of Anubis, but it was only their T side that could really get any momentum whatsoever. Once they moved over to that defense, they just couldn't hold it. They couldn't hold it. There was kills coming through, but just generally, control was a major issue. And Monty just completely stomped. 8-4 down to a 13-8 victory. What's that? 9 rounds in a row? Very impressive stuff.
I was sort of making the argument there earlier that if Drillers were able to get that pistol round conversion, you know, that 0.1 millisecond diffuse that ended up coming, that didn't end up coming through, they would have been able to convert. But then they actually got 0 gun rounds. So with there only being 8 rounds to show for it, maybe that pistol round would have added like 3 rounds on top of it. I think Monty still would have won. But you kind of have to look back at the types of mistakes that Drillers were making. They were also kind of pigeonholing themselves into like these like weird eco buys, like all these little force buys. And then it did kind of feel like their game plan on Anubis wasn't fleshed out at all. And this is where I want to sort of bring the conversation back to the biggest issue with going for a punish pick that you yourself aren't 100% familiar with is the fact that if you can't win that first pick, you never get to play a pick at all. You essentially play a 50-50 gamble, and then you play into the opponent's map pick. So
yeah,
you better be winning that first gamble.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm completely with you there. It does feel like the only time you're going to go for something like that is in a match like this where you are the underdogs. And at the end of the day, I think, like, even if they didn't go for that Inferno pick, it would have been a hard time on anything else. This series somewhat pandered to it. I said, you know, potentially they could have picked into Ancient, but Monte are really good on Ancient as well. So even if they did pick into Ancient, it would still be this uphill battle. So I think in general, the more I kind of look at it, the more I think about it, the more the Inferno pick it somewhat makes sense. But yeah, as you say, it was a gamble. It was one that didn't pay off. They ended up not really having a map pick, and at no point were particularly comfortable there in that series. And it was felt. It was felt. I'd say they were comfortable when they were on their T side of Anubis, but that was about it. Everywhere else, it felt like they were chasing their tails and chasing losses that they could not convert. But that's going to wrap things up for our 2 best of 3s. They were 2 fairly swift 2-0s. And we've had quite an interesting day here so far in the 1-on-1 bracket.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'd love to quickly take a look at the schedule as well to remind you guys of what we have up on our hands. I mean, we've got a couple of nice games coming up. We've got Zero Tenacity versus Spirit Academy, and then ALERNATE aTTax versus Bastion UA as the cherry on top of the day. But so far, it's been some really good action. Gun5 versus FAVBET. Thought it would be a little bit more competitive, but I mean, if you just wanted to see the kills come in, right, Gun5 were providing more than enough of that. That 13-1 finish on the first map, that was a sight to behold. And then Monte vs DRILLAS, of course, that in itself, I like the gamble there, right? It was, I mean, staying true to Onipixel's brand there, the fact that they went for a case opening on their first pick. Is that toxic, Josh? Maybe a little, but I do like the gusto of these guys, right? They still brought it quite close, and I do think that Monte were quite pressured on Anubis. But that's going to wrap things up for us. There's going to be a fresh set of faces to bring you the rest of the action as we move into Zero Tenacity versus Spirit Academy in just a little bit. It's going to be a bit of an extended break, but when the broadcast is back in about 40 minutes, you'll get to watch all this CS action. Be back in about 45 minutes. We'll see you then.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
welcome back to the Champion of Champions Tour number 14 for EU. My name is FAVBET. Alongside Pop and Pop, we have reached a most blessed time here in the group stage. By the time these next two series are done, we shall find ourselves our two undefeated teams coming out of the group stage.
That is very impressive. We can take a quick look at the schedule for today first. We'll get into standings just right after, but we did have a couple of games already. It was Gun 5 taking on FAVBET. It was a fairly, I want to say one-sided, even though, you know, maybe it did come kind of close in the second map. First one, you know, 13-1. And that was a 2-0. Monte against DRILLAS. Very nice comeback from Monte on the second map, and there we go as a 2-0. So, as you were mentioning, Counterfeit is Zero Tenacity taking on Spirit Academy. And ALERNATE aTTax against Passion UA. Those are 2-0 games. The winners of those games will be moving on into the playoffs, and the losers, well, they'll need to hang around a little longer, try and get the next best of 3 in, because they will still have to play through. We can take a quick look at the standings as well, since we're talking about the 2-0s, and yeah, they are up there. They are all up there, apart from Medisport. They're not supposed to be. They're Medisport.
Yeah,
what are they doing
wait a
there?
second. They're trying to sneak their way through because these spots are so incredibly valuable. As you mentioned, you know, while you can definitely still make it to playoffs from this point, this is the premier seed we're looking for here, because this gives you up against you know, the best matchup you can get coming into the first round of playoffs and then going forward. So you've got the best chance of making a deep playoff runs if you win here today.
Yeah, exactly, and it's very good teams that we're going to get to see today, right? Focusing on the game at hand. It is Spirit Academy taking on Zero Tenacity, and this is a very important best of 3, I would say, for Zero Tenacity, because lately they've had not the best form we've ever seen out of Zero Tenacity. They had some very tough losses, especially on a map that they were very strong on. They used to win every single Anubis, but lately it hasn't been all favorable for them, and something I think they're trying to shy away from it, just for them not to be, you know, the Anubis team. They're trying to be the all-around team, apart from Ancient. But then again, I do think they put a lot of emphasis on that Anubis in, like, this whole year, that the other maps are not looking all that strong. And I'm only saying that against a team like Spirit Academy, not overall.
Yeah, I mean, to go from maps to players, then we have, of course, the player with a really, really good stats for the squad overall. Brute Monster as well, who has an incredible name at the team's AWPA. Very, very good clutch player. Those two in particular are the ones standing out for me on this roster.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, it is still very, very impressive to the fact that Nemanja is the best rated player, while he's also being the IGL of the team. That is very important for a team, just to, you know, kind of get confidence from your IGL being so confident in itself, and also so very confident in his team's power. On the other side, Spirit Academy, I don't know how they do it, Counterfeit. I'm going to be honest, they always find good players, and this is no change from that. You know, Kyosuke, just an insane player so far. 1.34 rating in the past 3 months. 1.52 impact, which is not something I get to say very often. Almost never that we see a player with that much impact, but he is just that good. You know, we were talking about how Spirit Academy, they gave us Dong, they gave us Zontex, right, with the original roster. Here, they give us Kyosuke, and he is just so good. Not really, you know, shying away from all the other players, but it's just that big of a difference, right? It's just that big of a difference that he is that good, that he overshadows all the other players, even though all the other players are still very good at the game.
Oh, for sure. And Kyosuke, I believe, still 16-year-old, so a long career ahead of him, and incredibly impressive stuff, as you said. Across the rest of the team, the players to watch out for. Mokujin as well tends to be getting stuck into those fights with Kyosuke across the line as well. And Alcaran as well, a player who I was casting, I believe, just a couple of days ago, and started off slow into the series, but generally is also a big hitter on the Spirit Academy squad, even while Kyosuke definitely takes more than his share of the limelight.
Well, let's see what maps are going to be played today. Right, it's going to be, again, Spirit Academy taking on Zero Tenacity. I'm expecting an Anubis, Ancient, and Inferno banned out. Those are the perma-bans of the two teams. I would not be surprised if Anubis is picked up here by the side of Zero Tenacity. It's technically the only map that they have the advantage in terms of win rate on. And yeah, makes a lot of sense. Anubis, easy pick. It is the T side for Spirit Academy. As for Spirit Academy, they could be going for either, I'd say a Mirage. Yeah, there we go. It's a Mirage. 75% win rate for Spirit Academy, while Zero Tenacity, this is technically their weakest map on only 39% win rate. And for a decider, it is going to be Nuke, a map where Spirit Academy still look good, but for Zero Tenacity, that's a little better technically in terms of win rate. If you don't count Inferno, which is the pro map of Spirit Academy, it is the second best map out of them all.
I mean, this was always going to be a really tough series for Zero Tenacity to come into, just based off the map pools. Just saying, you know, that third map, there were multiple choices here that really Zero Tenacity just didn't want to play at all. So, Mirage, I think it's going to be very tough. That's a 5-map winning streak. And then a Nuke, the win rate for Spirit Academy on Nuke is absolutely eye-watering, around 80%. So, I do not have a lot of hope here for Zero Tenacity in this series overall. Anubis, absolutely, as you'd expect, a must-win map for them, or this could very easily go 2-0.
Yeah, it feels like the only way this goes is towards Spirit Academy. The question is either 2-0 or 2-1, but then again, I do see Zero Tenacity still surprising us, and I do want to be surprised. I don't want to be right in my prediction. It doesn't really matter as long as we have a good game of Counter-Strike, and that's exactly what we'll have because we jump into the game. It is Zero Tenacity starting on that CT side since it's their map pick and it's a T-sided map. Makes a lot of sense for Spirit Academy to be choosing that T side as a start point. And already they're sending 4 players towards mid, and they could be seeing AVN quite quickly.
That's worth noting. Before we get stuck into things, Spirit Academy winning 8 out of their 9 last matches on a hell of a run recently. So a lot of reasons to favour them coming in, and they're going to be pushing them aggressively as a squad. Interesting, Kirski kind of gives the game away, maybe trying to draw the defender out to take them out early on. The Spirit Academy have made their play. It's all force all the way through the middle, and I think they might even lap back round to B.
Oh, taking a long way around, but they will need to be careful. Wait, hold on. No, they're actually going towards A. This is crazy. What a play from Spirit Academy, and they're going to find Nemanja. Still a couple of players to deal with. Sypho, he's in a prime position to shut down Brood Monster, and that's even better. They can actually just go back towards B. But it seems like they're pretty much decided that A side is going to be the play. Simke with a dualies, Joffo with that USP, firing away with a dualies, but not finding any success. And with Joffo going down, it is a flawless round for Spirit Academy. Very nicely done, even though their kind of complicated strategy got them towards the site that was overcrowded, where Zero Tenacity had 3 players defending. It still works out for Spirit Academy, just very nicely done individually. You know, with the headshots coming in as quick as they did, not really a lot of chances for Zero Tenacity to answer back.
It almost felt like Spirit Academy was showing off there, because you're right, where they ultimately landed ended up being the place where Zero Tenacity were able to somewhat defend versus getting the completely free plant in. So, I guess we'll see. But certainly, that kind of comfortability from Spirit Academy getting around the map is well delivered as Sypho trades 1 for 1. Zero Tenacity could actually get out there and steal away another gun.
So Chicken just walking through the water there and doesn't really help out for Spirit Academy. Alcarin, that kill into Nemanja might very well be the one that helps the most. As AVN repositioned behind the pillar, and he has a teammate, a couple of teammates with him actually. Zero Tenacity, they have every single player on this B side here. They only have a couple of MP9s and a 5.7, but I've seen rounds won with even less than that, so Spirit Academy just need to be careful. I love the slowdown here, because look at this. Zero Tenacity start rotating. They have no idea what's going on. They think Spirit Academy are moving towards that A site, but they are actually not. Although, Spirit Academy have not yet moved, so the longer they wait, the higher the chance Zero Tenacity come back towards the B site and can fight them back. But at the same time, they got Robo just rotating to the other side of the map. He's going to put some pressure onto Brood Monster, and that technically, quote-unquote, might confirm the fear Zero Tenacity is going to be an A play. Guess what? It's actually not. It is Robo just walking around the map, making sure that, you know, he's getting some of the attention there. 20 seconds left. They're very meticulously checking out the site, see that no one is on the B site itself, and they should be getting the bomb planet with no problem.
This is really beautiful play out of Spirit Academy. So in the first round, they set up the idea, they were very fluid as a team. You know, they leap from site to site with a moment's notice, and they set up the second round with a similar expectation to go from A straight onto B, with the resistance from Zero Tenacity suggesting that Spirit Academy would again flow over to A. So we've seen, even just in 2 rounds, the kind of depth of strategy Spirit Academy are bringing into even the beginning of this first map of the series, how seriously they take getting a 3-0 record out of groups.
Well, for now, only 2-0. They will be needing a lot more rounds here to just close it out. And again, it's early doors. It's just going to be an eco here for Zero Tenacity, as they did force up in the second round. And it's a good thing that he keep 3 players alive. They drop over some pistols. You see everyone else having the armors still intact, and also the 2 players that did go down did buy up armor once again. Even though they didn't get a lot of kills in the previous round, it's still very important for them to have something to fight back with. Try and deal damage so that on your first buy round, if you manage to win it, it's not going to be, you know, straight away another buy from Spirit Academy. Nicely covered by Sypho. Spotted a player all the way towards E-Box, but was paying attention to the possibility of Jofo getting aggressive through a main. Nemanja with the Deagle. Good timing, eliminating Robo, but Mokajin is there to trade out. And for the moment, A site is completely empty.
Spirit Academy, taking a little bit more damage than they maybe would have liked on the way in, but they've definitely kept the mid-focus from what we saw in the first round. Certainly still being cautious on the way into A, but let's see, we've got AVN and Brute Monster there with the SMG actually coming in from the back. Keep an eye out for AVN. He gets there in time as Spirit Academy managed to clean up everybody else. I think they suspect that someone else must be following them. And AVN will be able to scoop up at least 1 or more kill with SMG, so a little bit more money back. He too is being hunted. Sypho goes face to face and completes the kill.
Just felt like they knew where he was, and I think Sypho might have spotted him as he was going over the bridge. And with that, all the ecos, all the forest buys are over. It is a full buy for Zero Tenacity, getting the M4s out, getting the AWP as well. Quite a lot of util in their hands. And trying to fight.
We've got Brute Monster in here on the AWP for this round, which feels like the biggest change coming in.
Oh yeah.
So far, I think Spirit Academy have very much been dictating terms to Zero Tenacity. I really want to see if Zero Tenacity can take the initiative in this round.
Well, for now, they're not being too overly aggressive. Oh, Robo pushes in. Perfect flash. Good trade out of Brute Monster, but just half a second too late. If he could have saved Nemanja there, would have been very, very important.
It's a recognition of how important the mid plays have been up until this point, but Spirit Academy, I believe this is the first time they're making this particular approach onto A. I'm really interested to see what Akaran can do with the AWP, but wait, Spirit Academy, they're again doing what they did before. They're flowing from A straight across the B so quickly that I think they may again keep Zero Tenacity from reacting in time.
Oh, it does seem like they start to understand how Spirit Academy tend to play. Sending 3 players on the B side defense. Gyosuke, he's going to be the one to swing out first. A good shot onto Simke. The off still towards Temple. Oh, AVN, wonderful double kill. Brute Monster helping out with a kill onto Mokajin. And Alcaran shut down by the same AVN. It's a triple for him, a double for the Opper. And Zero Tenacity get the first round on the board. Now Spirit Academy, and we'll start to think about what just happened and think that okay, maybe you should have been a little better to just go into the A side straight away, not go for that fake. Or kind of use that to their advantage. Make it seem that it's going to be another fake, but you're actually just late pushing into the site. And Zero Tenacity, I don't know if they're going to expect that.
It does feel like, yeah, we're very much playing 4D chess here. And I think you're also right as well that Zero Tenacity did get the read on that play last time. So I'm curious to see if Spirit Academy are still confident enough to keep trying to play this very flexible style, because when they've got a player like Kiosuke on the roster, they can just brute force their way onto sites. They don't need a fancy play, but they can just walk in and take a site away in the opening moments of a round.
Okay, you know, yeah, there's a reason why he's the best rated player on the team, right? And just you entering like that, that's crazy. That's absolutely insane. Like, Blood Monster and Jofo did not have a chance to answer back. He was just that quick. And with that, the round's over. I mean, Zero Tenacity, there's no way to go for this one. They're just saving the weapons, try and carry them over into the next round. Now, I do have a question for you, Counterfeit, while we wait here, because it is bothering me for this whole match at least. While Simki does get another kill. Do you know about the streamer called Virtual?
Oh, please.
The guy that does.
Is there a story there?
Trackmania content?
Okay.
If you don't know, I don't know if it's gonna make a lot of sense, but Robo looks a lot like him, and it messes with my brain a little bit.
Okay, so you're thinking that maybe, you know, we've got a Trackmania streamer who's living a double life as a successful CS player. I mean, you know.
I don't think so, because he's Norwegian. So I think it would be a little hard for him to play in a CIS team.
You're saying he's got... the cupboard's pretty deep, is what I'm hearing.
Maybe.
Alright, I mean, well, we'll have to investigate. Maybe by the end of the series, we'll find out. I don't know. Maybe if he starts streaming at the same time, we're like, well, probably not then.
No, it is 100% not him. It's just a little funny that they look quite a lot alike. Maybe I'm going crazy. Maybe they don't look that alike. But you know, we'll talk about it when we get there. As Spirit Academy, they try to brute force their way into the side once again, and Kyosuke is first to fall. But this is what I was saying, right? Kyosuke, he's insanely good by himself. But look at his team. He goes down first. The round's not lost. The round is still very much in the cards, and you could say it's already won because it's a 4-on-2. Sure, your best player goes down first. It's okay. You got other players that can pick up the pace.
Oh, for sure. And I wonder if, on Spirit Academy side of things, maybe there's a little bit of... I don't know if irritation is the right word over that round they did lose before, with AVM picking up the 3k. That Zero Tenacity just didn't play quite as they wanted to, and maybe if Zero Tenacity can read ahead of the more complicated plays, they can also start reading ahead a little bit now of the more straightforwardly aggressive ones. I mean, we get to see that round happen, but Zero Tenacity have to know that Spirit Academy are going to keep doing this until they're stopped from just brawling their way onto sites.
Yeah, I think what happened after that round was them just saying, okay, we are overcomplicating things and we don't have to do it. We can just push into the site because we feel confident that we're better individually. And, well, I mean, to be completely honest, that's what it was looking like towards that A side. I mean, getting headshots like that fairly easily. I mean, sure, again, Kyosuke, he has been a very important part of that round, right, where he got the two opening kills very easily. The round was over already, and the next one, you know, it was probably Zero Tenacity thinking, okay, we got Kyosuke, he's out, let's win this round. And then Saifo comes in, gets a double kill, Mokujin gets one, and they're like, okay, this is a problem. And that's why exactly they called the tactical pause as well, considering, you know, it's already 5-1 in favor of Spirit Academy, and they got that round, Zero Tenacity, but then Spirit Academy changed up the play style, and now Zero Tenacity have to adjust to that. And who's to say Spirit Academy are not going to change it up once again, and there's once again a chance or a need to readjust, and it keeps going down this rabbit hole, I guess. It all comes down to, well, I guess we'll see how it plays out here, because Spirit Academy do seem like they slowed down a little bit.
Oh, I'm absolutely with you. I think Spirit Academy, what they're doing here is they're making the case for a team to come into the playoffs strong and say, we've got a very strong strategic framework behind our team. And if you don't have an answer to every variation of what we're doing, and as you said, also those variations being brought together into a kind of possibility matrix here, as we see, we're going to be seeing, again, the site being pushed, but this time Zero Tenacity, under-equipped, do get the first kill in, and maybe that'll be enough to throw Spirit Academy off of those pre-existing tracks.
Look at what they're doing now. They lost Kyosuke, and instead of going back to the initial playstyle where they play slow and then they just reposition towards the other side, well, now they do reposition to the other side, and my point is meaningless now. But what I was trying to say is they'll probably just stick around and play slow into the side itself. They're actually going through mid, which is interesting, to say the least.
I think the larger version of point still stands, though, which is that they're proving that they are going to try and be one step ahead of Zero Tenacity at all points. Because, yeah, you're right. They could have slow-rolled the A-site push, but enough resources were there, so they've created extra options by going into mid, now finding their way back onto site again, and maybe this is the time when we see Zero Tenacity manage to get it back. Alcarin, though, steps forward. There's two remaining members, Zero Tenacity, and Alcarin plants too far close to the entrance. Zero Tenacity, they have held the sea at bay once more.
Was a little unfortunate there for Spirit Academy as they were swinging in. They were very much focused on the players being up towards heaven, they couldn't, or towards sewers rather, than they got surprised by the player on site. So just Zero Tenacity with good positioning managed to shut down Spirit Academy. With that being said, I'm very curious to see what the adjustment is here from Spirit Academy, what they want to change. Might be the site itself.
Yeah, they've immediately stopped putting as much pressure towards A. But they're still... You can see that they're still keeping the idea alive that they might be going there with throwing some utility. I think keeping canal control is a great way to make sure they can be flexible, but Spirit Academy, they're running a lot of utility early on.
Oh, Sypho. He was not even blinded by that. That was the bad part. It's a bit of a misplay there from Sypho. Robo will finish off Nemanja. Oh, let's see the B play. Mokujin, good shot onto AVN, and there's another player here. It's Simke, but he's on 1 HP. Needs to be very careful about his play. Brute Monster, though, with the op, swings out. Oh, misses a shot, and now Alcarin knows. It's an easy headshot for Alcarin as he was holding down the angle. Joffo, all by himself. Yeah, there's nothing to be done in this round. He's in a 1-on-4. Round's over. I love it. Spirit Academy, their just stability is just so good. And Zero Tenacity, I mean, sure, they get one, but Spirit Academy change up the play in the next round so much that Zero Tenacity can't keep up. And this, again, comes from a team that was just insanely good on Anubis. And I say was because I do think they kind of stopped, I don't know, if practicing or picking into it as much. They're trying to play other maps for sure. That's obvious if you see their recent results. And sometimes it's not even them that are peeking into Anubis, it's the enemy team. But I think that shows that they kind of dropped a little bit and at the level they were on Anubis before. Because before, you knew you were playing against Zero Tenacity, you would never win 2-0. Because Anubis would go their way every single time.
No, I think you're right. I think Spirit Academy are kind of showing us here that they are very much on their Anubis game. I think, if anything, it's a mark of respect to how good Zero Tenacity are known as being on this map, that Spirit Academy have been bringing out their advanced strats from the very start of the map to try and push Zero Tenacity into an uncomfortable position. We will be seeing the B site being pressured here again. You can see Alcarin is just absolutely deadly from afar. The utility's been very good as well. Zero Tenacity, they're ready for this play, but I don't know if they can still stop it from happening.
What's this angle? That is insane. What an angle, my god. Yeah, so I double checked. 128 Anubises played in 2024 for Zero Tenacity, which is a crazy amount. Considering we're closing in on, it's to the end of the year. Maybe doesn't look that insane, but keep in mind, it was 40 Anubises in the past 3 months. So you can make the math there. Just a lot of Anubis. And I mean, after, you know, like, let's say 100, that's when they start, you know, saying, okay, we maybe should play other maps. I would be fed up with Anubis. After playing 100 maps of Anubis in officials, I would probably be like, okay, let's play something else. I cannot take it one more Anubis. I'm, you know, not gonna be too happy if you get another one. So I get it if they just try and go for others, but you know, Spirit Academy, this is looking very good for them. And again, we're kind of waiting here, just off of the pattern of the game so far. We're waiting for Zero Tenacity to start and get something so that Spirit Academy can readjust. And it just feels like their macro is pretty simple, right? They decide, okay, let's try B. It didn't work in the previous round. Let's go A. It works for some rounds. It doesn't work anymore. Let's go back to B and all that. But that's only the macro. But everything else is looking very good. It just, you know, small adjustments, angles like Alcaran had in the previous round, which for sure maybe doesn't get you a kill necessarily at first, but it will get you a lot of information leading to the follow-up kill as well. So that's still very, very much impressive.
I don't know, I would say it feels a little bit, well, maybe... Okay, so that last move we saw from Zero Tenacity is part of what I was about to say, but I was hoping we would see from them. Because, yeah, Spirit Academy have maintained a lot of flexibility. You know, they've gone for the more aggressive plays, they've gone for the more flexible plays, but they've always been the ones taking the initiative. And seeing Zero Tenacity, even very briefly, stepping out of sight, for me, feels like a good sign that maybe they'll try and take back some of that initiative themselves.
What's going on there? Alcaran just playing aggro with the op, trying to find the no-scope, trying to find that kill desperately. Simke, oh, the fact that he's actually able to get another kill there, considering he's on 18 HP, is very impressive. This shutdown has been very good from Zero Tenacity, and it's more of Spirit Academy maybe kind of being a little overconfident with things. It feels like. I think they were forcing the issue kind of against Simke there.
No, I absolutely agree. Like, I think we've kind of gone through the initial phase where Spirit Academy are kind of showing off their strategic prowess to Spirit Academy's being, you know what, I think we've pretty much got Zero Tenacity's number here. We're just going to try and push this across the finish line as fast as possible. And maybe that's the avenue where Zero Tenacity get back in. If they can combine, I think, coming a little bit off of sight and trying to catch Spirit Academy moving, or mid-strategic play, along with Spirit Academy getting a little bit overconfident, that feels like the small window of opportunity for Zero Tenacity to come back in. And do bear in mind, Zero Tenacity, this, again, is a must-win map for them. The other maps in the series are very unlikely for them to win at all.
Well, you know, Zero Tenacity, if they're able to get the next 2 rounds here, it shouldn't be too bad for them. You know, a 5-7 half on the CT side is not the worst. And they could put up a fight here against Spirit Academy. I would say even if it ends as a 9-3, it's still very much feasible. Of course, the piss round is going to be very important. Other than that, if Spirit Academy do get those 9 rounds on T side and then get away with a pistol round, then it will be very, very complicated for Zero Tenacity to come back into this. Also, just what I wanted to say is that Spirit Academy, they are very close to being forced onto an eco, so could be a very good chance for Zero Tenacity to strike back now.
Oh, for sure. You know, we've got 2 for 2 in the last couple of rounds, so Spirit Academy have definitely not got, you know, as much of a death grip on this one as we would have otherwise be expecting. You're making a solid push up towards A. Really curious to see what... I think Spirit Academy may have been a little bit more after that tac pause coming, perhaps they'll be a little bit more circumspect in terms of their approach, or maybe they'll just push up to A. Brewmonster is there to meet them, and Kioske is dropped immediately. I think we might actually be seeing here, Pop, that Spirit Academy might not actually have more tricks to show us.
It's either that or Zero Tenacity just finally started adjusting, but as we say that, Alcaran this time finds the kill on the Simk. Didn't take them like 3 bullets to find him.
He's our favorite shotgun sniper.
Yeah, he's a little crazy with those peaks, but he gets the job done. Look at this though, Spirit Academy.
He's a distraction.
Mid. Oh my, and they're actually coming in through CT? That's gonna be crazy because Broodmonster turns around, good shot again from Alcaran, but Broodmonster has no idea that a couple of players just slipped the net here.
I was foolish. I was foolish to think Spirit Academy didn't have more tricks in the bag. And now, it's gonna be the big win for them because I don't think Zero Tenacity got any chance anymore. Guffo's left at the edge of the battlefield wondering what the hell just happened to his squad.
No, and as Broodmonster's taken out by Alcaran, it just feels like, I mean, the round's over 100%, but if there's another fumble coming in like this in the next one, it might be very hard for them to come back from that. Jiffo's pushing towards the site though. Maybe he's thinking about a ninja defuse, but guess what? Alcaran's just right around the corner. Jiffo. Oh,
he gets him?
The upper. I don't think there's enough time. They're coming back.
No way!
There we go. Ooh, he almost lines them up. But even if he gets the double kill there, it wouldn't have been enough time. A good try out of Joffo. I'll give him that. It was impressive. But still, it doesn't really amount to that much. He does get a couple more kills. That's some more damage still to Spirit Academy. And actually, because of it, they will not have an op. So there we go. At least they got that going.
Honestly, even though it didn't make a difference there, the fact that Joffo was willing to try that, I think is a really good sign for Zero Tenacity heading into the back half of this one, because you're right, it's going to be a huge uphill battle for them to win this, but the fact, if they're going to go for plays, 5% success rate plays like that, they are not, they're not giving up hope even when all hope seems to be lost.
Last round of the first half. Spirit Academy in the driver's seat, but Zero Tenacity don't want to be the passengers anymore. They will have to fight for it. And again, it feels like this one's needed. If they don't get it, piss around 100%. Needs to go their way. Oh, Monster. Can he hit the shot though here? Good quick scope on the Sipho. Mokajin gets the take 9 out, but CK still wins the duel. Look at Kyosuke. He swung in through the smoke in B main. Makes it away safely. Robo. Good shot onto Nemanja, who was trying to surprise through mid. Alcaran shoots Joffo in the back of the head. And it feels like Zero Tenacity, they cannot keep up with how Spirit Academy are playing right now. They got 2 players swinging in through Epochs. They take 1 down. Then there's the trade, but then Zero Tenacity strike back. But guess what? Kyosuke was in B main. They tried to aggress through mid. Robo was paying attention. They got a player down in water. Alcaran is right behind him. So yeah, just everything playing out perfectly for Spirit Academy. Zero Tenacity, they might be so confused about what just happened and how everyone just goes down in the span of like 10 seconds. He's down to AVN. He has to go for it. It's the last round of the first half. There's no way around it. Flash comes over. Robo, he could swing in, 21 HP, but it's going to be AVN swinging into 2 players. Kyosuke and Alcaran take him down, and the Spirit Academy, 9 rounds on the board.
To follow up on what you're saying there, I think, again, Spirit Academy, they're making a really great case for their players' performance. Again, to both these teams 2 and 0, but damn. The thing is, from Spirit Academy side of things, you practice these plays, even if it's very flexible, very fluid, you know what, of course, you know what you're going for. I think for Zero Tenacity, it feels like the way that they're reacting to these plays, that they just haven't played against this incredibly flexible style before, where you just don't know what any round's going to give. And I think, if anything, Spirit Academy, whenever they seem like they're being predictable, they're merely trying to lure us and their opponents into thinking they know what's going on.
Well then, Zero Tenacity. What is the plan as they're slowly moving in through mid? Might be looking like an A play, and that smoke might just confirm that. Smoke coming in from Mokujin starts spraying around with the dualies. Alcaran helps out as well. It's a double kill from Mokujin, a double kill from Alcaran, and it is all down to Jofo, just completely shut down as they're trying to push through the smoke. Jofo, sure, this could be a good position, but guess what? Sypho's coming in from behind, and Spirit Academy, they're 2 for 2 in pistol rounds, and not only that, but 2 for 2 in flawless pistol rounds, not losing a single player here or on that T-side pistol. Double digits on the board, Zero Tenacity, no bomb plan, which should mean no force buy, and it should be Spirit Academy reaching 11.
That was so good. In the Spirit Academy, they brought their members back from the B site almost instantly. I don't know how they got wind of what Zero Tenacity were doing that quickly, but they were instantly off of site looking for the flank. It's just, honestly, it's fantastic playing. But this round, Zero Tenacity, they've just got the pistols coming in, so they are going to try and slow roll the start here, draw out a little bit of utility, and maybe hope they can get a kill off without being spotted out themselves.
The locks start ringing out, and good ding into Kyosuke. Oh, there we go. There's actually the kill. Only able to get one there. Kyosuke seems like he's very good against fire rounds. Not too good against the ecos. Those are the kryptonite. Oh, okay. You know, this one shouldn't really be all that dangerous, but you got a player advantage here, Zero Tenacity.
Yeah. I mean, that's what, yeah, with one rifle stolen. SMG as well. I mean, I think this is getting shut down right now, but if you're a Zero Tenacity fan, I think that's a small, cold comfort to hold on to, knowing that Mirage is almost certainly getting won by Spirit Academy as well. That there's the tiniest chance of a comeback. I mean, 31 HP between 3 members, but LaPlante is still good.
Mokujin. Oh, he has the help from Sypho as well. Jofo right around the corner. And they'll try a double swing, but Mokujin, he's got that under wraps. 3 kills. And well, that's it with this round. At least he got a bomb planet. They did get a couple of kills as well. So they're getting some things done here. They're getting some damage, some extra money. And it should be a fairly good buy here for Zero Tenacity, but we'll find out if it is a good buy or a good buy, because Spirit Academy, 2 rounds away from closing out this first map. And yeah, it never looked too hot for Zero Tenacity. It was Spirit Academy all over the map here, on the TE side, here on the CT side. They've been doing well, but against the first buy, how are Spirit Academy going to react? Or better yet, what's the plan for Zero Tenacity? That's more important.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, isn't it? With Spirit Academy, they've got a lot less access to that kind of flexible play on CT, unless they can read exactly where Zero Tenacity aren't playing, and therefore free up those players to go roaming the map and cause them trouble. This time, you know, utilities go for Zero Tenacity. They've drawn out some of Spirit's play, and they've also got the first, not kill, but at least the first wounding in on Kyosuke, down to less than half HP. So as Zero Tenacity move in through mid, they've got a chance, and they're gonna get the first kill. That's the first time that's happened for a while.
Oh, Kyosuke around the corner, only able to shut down the low HP player, Mokujin. There to right the wrong, Sypho to help out as well, and he's gonna take down Brute Monster. Ooh, he runs out of bullets, but Mokujin swings out and eliminates AVN, and it is all up to Jofo. Alcaran to his left, Mokujin to his right. The setup is very solid. It's just the crossfire between the two of them. Oh,
You couldn't ask for a worse situation to be picking a bomb up in. And Mokujin's going to demonstrate that perfectly. Pop, we are one round away from a win here on Anubis on Zero Tenacity's map pick. For Spirit Academy, as we talked about before, this will likely turn to a 2-0 on Mirage based on what we've seen previously. But, I mean, Zero Tenacity haven't even gotten close here.
yeah, that's the biggest issue. It was always Spirit Academy just to look so good, and it's the map pick of Zero Tenacity. That's the scary part. I mean, to be completely honest, we expected, you know, Spirit Academy to look like the better team in the best of 3, but they're looking like the better team overall. Flash is coming over. It's gonna be a full-on B exact Sypho finding the opening kill. Alcaran with one, traded out by Joffo, and Brood Monster finds a kill as well, but they're all so low HP. Brood Monster taken out by Kyosuke, and it is Spirit Academy to walk away with this first map 13-3. What a dominating performance from Spirit Academy.
You can see there on the scoreboard that 4 members of the squad, 12 to 14 kills apiece. Spirit Academy having a hell of a game, but I think, Pop, the thing that will stick with me the most was how the map movements just leading Tenacity around by the nose the whole way through that one, and I think it speaks great things of their level of prep coming in. And as we look forward to Mirage, I'm not very optimistic anymore about Zero Tenacity's chances.
Well, I'm not either. It's going to be a harsh second map there for Zero Tenacity. Spirit Academy on their high horse. They're going to enjoy the breaks. Zero Tenacity, they have to regroup and find the winning formula on Mirage. Technically, their worst map out of them all. We'll take a break, and we're going to be back with Spirit Academy taking on a Zero Tenacity on Mirage.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try Skin Place. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. Skin Place.
Skin Place launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back once again to the Champion of Champions Tour number 14 for EEU. I'm here with Pop again, and oh boy, so we've started our first two series today to see who is worthy to leave the group stage with a completely clean record, and so far, so good for Spirit Academy versus Zero Tenacity. That was a crushing first game victory.
Yeah, just very, very impressive at Spirit Academy, and Zero Tenacity couldn't really adjust to what Spirit Academy were trying to do, and that was their own map pick. That's the problem. It was one of their best maps in terms of win rate. It was up there with Inferno, tied up. Now it's a little lower, and they're taking on Spirit Academy on technically their third best map in terms of win rate. And that win rate is 75%, but for Zero Tenacity, this is their worst, with only 39% win rate. So we'll be jumping into the game, but Spirit Academy, I'm going to be honest, they stand a very, very good chance at just taking this one with a 2-0. But hey, Spirit Academy, they are taking on Zero Tenacity. Again, Zero Tenacity are not a bad team. Maybe there's something that can get done here, and it should start with the pistol round.
So if this is anything like what we saw on Anubis, Spirit Academy were very, very, had a great flow as a team moving around the map. In this case, it looks like they might just be able to walk this one onto the B site without Zero Tenacity putting up any kind of serious defense.
Oh, Sinke, good shot. Coming in, Kyosuke.
Oh,
Nice shot from Nemanja as well. Alcarin out. And it is a 3-on-5 favoring the side of Zero Tenacity, rather a 5-on-3. Make that a 5-on-2 as Simke finds another headshot, and look at that. He is just so precise. Spirit Academy, their streak of flawless pistol rounds has been broken. It's all down to Robo. He has a molly. There is, although, a smoke onto the bomb, and they do have a defuse kit as well. And there we go. The molly just used to try and cover his tracks. And the round's over. This round secured by Zero Tenacity. There we go. There could be the start of something great here for Zero Tenacity.
I mean, and it needs to be. As we said, coming to this one, it's going to be a very tough battle for them to come back for the series in two unfavored maps. But let's talk, just before we get too much deeper into it, let's talk a little bit about the performances from that map one. For Spirit Academy, Kyosuke, of course, the player we were praised the most coming into it, was only the 4th best rated player coming out of that first game. Nearly the entirety of Spirit Academy were performing out of their minds.
Oh, Kyosuke. Swinging slowly by himself. He did have a monstrous impact in that first map. We were looking over it. 1.98 impact, even though he was the 4th best player, as you mentioned, counterfeit. Now, Zero Tenacity just need to be very careful about the pistols, so Jofo helping out Nemanja. It's going to be a second from Jofo as well. Nemanja with a double against the pistols, and yeah, it's a fairly easy end to the round. making sure that nothing goes awry, and it shouldn't. It should just be Nemanja with an easy headshot here. Ooh. There we go. Flawless round. Gonna help out their economy and all that. Zero Tenacity. They are up against the buy round now.
This has been a very interesting start, because we saw from the tail end of the round there, Robo was the least effective member of Spirit Academy in that first map, so maybe it's a little much to ask him to be hitting the shots consistently, but as far as what we had seemed to have set up, which was a very swift 2-0, maybe Mirage will be a lot more competitive than we had in mind, though Alcurnia will try and put pay to that idea immediately. We have got a heavy push here onto A. Spirit Academy, they're not going to hesitate.
Joffo waiting for that flash, and oh, he spots out Kyosuke. There's the trade coming in at Mokujin, but Simke is all right behind him. And with a 3-on-3, still trying to get themselves into that A site. But Simke and Brut Monster, they're ready to cover. Robo's under window. Not spotted just yet, but for now it seems like he's expected by Simke. Alcaran. He is so locked in onto stairs, but Simke's not there anymore. They're gonna find out quickly. Sypho, nice shot on Brut Monster. Gonna get rid of Simke though. He is in a very important position. Smoke comes through. That should delay him even a little longer. And the bomb plant should be safe, but feels like Sypho's in a very, very good position to shut down AVN as that nade actually revealed his position. Easy kill, but he's waiting. Where's the second player? Clearly not there anymore, as he gets himself down deep towards med.
And then we've got the proactivity starting to kick back in. I was starting to worry in the mid part of that round whether or not Spirit Academy might started to lose a little bit of their confidence, but we thank our friends from Hellcase again for their support of the stream. Spirit Academy win their first buy round. Not with the kind of knockout blows we were seeing on our first map, but comfortably enough that I'm starting to think we're going to see at least a more even map, but not an overwhelming rout in favor of Spirit Academy based on what we've seen so far.
Oh, Yosuke. Good first peek of the Brute Monster, and he's going to be looking for Nemanja as well. A lot of flashes from both sides. Does seem like it helps out Zero Tenacity a little bit, as AVN is able to get one and almost a second. Mokujin tagged up. Oh,
nice.
What a perfect name from Nemanja, and they're just shutting them down. It's all down to Robo, who's right above Joffo, but not for long, as Joffo takes him down with the MP9 as soon as he gets down into the site, and it is Zero Tenacity with a really good start here. It's not bad at all.
No, I mean, it's worth restating, as much as we've been praising Spirit Academy and been very impressed with the first map performance, Zero Tenacity are a 2-0 team just the same as Spirit Academy are, so we're expecting them to be, some of the best performances we see out of the group stage. I really like what we're seeing from Zero Tenacity so far, and it feels that Spirit Academy have much less inspiration here on Mirage than they did to start us off in the series on Anubis, so maybe if Zero Tenacity can maintain control, they can start to get a serious lead in this first half.
I mean, it is very interesting to see that they're looking this much better on a map that you usually do pretty bad on. Zero Tenacity, they're looking to turn the game around, which is not necessarily going to be easy. And again, Spirit Academy, they are being shut down here. It's just an eco round, and it should just be an easy finish. Although, Kyosuke, a couple of shots. What a shot. That was insane on the Joffo. Robo, the last one standing with 19 HP. Safe to say he is going to be going down, and he is going down fairly easily. But really respectable at Zero Tenacity. I would expect their CT side. Actually, it's just their T side who looks a little better in terms of win rate, and that's Not the same for Spirit Academy, but it's still high up there. They're 59% win rate on T side, 60 on T side. Their most recent result is actually a couple of days ago against Monte, where they got a 9-3 first half on the T side. It seems like it's going to be a little harder against Zero Tenacity.
Well, I mean, Spirit Academy, they're on a 5-map winning streak here. But yeah, we're not seeing so far, with the exception of that single round, the same level of inspiration it felt like we were seeing to start out the series. So I imagine there's more to be seen here from Spirit Academy side of things, as they will fight over mid again, but it's almost kind of the opposite of what we were seeing before. Spirit Academy were flying around the map before and trying to be very tricky. This time it seems like they're much more straightforward, and I think that feels like it's playing to Zero Tenacity's strengths in a much more direct fashion.
Okay, oh. A little too aggressive, Kyosuke. Was expecting that. With that being said, this is certainly looking like a better map, or a better round, rather, for Spirit Academy, as it is a 5-on-3, but AVN took the forward position, and Alcarin expects it. What a shot. Read him like an open book. It's Jofo and Nemanja to try and right the wrong here, but I don't know what Jofo can do by himself, because Nemanja's on the other side of the map, and he's already down to 50 HP. Found by Kyosuke. Yeah, round's over. Spirit Academy are going to benefit quite a lot of off of a flawless round, just to get the economy going, get the motivation going as well, because sure, that first map did give them a lot of confidence, right? And we're feeling good about it, but right after, Zero Tenacity with a very good start on Mirage, and they could start thinking, okay, maybe it's not that over as we thought. Let's take a step back, take a moment to analyze things, and then try and play accordingly. And again, this one, very good round out of Spirit Academy.
Well, I think we get a little taste of what could potentially work for Spirit Academy in a more consistent fashion. Just trying to win out the individual duels rather than turning things into chaos mode, because at least what I was reading from the first map was that I think when it comes to straight up fights on site, Zero Tenacity are fine with that. That's within their wheelhouse. It's when I think they start to get thrown off their game with wider strategic play that I think Spirit Academy really can punish and start, drawing them into a series of duels that Zero Tenacity won't be as likely to win. So I think as we look to, the back half of this half, Spirit Academy, they've got the equipment to make it work this time and start building up and potentially overtaking Zero Tenacity. But this is going to be a big turning point to see if they can make it stick.
I like the aggression. Good idea, but doesn't get the result he wanted.
And it is what we saw from Zero Tenacity before, which did work for them when they came off the site and tried to catch Spirit Academy. Mid-control being fought for, but Zero Tenacity, they are moving out from A. They might be able to come around the back of the Spirit Academy formation if they get aggressive enough.
The thing is, mid has been quite left open, and that seems to be a problem for Zero Tenacity, and an advantage that Spirit Academy can benefit off of. Getting that kill there. Very important on a Robo so far. Still a single player defending that B site. As Simke already trying to make his way out of there. Jofo's been spotted. Simke still hanging around. It would be important if you can find a double kill, and you bet he can. Right now in a 4-on-3, with Nemanja starting to aggress, it could be bad news for Kyosuke and Spirit Academy. They make it back to a 3-on-3. Kyosuke is still in short. The bomb has been planted, and with Kyosuke in short, are they going to expect the player coming out of apartments? I know it's not the same position, so it might not make a lot of sense, but at the same time, you might not be looking in that direction exactly because Kyosuke was coming in from short. Nemanja finds a good shot into Alcarin. Kyosuke with a double, and that should seal the deal as Nemanja tries to swing out, but Kyosuke is locked in. A triple kill, and it's Spirit Academy to secure the round.
I did think for a second there, Pop, we were going to be seeing that same thing happen on B, because Zero Tenacity's B defense has been really good to the point, yeah, well, they only had a single member, they still managed to get the 2k. I think Spirit Academy are still going to be slightly hesitant to go back there again, just because if there are, if there is a more robust defense, I think Spirit Academy actually do get pushed back there.
Yosuke. Could be a lot of pistols peeking him, but it's no problem for him. Getting all of those kills, shutting down Zero Tenacity. And, Robo might have gone down, and Kyosuke could be tagged up. Maybe Simke finds a headshot there. Oh, it is a headshot, but it's not a kill. A little unfortunate for him there. It would have been pretty important to get a couple of kills. Spirit Academy managing to tie up the game in mind. Start to look a little awkward for Zero Tenacity, because they were looking at a good start. But Spirit Academy are showing a better side now.
Alright, well, this will be the chance. There's Nasty. Again, everyone is a little short on cash here, though. Spirit Academy definitely much bigger bank balances after the success of the previous rounds. Nearly losing the money at the beginning of the round is definitely not where you want to be starting from, though. Mid-control continues to be pursued by Spirit Academy again and again, and Zero Tenacity, they are doing what we saw last time as well, really preferring the A-site defense that let the B-site get taken before.
For now, Spirit Academy, they are taking their time with the play, right? They're not really, or they weren't really decided on a single side. It does seem like A will be the point of attack, and can turn deadly for Spirit Academy, considering 3 players are right around the corner and a 4th towards window. AVN, a good shot on Kyosuke. There we go. Prime target eliminated, and AVN keeps it going. Robo with a good trade. Alcarin with the all finds Joffo. There's still a player on default. Nemanja found by Robo. Can they eliminate Blood Monster on the side here? Yes, they can. And oh my, all that defense. And they are not able to shut down the push. Spirit Academy actually ending up in a favorable position at 2-1-1. Simke is coming in from ramp, but when are they going to expect it? Ooh, it seems like it's a bait and switch setup. Robo, he's the one hiding. And Simke finds the kill onto Alcaran, but there's no way he expects Robo to be in the same position. An easy headshot from Robo. And round is secured. But then again, it's a lot closer rounds here. It's not the same thing as on the first map.
Oh, not even remotely. For Spirit Academy and for the chances of a 2-0 in the series, I think it's encouraging to see from them that they've got a little bit of the mind game still coming out. But you're right. Zero Tenacity are putting up much, much more of a fighting. I think Spirit Academy actually, walking into the main body of the Zero Tenacity forces there. While it went well in that round, it still was ultimately, playing to the wrong site, and to whatever information they thought they had was telling them that was the softer site to go for. It was absolutely not the case. While Zero Tenacity have a minimal buy for this round, I think Zero Tenacity have still got a solid chance from what we've seen so far of bringing Mirage back.
Well, Kyosuke, if he's hitting shots like that, it might be a little too hard, but at the same time, it's still just pistols. But yeah, no, it's certainly looking a lot better. AVN, good kill into Mokujin. Simke could swing out of CT. In the meantime, Blood Monster eliminating Alcaran, so that's the op. And Blood Monster can hit 3, enough as Kyosuke is running around the corner. There we go. Still a couple of kills. So then, it's still very important that they have something to say against it, right? They get some damage done. Some of the economy will be going a little lower. Not that dangerous at the moment, considering, everyone's over 5,000 inside of Spirit Academy. But still, as you're progressing through this first half, you want to get the enemy team as close as you can to an eco. And Zero Tenacity, well, they were the ones in a lot of ecos lately, but they will call for that tactical pause, see what they can fix here. So, just try to get that 6-6 first half. It wouldn't be too bad.
No. No, and it seems very possible. I mean, Kyosuke definitely is an absolute machine. Just doing some quick counting there. But yeah, he's got Kyosuke more kills than any 2 members of the rest of the Spirit Academy squad combined. There's a reason why he breaks the stats on HLTV, which is how, you know, incredibly strong he is as a DPS player for the Spirit Academy squad. But you look across there at Tenacity themselves, Nemanja and AVN, definitely the players along with SimK who've been standing out the most. As this time it looks like Zero Tenacity will actually take control of mid, something we haven't seen them do for a while.
SimK needs to take care of this B side, and he's going to shut down Kyosuke, but they already lost Blood Monster. Spirit Academy are on the A site already. Jofo inside Con. Sifo, I think he plants there. If he plants towards triple or next to triple, he would have been spotted from short. Still able to see that from mid or jungle. Nice shot from Alcarin. Getting the player advantage in his team's favor, although Nemanja was expecting the late flank from Robo. So back to equal numbers. Mokujin tagged up by the nade. SimK finds the kill onto Alcarin. Sifo able to react in time. Molly, well timed. It kind of divides the 2 players, but look at this. Now it's a 2-on-1, and AVN finds the last kill. Has the defuse kit as well. No problem in getting the defuse in time. Nicely done. The retake from Zero Tenacity, very well thought out. They push together, they play together, and they managed to win the round together.
I'm particularly SimK doing an incredible job on that one, just to keep things nice and on the level to allow. I think to have Zero Tenacity come into the tail end of the round as coordinated as they were there, as confident seeming as they were there, is a really good sign of things yet to come. And it also means they get to hold their equipment, and while Spirit Academy will have enough to rebuy into this round, Zero Tenacity have got a really good chance of bringing us even 6-6 heading into the second half.
It just feels like, I don't know if we're cursing them or something, but as soon as we see something nice about Zero Tenacity, Spirit Academy remind us, no, we're still here. And they get shots like that. Opening kill. Going the way of Spirit Academy.
Wait, what happened there? So Spirit Academy, they've got a member onto B, but it's not as safe a route as it looks like it is.
Yeah. They're taking that into account. The fact that a player could be up in B apartments 100%. They're paying a lot of attention to it. And the thing is, Robo goes up onto the truck here. He gets the kill. Oh yeah, the round's over basically. SimK, he has no idea that the B side is overrun. And, well, I can't really say the round's over because they will have to try for it. And they already take down Kyosuke. Blood Monster. Oh, he finds Robo. There's a couple... I mean, first kill is not really a mistake. He just gets wall banged. That shoulder peek, jumping peek is a little bit of a mistake. Nade comes through, though. Can they take down sight? Oh, yes, they can. And they have the player advantage now.
Oh, boy. Nice nade work from Spirit Academy, though. They know how aggressively Zero Tenacity will come in, and Spirit Academy will ultimately win out the half. Things have looked a lot shakier from the Spirit Academy side of things than we certainly saw on Anubis, but ultimately the half does belong to them. But already Zero Tenacity have beaten out their map one performance by a considerable margin.
7-5. Well, again, still a lot more competitive from Zero Tenacity. But now they get to the T side. And they will need a very strong T side to take down Spirit Academy here. Of course, everything starting with that pistol round. And as we all remember, first pistol round of the game did go the way of Zero Tenacity. Who's to say they're not going to get the second one as well? As it is looking like a standard B play. They will be leaving Nemanja towards top mid, who's already being aggressed upon, but he wins his duel. And they'll try to jump into the site. There's a player hiding towards bench. Oh, Sifo, well-timed peek. But they do lose Alcarin, and they do lose Sifo as well. So it's Kyosuke and Mokujin, or rather only Mokujin, all by himself. 1-on-4. Ooh. Crisp shot.
It's worth noting that based on our previous map, Zero Tenacity had not won a T round against Spirit Academy up until this point. The entirety of the second half was completely Spirit Academy sided. That's got to feel pretty amazing to be able to not even have to take down Mokujin, just to end out the round and finally get Zero Tenacity to break through. Again, threatening to bring us back to even.
Yeah, that should be the case. It should just be an eco from Spirit Academy. I don't think there's a lot of worth in enforcing up here. I think it would be much more important to just hang on to whatever you have and play it out as is, then get the weapons out right when Zero Tenacity tab this game, or somehow surprise them with the USPs. That could also happen, even though it's not really all that likely.
I'm with you there. I think the Spirit Academy, they've got the lead in the series, they've still got the lead on the map, and of course they'll be able to buy in next round, so there's little pressure on them to do anything wild and overly risky. A full B-site defense seems like a decent way to focus your firepower. It certainly worked well enough for Zero Tenacity.
Putting pressure on that A site. It is Pneumonia, but I don't think Spirit Academy are going to be able to hear that. Molly comes through. Cypher forced out of position. They don't really understand that it's a B stack. But hey, you know, it could still play out in favor, or rather, it should play out in favor of Zero Tenacity. It should not be a problem as they push into the site. Kind of interesting positions here from the USPs. Alcarin boosted up, but he doesn't really get a lot of things done, and they get a single kill. That is about it.
Alright, thanks to our friends from Hellcase as we will move into what should be the first buy round for Spirit Academy. Yeah, I too really liked the positioning there for Spirit, but ultimately wasn't as effective as they could have hoped for. I think if anything they would have preferred Zero Tenacity to be kind of, sending out a scout player which they could have mugged for their weapon and then turn that round around. I think when it came to just a face-to-face team fight, it was never going to go their way.
We'll see if there's some changes here as the weapons come out for Spirit Academy. It feels like, a lot more presence, a lot more noise made towards mid. Sypho gets shot into Pneumonia, but it's still a B play. They are committed to it. Another flash coming in. Alcarin and Kyosuke. I think all the 3 kills so far have been blind kills. Chopo finds the first trade, but it gets tagged up because of it. Down to 12 HP, but still alive, still kicking. Kyosuke, though, he starts kicking as well. As Spirit Academy, they get away with the first buy round, and they will maintain their lead.
I mean, these B sites have just been really hard to punch through. We've seen, having it demonstrated again and again, 2 defenders able to do a serious amount of damage back to the T side on the way, and even if they can't push back the push entirely, it still creates a space where the CTs can come back in and retake. I think we're going to be seeing more of Zero Tenacity trying to focus towards A, just based on what happened in that previous round.
Mokujin, well-timed spray. That's Pneumonia eliminated. Simke taking some damage. Jofo as well. AVN though, good surprise. We get one more. That would be very important to eliminate Alcarin. The trade came through. Alcarin has to push into the site, and just the util usage is very good from the side of Zero Tenacity. It's Sypho all by himself. Oh, he heard Simke, but he makes noise because of it. And that's it. Running away here. Zero Tenacity answering back with the right next bar. This is very impressive at Zero Tenacity. I'm gonna give it to them. I mean, Anubis looked very, very broken, but this one is in a fairly good one piece.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with what we're seeing here. You can see Spirit Academy. I think you can start seeing the confidence sliding away from their play a little bit, especially with Sypho there towards the tail end. It seemed like he was, a little lost. I don't think they were really expecting at all to be able to be giving back the control so quickly, because Tenacity didn't come into that one fully equipped for the round. Spirit Academy should have been theirs pretty comfortably, but the A side take, particularly you mentioned the Palace push as well, felt like it caught Spirit Academy off guard, and Tenacity, maybe they can build on this to actually get themselves the lead.
Well then, Zero Tenacity, this would be a very good chance for them.
One rifle. Spirit Academy. The fighting is all taking place in mid. I don't see Spirit Academy getting too much out of this one.
I mean, they shouldn't, to be honest. It's going to be basically Sypho trying to get some things done, but he's not in a bad position. But he can't really swing at this point. He's going to need to be very patient about it. In the meantime, EVN... easy shot onto Mokujin.
Same place as before.
Sypho. Oh, he gets shut down. That would have been bomb. That was the scary part. If he takes down Brood Monster, even though he's basically surrounded by enemy players, that would have been the bomb down, and he could have played around it.
Alright, Zero Tenacity, they take the lead. Something I've had to say for quite a while. The Serbian squad looking actually pretty good here. Again, Spirit Academy, they have got themselves a big, presence here on Mirage. It's their own map pick. While Spirit Academy did take away Zero Tenacity's map pick, and there's no chance of the second map being as one-sided, I'm starting to become more of a Zero Tenacity believer, Pop.
No, I completely agree. I mean, this is very, very impressive, but look at this. Look at the change-up. Look at the adjustment. Mokujin, he's looking for this peak. He didn't expect the second player. Oh, and there's a lot more than just that second player.
Oh,
the nades taking out Alcaran. Brute Monster doing a lot of damage. It's a triple kill. And Sypho's all by himself. Doesn't deny the bomb plan, and well, that's just round over. I mean, if he gets the denial there, that's very good. There's still maybe a chance, but with the bomb being planted as well, it just feels like the round's over. You can't sneak in and defuse, and you just have to walk away, save the weapon. Zero Tenacity onto double digits, and Spirit Academy, a shadow of what they were on that first map. Just a very dominating and a very good at adjusting team. This time it's Zero Tenacity calling all the shots.
We see those kind of elements we've had from Zero Tenacity on the first map. Now on Spirit Academy, you mentioned the AVN's Palace push now being accounted for. But I think it's so important that Spirit Academy are the ones who are being forced to react and allowing the Zero Tenacity to start dictating what the play will be. To do exactly what you said, to catch Spirit Academy off guard and play on their own terms. As the pause comes in, I think Spirit Academy genuinely need to change up what they're doing pretty dramatically, or this is going to be a convincing Zero Tenacity second half win.
I'm very curious to see what the changes will be from the side of Spirit Academy. Being led by two, with this round not necessarily being one of their hottest ones, is they're kind of don't really have a lot to play with. Sure, the op can be a difference maker, the MP9 as well, maybe. I've seen some very good Deagle headshots at in the CCT tournament, so why not, right? But then again, just overall, it feels complicated.
I do like Spirit Academy trying to go for mid control, because that feels like, they've got the AWP, that's their main gun. Choose the place where that AWP is going to be the most powerful to take your fight, and try and find a Zero Tenacity member to pick off and steal their rifle. But sadly for Spirit Academy, Zero Tenacity, I think, recognizing that possibility, are giving grounds, which means Alcaran has forced to go for more aggressively, but he's more than happy, we've already established, for him to do that. That's one rifle down. Spirit Academy, they're making the move. And Cypher gets dropped.
Ooh. Good find. Although, look at Robo. He's already behind them, and a good shot on the Joffo. Mokujin gets dealt with. The bomb isn't T-spawn, though. And Robo just got an information. Can he get himself into Palace? That would be insane. Just a very good position. Nemanja. Oh, he
didn't see him. That's
Nicely
huge. And the bomb now left up there in a contested form. ALERNATE is kind of moving in ahead of the rest of Zero Tenacity to cut off their approach as well. This is going to be a magnificent round for Spirit Academy to break the 3-round streak. With another Spirit Academy, they've actually this time finally shown some of that map flexibility and unpredictability we saw on Anubis.
Very impressive. But is that enough to kind of break the spirit for Zero Tenacity? Because so far, so good, right? Sure, this time they slipped the net, they do get in behind them, and it makes it a lot more awkward for Zero Tenacity to just play out the round. But what is going to be the answer here?
I think for Zero Tenacity, for them to avoid that kind of thing happening, I think all they need to do is just go for a straightforward play. Spirit Academy have not proven themselves as of yet, at least on the A site, capable of defeating those plays wholesale. So I think it's... I want to see more shenanigans happen just because they're entertaining, but I still think Zero Tenacity have got a solid chance of reasserting control in this round. They've got the equipment, they've got the positioning here on A. I don't know if Spirit Academy are seeing this one coming.
Mokujin. Nice find. Can he get rid of the players pushing in from Ram? Jofo, easy headshot. Alcaran on site. Good adjustment. Stays alive, and that is so crucial. Cypho hiding in the off angle towards bench, and he takes down Simke. The bomb is actually rushing towards that B site, but Nemanja realizes there's plenty of time. I can play this out. Cypho needs to be very careful. He cannot get picked up here. Oh, and he gets himself towards truck. That is so good. Nemanja has no idea.
No.
This is such a nasty angle, and the bomb was spotted as well. Blood Monster found towards top man. Not eliminated just yet, but they know exactly where he is, and they were setting up a triple peak. Although Blood Monster goes back. Gets himself towards that B site. Cypho. Oh, what an angle. He just finds all the nasty off angles that Zero Tenacity have no business of expecting, and with that, is it enough for an eco? It should be, to be honest. I think it's way too risky for Zero Tenacity to buy up here. I think it's an eco here and buy into the next, even though that might mean that it will be potentially 11 for Spirit Academy.
We'll see a little bit of a, half buy coming in from Zero. I think very aware of how risky this round's going to be, but Spirit Academy surviving with 4 from the previous rounds. That's definitely them returning to form from before. Zero Tenacity need to break through now and try and re-establish themselves, because Spirit Academy, they've did exactly what they needed to in the previous round. They will take mid-control here again, but if Simke can sneak through and get that first kill, he can, and the second as well. Zero Tenacity, they are now 3 for 0.
Hold on. Hold on. The round still on the cards here for Spirit Academy. Look at that. It was just a 3-on-5 just a couple of seconds ago. They just realized that it's an A hit after all. Brood Monster has to clutch up with a deagle. That's all he has here. A flash as well, but I don't know if that's going to be a lot of help. They're going to use their util. Perfect nade. Molly as well. Needs to swing out, and Alcaran takes him down. What kind of a round is this? 2-on-5, and they managed to make it work. Alcaran and Mokujin. What a round to get in this position. 11-10 for Spirit Academy. From what it looked like a done round in favor of Zero Tenacity.
I mean, it's so rare to see a team pull off, because that speaks to incredible mental strength from the Spirit Academy squad, because you know that Zero Tenacity basically, as soon as they went up 2 kills to nothing, well, mentally, we've won this round already. For Spirit Academy to maintain focus and find those opportunities to turn that round, not just around, but into their favor, that's the kind of thing that's going to do them very well in the playoffs if they can make it through from this series, from maybe even this map. That was such an important round, now only 2 rounds away from playoffs, unless Zero Tenacity can find a way to return back to some of that earlier map form.
Cool, and a technical pause called in by Spirit Academy is just that important. Just that important for Spirit Academy to break through this round. If they break through this round, Zero Tenacity are out of money. That's the most important piece of information here for Spirit Academy. It is a crucial one, and with this one, they could secure that 2-0. And also a 3-0 overall in the Swiss stage, which still very, very much impressive. But you look at the teams and you expect, you know, Spirit Academy to be doing this well, but it's still very impressive how well Zero Tenacity have adjusted to this Mirage. And again, it's not over just yet. It might be 11-10, but there's always a chance.
I mean, as you said, this is the best chance for Zero Tenacity, though. Mid-control's going to be fought over. The AWP is only in play for Spirit Academy. So the early exchange of nades doesn't lead to heavy damage. Zero Tenacity, they are going straight onto A execute, or at least they're intimating that they are. 2 members go in, they drop out a lot of smoke. As Sypho pushes out, he gets caught. Zero Tenacity do have the numbers advantage, and I think this time Spirit Academy don't know where the player is coming from.
And Zero Tenacity, they're just all over the map. Quick little boost into ladder room. In the meantime, Alcaran has the angle in towards med from short. A flash just to get the attention towards B, and Zero Tenacity might actually be repositioning towards the other side of the map. We do see the bomb going on as well. And Alcaran, he's going to be fighting his lonesome more or less. There could be a quick rotation. Oh, they're all grouped up. How do you deal with this if you're Alcaran? How do you shut down this push with only the AWP? And I say only the AWP, it's not necessarily a bad weapon, but at the same time, it's just, you know, a single bullet fired off and you're gone as Nemanja takes him down. I wouldn't be opposed to a save here for Spirit Academy, as Kioski is also eliminated by Nemanja. And it will be tied up, and yeah, the save is going to come through.
It does feel like we're in overtime territory already, because yeah, Spirit Academy's attempt to retake there just wasn't strong at all, so I'd much rather have them back off and save their guns than continue to throw good money after bad, because that was a hell of a round from Zero Tenacity to bring us back to 11-11. They may well make it out of it with out of this round with every single member standing.
Spirit Academy, they were focusing quite a lot on mid. They were expecting a heavy mid presence from Zero Tenacity, but that was not the case at all. Early on, sure, they get the first kill, but far from that, it is just wonderful stuff here from Zero Tenacity, reading the play right and overwhelming the defense. And you know, it was also the tactical pause that might have gotten them the idea that maybe it is a good plan to just focus to shutting down and that mid presence from Zero Tenacity. Well, that clearly backfired. Then again, if it was a mid play from Zero Tenacity, I think it was the best setup Spirit Academy could have ever wished for. This time around, Spirit Academy, they have 3 players towards mid, and Zero Tenacity, they're looking interested into the A site.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you with what you're saying there as well. It feels like, you know, Spirit Academy have definitely been strategically the superior of Spirit Academy would be the superior of Zero Tenacity, but I think it feels a little bit like they may be overthinking these rounds and kind of getting into their own heads, expecting Zero Tenacity to be less predictable than they have been. So we've got, again, the more standard push. This time, Mokujin is there. Picks up 2. That's huge, but the rest of Zero Tenacity are coming in at speed. Firing out of hell, Kyosuke gets 1 more. This is looking like Spirit Academy sees this one back, but Kyofo is still standing. It's 3 versus 2. Kyofo on 8 HP, but can still get another kill.
Oh, Sypho spotted the second player as well, and he's going to wait for his teammate. There's no reason to force the issue here. But Monster has no idea, and there we go. Robo shoots him in the back, and it's Spirit Academy to get a map point. Map and series point, actually. 1 more needed. Zero Tenacity. Still enough money for another buy. Oh, Kyosuke. He is not on the server anymore, so it should be a quick tech pause. Hopefully, it was just a reconnect or a crash and nothing too serious.
Well, this gives us a chance to catch our breath before, she said, what could easily be the last round of the series. I think it was really interesting to see Zero Tenacity kind of going back to the well again of just a really straightforward play onto A. And while we saw Spirit Academy, mostly focusing towards mid and trying to look for shenanigans, Zero Tenacity just were looking for the bread and butter of the play, but yet it still didn't work out.
I saw the message about what happened, and it said internet crash, and that was a little scary. But it seems like it's all good now.
Yeah, that would have been awful if that had been the way to end out the map. Especially for a player who's been as high performing. Alright, 1 more time around, Pop. Are you feeling the win for Spirit Academy or overtime?
It might actually be Spirit Academy, if I'm going to be completely honest. They are still sticking to their guns, to their mid presence, heavy mid presence, but it comes down to the kills, and look at that. Someone slipped the net. I think that's actually Robo that pushed into the smoke. They have no idea. Good shot from Kyosuke to start things off, and look at this. Robo activates the double kill. Still a player on the window. It's Jofo, but dealt with by Kyosuke. And right now it is AVN all by himself, 1-on-4, to try and deny Spirit Academy the second map and the best of 3 in its entirety. But AVN, this is not going to be an easy round. It's bombed down in mid. Spirit Academy have a lot of map control. They know he's not B. They know he's not towards top mid. And he's found Mokujin, but he's on 14. Needs clean headshots. And it could be Kyosuke that he's up against. And you don't want to be against Kyosuke in that 1-on-1. 21-16 for Kyosuke in this map. And, oh, I thought for a second he was experiencing some more issues. Swings out, gets the kill. And there we go, 13-11. And for Spirit Academy, again, they had a lot of map presence, or a lot of mid presence in the past 3 rounds. The first 2, it didn't work out, but it works out when it matters in the final round to get them the win.
And I've got to give shout out to Robo from that series as well. That last round, it was the perfect coda at the end of this series to have Robo be the one who sneaky beaks his way somehow into the back of the Zero Tenacity formation to bring us right back to the beginning of that series when Spirit Academy's map maneuvers were absolutely everything. Spirit Academy are first of our 2 teams today that will go forward with confirmed spots in the group stage. 3-0 means top seed, and honestly, I think that was a top performance to merit it.
I do think Mirage could have gone a lot better for Spirit Academy. I do think there were a little bit of mistakes here and there, but Zero Tenacity also just very good adjustment from that first map they were destroyed on to play that well on the second map. Hats off to them. I do think they put up a pretty good performance, but they will be the ones that will have to still win another best of 3 to get into the playoffs. Spirit Academy, they are actually the first team that make it into the playoffs for Series 14. Very impressive stuff. And, well, to be completely honest with you, Counterfeit, I cannot wait to see how they do in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've acquitted themselves extremely well here. And, well, you're right, it's definitely not an unbeatable approach, as we saw from Mirage. I think the general approach is going to make them a very fun team to watch. But hey, Spirit Academy, yeah, a 2-0 there. They extend their winning streak on Mirage to a 6-map winning streak. Very, very impressive stuff across the board. But, of course, with that being our first team secured into the playoffs, but we've got another team which is going to be making that there today to join Zero Tenacity with a completely unbeaten record. One of ALERNATE aTTax versus Passion UA coming up at 1900 CST. That will be our second and final undefeated team out of groups.
Yeah, and it should be a banger of a game. It's ALERNATE aTTax to come in all this way to 2-0 after kind of a rough performance lately against the Passion UA, who are probably feeling very confident about it. So we will take a little bit of an extended break, but when we come back, it is the final 2-0 game. It is Passion UA taking on ALERNATE aTTax. We'll see everyone back here in about an hour.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Alright, welcome back everyone to the Champion of Champions Tour number 14 for EU. I'm here with Pop once again to close out today and to find the final player from our 14th series here in the EU, or final team that will be able to get through the group stage completely undefeated and follow on with that clean sheet and be our second team to get that second spot.
Before we get into more of those, why am I losing here? I'm already losing a lot. Why am I losing here on the broadcast? Well, we won't talk about it. Let's quickly change the screen. Let's go to something. Let's see the schedule. Something, I don't know. Not look at our hairlines, but yeah, it's the final game of the day. It is ALERNATE aTTax taking on Passion UA, and this is a very interesting one. This is a 2-0 game, and the fact that we see Passion UA here is no surprise. They're a very good team. 100%. They deserve to be here. I mean, every single team deserves to be if they get to the 2-0, don't get me wrong. It's just a little curious, to say the least, that ALERNATE aTTax are here, considering they did win a series. They won Series 9, if I'm not mistaken. But right after, they lost in the close qualifier in the next one, which is kind of a pretty big difference. It's a pretty big up and down. It does seem like ALERNATE aTTax are slowly getting into the groove of things back again, considering they're up at the 2-0. But they're up against a very, very tough opponent in Passion UA.
Yeah, well, it's going to sound like we are very much on Passion's side here, because the facts are not in ALERNATE aTTax's favour. But let's talk a little bit about the individual players before we start layering on the reasons why things probably won't go super well for them. Hyped, a player to look out for on the ALERNATE aTTax side. I think that Orpa, I think he's very much going to be a focal player. He's very, very good across the board. Also a former big and big academy player. You know, he's bringing, I think, a huge amount to what ALERNATE aTTax are going to be trying to make happen in this series.
For sure, and, you know, the highlighted player for the game in itself, it's actually Perks, who has been having a very good period lately, and, you know, also just another very good player, talking about losing here, it's Ozek. You know, he's very shiny head, but he is also very good at taking heads off of the enemy players. Just very good individually as well, and I'm looking forward to see how good ALERNATE aTTax are going to look today, because if they're back on a good run, hey, maybe they can win another series. I am all behind that. I'm all behind the underdog story, but They do have a very strong opponent, as we said, Passion UA. And for Passion UA, they have been looking stellar lately. They had quite a very rough kind of spot just a little bit ago, but right now they are on a very, very good form. 10-match win streak, which is very impressive. Also taking down TSM in the final for European Pro League with a 3-0 score. And listen to this. They won 3-0 and dropped 12 rounds in 3 maps.
Yep. They are incredibly dominant at the moment. I think for Passion, they're very much coming as the favourites overall. They have, in terms of the tournament performance so far, Fear, Jammo, Kazmo, those are the 3 best performing players across both teams. So for Passion, everything seems to be coming together here. They've got a massive amount of momentum coming in and hugely strong performing players. They certainly seem like the obvious team to go through and become our other 3-0 team, making it through from today. But we shall see. Spirit Academy are already getting their compelling win in. But we're still here to be surprised. As you said, ALERNATE aTTax definitely underdogs, but maybe they've turned their form around given the fact that they are here at all.
Yeah, and also another thing I wanted to point out as we can take a quick look at the video. I had the pleasure of interviewing Fear on Yalla Campus, and he is just such an experienced person, and he has a lot of knowledge about the game, about the team as well, what could be done better, what could be improved upon. And for a player as young as him, that is very, very impressive. And that's why Passion UA, they're actually they look very, very good in my eyes, and I'm very curious to see how far they will go, not only here but just in their career as well. And we do see the first 2 maps, Inferno and Mirage, nuke actually the permaban of both teams, but ALERNATE aTTax kind of took a gamble there to get rid of Vertigo, which is the best map of Passion UA in terms of win rate. Inferno is a pretty good map for both of them. For Mirage is a little bit more one-sided towards Passion UA, and Anubis as a decider, kind of the same thing as Mirage. So if you would, I would have seen Inferno be the decider instead of Anubis. Kind of, it made a lot more sense in terms of the win rates, but at the same time, ALERNATE aTTax, they are very confident in their Inferno. It is not their most picked map. Interestingly enough, that's actually Anubis with 43. That's, well, now 2 more than Zero Tenacity, so ALERNATE aTTax could be the new Anubis team, but they need to get to that Anubis, and that's the hard part.
Alright, so do let us know in the chat who you're here to support. Definitely Passion. I think, honestly, there was going to be degrees of bad for ALERNATE aTTax in this veto, just because most of the maps that ALERNATE aTTax are strong on, Passion are stronger on, so it's more of a case of just trying to survive through this and give themselves a chance of winning. I think they've more or less done as best as they could do. I mean, at least Mirage, is a little bit more open between the teams, even if Anubis is very likely to go to Passion. They were on a 4-map winning streak there. They're extremely strong, and while ALERNATE aTTax usually are okay playing there, I suspect against Passion they'll have a much harder time than they would hope for.
For sure, and I think one of the things that needs to be said is that the rankings of the teams, they're not that far apart. It's about 5 places between those 2 teams, 53rd for Passion UA, 58th for ALERNATE aTTax, and I know that might sound really, really close, but then again, I think a lot of that has to do with the win that ALERNATE aTTax got. I do want to see more out of ALERNATE aTTax. They were looking very, very strong at that point when they actually managed to win the CCT Series 9, but then again, they had a slump right before that, and for now, it's gonna hit or miss, right? They had a couple of wins against TSM and Copenhagen Wolves, but lost to Bait and 9, and it's just some of those up and down results that are not really helping with the consistency. I think consistency is a very important thing that ALERNATE aTTax kind of have to get upon. They have to get it fixed if they want to get to that next level. And the thing I'm most afraid is that Passion UA, they might have gotten to that next level already, considering their most recent results. Again, that 10-match win streak, which is very impressive, and you almost never see it, right? You do see 5-6 matches, but when you get to 9 to 10, you're kind of bound to, make a mistake. But we'll see if they'll make a mistake today, because the game is live. We'll be jumping on with ALERNATE aTTax, Passion UA. It is Inferno. And as it is the map pick of ALERNATE aTTax, it is Passion UA to choose the starting side, and they chose the T side. That is not that surprising considering it's Inferno, and it's a little T-sided if you're able to get to the sites, but usually people do go for CT.
Alright, so just to recap as we head into the series then, we've already mentioned several of the players on the Passion UA side of things. Extremely strong. Fear, Jambo, Jacasmo. I think from the other side, Orzek and Freeze will be the players I'll be keeping an eye out for in this game. The first and fifth players on Alternate aTTax side of things, as we'll get to see a little taste of what we're going to get here stylistically. We've certainly got a pretty clear indication from our first series, or rather our third series, the first one which we were casting today.
Well, might it be a repeat? Can Passion UA do what Spirit Academy did? That's a big question. 4 players from ALERNATE aTTax trying to defend the C site, and Passion UA, they're trying to move into the site. Good shot from Perks to shut down Zero Fix. Oh, they found Arrow. Perks still alive at the back of site, and he is very much alive, still on 73 HP. Fear finally deals with him, but Freeze comes in from short. Hype swings out, and look at this. They're overwhelming them with numbers. Nicely done here by ALERNATE aTTax. And the buy round, or not the buy round, the pistol round, rather, will be going in the favor of aTTax. Now, the thing is, Passion UA, they didn't get to plant the bomb, so it will be an eco for them.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing from Alternate aTTax there. You know, they seem pretty confident in the brawling that they were having to take place with Passion. So, as we do come into this one, we have seen Passion bring a couple of techs in, so it seems like they might have something shenanigansy in mind for this here second round, especially if we can get up close and personal with the Alternate aTTax members.
Getting aggressive in Banana here is not necessarily a bad idea, even though it's going to be pistols up against them. It comes down to how Passion UA want to play this one out, right? If they do want to be aggressive as a pack, which I think would be the best idea, I think their best plan, or their best bet rather, should be that A site. It does help out quite a lot that you can just jump out of apartments and get quickly onto the site, but they're taking some space here. They're getting some information, see, weigh the possibility of going A with the possibility of going B, and see if they can find an early pick.
Still waiting to see if Passion can sneak this one through. They're definitely running this very, very carefully, hoping to get the pick off onto some member of Alternate aTTax. We can see the Alternate have gone pretty aggressively down Banana, so that could make them vulnerable, but Passion don't want to push in through the smoke. Good amount of utility being brought in by Passion, as well as those Tech 9s, as they manage to bust through. We're going to see a little bit of the echo of our first series, as they're going to wrap round to the B side. Really nice play. We don't usually see these kind of strategic plays from a team that are on their pistol round, but they've gotten away with it. They're onto the B site, and they're going to get the plant. That's... Honestly, in retrospect, they didn't even need to make their buys here, apart from the utility. Really nicely played from Passion UA. I wonder, with all of them left up here, posted up on the site, they're going to try for a defense here. And wait, Alternate aTTax going to back up and let them? That's outrageous. Passion UA, they're going to win the round without killing a single member of Alternate aTTax. That is so unusual. Honestly, all credit to Passion. That was spectacularly done. Ukrainian squad draw even 1-1, though they don't take a single gun away from Alternate aTTax.
Well, that is certainly impressive for a second round, and especially for a round where they force up ALERNATE aTTax. Hey, at least, they did lose the round, but at least they will have something to play with in this one. I think the only kind of scary thing would be if this starts going south, right? If they're giving away control to Passion UA, because for the previous round, sure, they decided that it's just better to save the weapons. Let's not try, especially against the Tech 9s and all that. But now Passion UA, they have the AKs. They have the Galil onto Eschilla. Jambo, sure, still rocking that Deagle, but it doesn't really matter. He is still just as deadly. So, ALERNATE aTTax, they really need to be careful about what they want to do here. And if they are able to hold on to control, right? Because I think this is one of the maps that can get out of control fairly easily. Especially as the retakes are going to be very complicated for the CTs. And we might see a lot of saves, and usually when a team gets into the mentality of just they keep on saving for like 3, 4, 5 rounds, they might start saving even in favorable positions, and that's kind of a thing that I've seen before, but it's not something that actually needs to happen to ALERNATE aTTax here, especially on their own map pick.
I'm with you there. It's, I guess we'll see from the rounds to come whether or not, ALERNATE aTTax are maybe a little bit too gun-shy and making the committal in. I mean, it's, they've got the SMGs for this round, so they are going to try and use them, I'd hope. Going to stack up the A site rather than B, and unfortunately for ALERNATE aTTax, with the superior firepower, I think we're just going to see Passion force their way onto B. They've at least got one reinforcement coming in. Good molly to buy a little bit of time, but it's not covering the entirety of the approach. ALERNATE aTTax, they're trying to get some pick-offs here, and they do. Eschilla very low and taken out as well. 3 versus 5. Passion are on the site, but they're getting more than they bargained with.
Lovely headshots, although they don't take into account the possibility of another player being towards CT, and we're down to a one-on-one. It's Ozek against Fear. And Fear is looking straight at Banana. He starts to understand, well, considering he was not here already, he is probably coming from Banana. The thing is, the bomb plant doesn't really favor Fear all that much if he pushes towards CT, but he's going to be hanging around coffins, and Ozek, he has some util. He can get the molly down, but look at that. Just the position found by Fear. Perfectly done at the edge of the molly. He's going to get the last kill. And Passion UA, they're going to walk away with this round. Now, it wasn't an easy round for Passion UA, which is still just a very good thing for ALERNATE aTTax, not allowing Passion UA to walk away with easy rounds, and to, especially as they are being forced into an eco. But this one is not really going to amount to a lot. I mean, it's just 2 SPs. It shouldn't be a problem for Passion UA to get this one back. But I'm curious to see what the M4s will be able to do as soon as ALERNATE aTTax get their hands on them, because it does feel like they will need quite an early answer. And yeah, just a standard setup here with multiple players, and there we go. Fear found it out. Oh, great molly though. I think everyone got some damage because of that, and Jambo alongside Jacasmo will just clear up Banana.
It wasn't the full 5k. It looked like it could have been there, but honestly, I don't mind it at all from ALERNATE aTTax. I think it was maybe a little too much of a cheese to get through, but I think just to go back to the previous round, because there's a little bit more to say about that one. Passion going down to a single member at the tail end. I think that speaks well to ALERNATE aTTax's ability to turn around rounds that they are a little bit behind in, and coming into this one, ALERNATE aTTax, they're the ones in the lead. They've got the AWP, they've got the guns, utilities a little light, but otherwise, they're in a great position to break through and start getting rounds back on the CT half.
Perks making sure he spots someone that starts peeking right around the corner. Oh, the molly blade. Meantime, a lot of action in Banana's arrow lines up too. Good shot from Jambo, and he's gonna expect this as well. Hold on. They got the 2 kills on Banana, but they lose the 2 defenders on the A site. In Jambo, he didn't really lose a lot of HP doing it, so they can get the bomb planted, but the retake on the A site is still gonna be hard, even though it's a 3-on-3.
It's not gonna be remotely easy. It looks like ALERNATE aTTax are going for the 2-pronged assault. Again, remember, Arrow is so heavily wounded coming in, but ALERNATE aTTax, I think if they can get the hit in through the apartments, they're in a really good spot. There I realise his shenanigans are afoot, will lock down the flank, and if ALERNATE aTTax are going to back off as you feared, Pop, now's the time. They're out of here. If they don't have the advantage of surprise, they're not going to take the fight.
Yeah, to be honest, it was done right after Jambo gets that double kill. It's just so complicated to retake that A site, even when you have equal numbers, that it was just over. A very good answer here from Passion UA, considering they lost the first 2 kills in Banana, but just a wonderful job by Jambo to open up the site and making it a lot easier for his team. With that being said, Passion UA, they are slowly getting themselves ahead with round after round, and ALERNATE aTTax, they need an answer. This one might not be the round to do it though. It's just a couple of weapons and some 5.7s. It's not the best buy in the world here for them. On the other side, Passion UA not really playing with an op so far, and I would not be surprised if they will not have an op during this whole T side. It's just a lot of those T sides, they're specifically not playing with an op because it can hinder their movement, and you kind of need quick rotations and people to be able to just react instantly. And when you have an op, maybe you will not get that chance. Gets shot by Freeze, but he goes down as Arrow did, and well, the round should be over at this point.
Yeah, it's... Again, ALERNATE aTTax, they're heavily motivated to keep their AWP in play, and you said, trying to move the AWP between sites is always going to be a difficult task to pull off. So, 5-1. So far, Passion looking pretty good. Again, we were hoping to see this be... You know, if we go back to our previous series, the first map, very much a washout. The second map, much more competitive. I think we're seeing some signs of ALERNATE aTTax coming back in and making this one more competitive and making these rounds kind of close, but I'm with you that I'm feeling like they are just a touch too conservative and they're going to give a lot of ground up. I can see this half ending with maybe only 3 rounds for them if they keep up this kind of more conservative play.
Oh, I'm very curious to see what their plan will be in the next round, as they will have the weapons out, because with the aggressiveness in Banana in that round where they kind of lost the plot, it wasn't bad at all. Oh, they lose the op.
Oh man,
just as the round ended. I mean, Hype can get one without head armor. Yeah, it's not the end of the world, but he would have wanted to hang on to it. So what I was trying to say is that they did really well with control over Banana. They got that double kill. More or less, if things stayed like that, the round was quote-unquote over. But the thing is, they managed to do that with 3 players towards B, which means there were only 2 A defenders, and as we remember, Jambo was able to get rid of both of them fairly easily. So they can keep it up with that Banana aggressiveness. Oh my god, that is not a good start. Yeah, I don't know what he can do about that. I mean, just not face next to a smoke in case Jambo hits a headshot through the smoke. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I would say Ozek's positioning was off, but then again, I mean, what can you do when a shot like that comes through?
Yeah, and I mean, Passion, they're just going to keep... I mean, now they've got the numbers advantage, they can dictate where the fight happens, and we can see, actually, interesting play from ALERNATE aTTax. It looks like they are anticipating that it's going to be an A push, so for a second, bringing both of their B defenders off of sight. We have got an interesting stack here from Passion, trying to catch one of the ALERNATE aTTax members off guard, but with 52 seconds left, Passion are taking this one a little bit slowly, and it's giving ALERNATE aTTax enough time to get back into position themselves. Wait.
Hang on.
Shenanigans?
Oh, this is a good plan. They read them right. 3 players from aTTax towards the B site, and towards A, he's only hyped. I say only, he is still much more than capable to shut the push down, but it's just the position is not that good. Oh, and he misses the shot. Finally lands a second, but there it is. The double nade. It's just easy to clear up the banana, or not banana, but pit like that. And it was just a little unfortunate, the fact that he doesn't get a kill first. If he does get one, I think he repositions towards the other side of the pit any day of the week. You're just dead there. You're just waiting to die. I mean, we've seen so many teams that adopted this playstyle where they have nades and they just double nade or even triple nade towards pit. It's just an easy clear of that position.
It's a shame for ALERNATE aTTax as well if they'd had more players there to support him. And who knows what could have happened, but instead, Passion will get themselves their 6th round in a row, and Again, it's much more competitive than that scoreline would suggest, but Alternate aTax, again, they're saving 3 rifles out of this round, and as we continue to go forward, this is, of course, Alternate aTax's map pick. They're going to need to pick up some pace soon. As they lost the AWP in the previous round, they're still, economically taking hits, even if they are making these saves.
Yeah, they need a quick talk. They need to find what's wrong, what's missing, what can they do better.
I think
if I'm being completely honest, I don't know. What would you say would be their saving grace?
I'm going to be a jerk here and point out that one of the players we were kind of hoping to do well on the squad was Orzek. And yet he's not got any kills so far. I don't know, I just... if you're getting one of your kind of better performing players just really failing to get started here, I think if that can change, particularly if Orzek comes into this round and gets some, close-up work done with that MP9, I think that could be a route back in for Alternate aTax, just to get a little bit more proactivity in there.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a wrong way to go about it. I mean, as long as everyone is shooting heads, you should win. But I do think they would be favored a little more with a little more aggressiveness. I think in that previous round as well, Jambo takes down Orzek through a couple of smokes. They had a deep mid smoke, but they didn't necessarily push towards second mid. They didn't take space. And you want to at least try that once, right? They're not that far ahead that you cannot try to be aggressive towards mid as well. Because in Banana, look at this. They got arrowed down deep in Banana. They have Freeze with him. Pretty good positioning here, but towards mid they have no one.
They are getting some good utility landing. Arrow, it's down to 12 HP. Well, I mean, this is, I guess, at least a little taste of aggression for Alternate aTax. Arrow's still holding there. This could be a huge reward for him if they don't think that he's going to still be there after the molly. We should have cooked him through. Alternate aTax, they're going to stack the A site. If Arrow does get overrun, the B site can be taken in moments.
Well, this is a mistake there from Jambo. They do get the kill in return, but look at Chakasmo. He has a nade. He could have just thrown it there. It was a free kill. They would have lost a teammate. It doesn't seem to matter all that much as Freeze is eliminated. Orzek swings through the smoke, but he's been spotted, and well, he deals some more damage to Fear. But no kill coming in just yet, and to be honest, the save could be called already. If Freeze found the bomb planter, and it would have been a 3-on-3 with no bomb plant so far, maybe there was still a chance, but
I think Hypes looks like I feel like Alternate aTax, given that they haven't got a huge amount of equipment left, maybe this frees them up to try something a little bit more bold. I mean, Hypes is waiting here, I think waiting for a Passion UA member to walk past, to pick up the gun. Orzek, as I mentioned before, with the SMG, has got the close range firepower. This could be maybe a 20% chance of working for Alternate aTax, but they've got a lot less to lose. Hype does get one, but Perks doesn't involve himself in the play, and Passion pick up lucky number 7.
it's a harsh reality right now for Alternate aTax. Nothing is really working. And even maybe with some mistakes from Passion UA, as I said, that nade that could have been used to clear that corner and they wouldn't have lost the player and it would have been even easier for Passion UA. Even with that, it's still not enough, right? It's still not enough for one trade. Won't work against a team like Passion UA. So what is the plan here? How do you deal with this? Once again, starting off with 3 players towards B. I'm not against that. And once again, maybe some B aggression. But towards A, we haven't really seen plays through apartments, you know, the close range setup, especially with the Opper. Or much rather get a peek into second mid with a couple of flashes over. I mean, there's so many opportunities for you to try and get something, some kind of an advantage at the start of the round. They're playing very passive, and I think that might be how Passion UA are using that against them. Good shot from Orzek, though. That's his first kill. There we go. Perks with a good shot down onto Zero Fix, and maybe this one could be it. It's a 3-on-5, even though there's only 3 players from Alternate aTax here on this A site. A 4th one could be coming in. Perfect nade at the feet of Orzek, but Passion UA, they slow down massively.
This is definitely a much more straightforward play for them, and I don't like it. ALERNATE aTTax, yeah, they're able to do what they've been wanting to do all these rounds, which is bring all their members to bear on the site. The bomb is at the feet of ALERNATE aTTax, so Passion have to make this work. Everyone who's come through those apartments has died in short order. Passion need to be drawing attention elsewhere, but instead they're getting naded. Oh, this has to be the round where ALERNATE aTTax brings it back.
Surely, 20 seconds left. Jambo kind of pushed in, but everyone else was backing away. I don't know what that was about. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication, or maybe that was the play to keep them on side. I don't know. Anyway, round's over. ALERNATE aTTax, they got a second on the board. Sure, a lot more needed, but, you know, yeah, exactly. They break the streak. There's a start.
I'm trying to figure out, though, Pop, whether that was more ALERNATE aTTax really doing anything differently versus Passion just being too straightforward with their attack. I mean, because we're calling for ALERNATE aTTax to get out there and start being more aggressive on the map and, you know, getting into mid themselves, but instead Passion just came to them all the way through one very well defended point. I just don't, well, I don't know if Passion do the same kind of play again, given how poorly that last one went.
Round 10. Pushing through the molly. I don't know if that's going to be of help, but FAVBET has a good angle.
These nades have been really good from ALERNATE aTTax. I think generally banana control has been good for ALERNATE aTTax as a whole. So I think if they're going to try and build their play around any part of the map, it's making sure that the B approach is very hard to get down.
It does feel like Passion UA are actually very hesitant at playing towards the B site. I actually have a player very close through apartments, through A apartments, so it looks like from the position that Passion UA are in right now, that it will be an A play. Do you really like coming out of apartments? And it feels like that is a death sentence sometimes. Oh, Perks. Could be on a perfect timing. He can catch Jambo here. And this is insane that I do not expect this. No way he's still alive, Jambo. Okay, he goes down. Finally.
I don't like this from Passion. They're running the same play that didn't work last time with pretty much the same results as last time as well. That, in fact, it's even better. ALERNATE aTTax come out of that looking really, really good. I think that's overconfidence on Passion UA's side of things to say, don't worry, we know what we did wrong last time, we'll just do it again. And have, you know, just fall over. That's a ton of equipment out of their pockets. They've still got money to be able to buy up again, but ALERNATE aTTax, they may have lost the half already, but I feel like they're gonna end the half 5-7 now.
It just feels like it was just a bad call. I mean, sending multiple players through the same position, that's such an easy position to shut down from PED, first of all. And second of all, you have no idea if there's anyone around the corner and you're not accounting for it. Look at this though from Arrow. Shuts down Jambo. It's a good start from ALERNATE aTTax. And again, as you mentioned, Banana, a very strong point for ALERNATE aTTax. Fear is by himself here. His teammates are trying to liberate the A site, but the problem is, apart from that team kill from Freeze, that there's no one here to help out Fear. What's going on? This, I'm gonna be honest, this round seems a little amateurish. I mean, why is he, you know, he was not alone at the start, right? They go down, he had two teammates with him. But the other two guys that are playing towards the A site, just come back. You need to help out your IGL. He has the bomb.
Yep, this is looking much, much better for ALERNATE aTTax. Again, I think we're right here is, I don't remember if we mentioned it earlier, but I guess we're looking to direct you guys, if you would like to check them out below our stream, our friends from Hellcase as well as our other sponsors, or other partners for today. Passion, yeah, they definitely feel like they are dropping the ball pretty hard here in the tail end of this first half. 3 rounds in a row from ALERNATE aTTax. And yeah, we're starting to, I think, really see the cracks develop in Passion's play. Again, I would not be at all surprised to see ALERNATE aTTax get this one as well. Holy hell!
This is starting to look very rough, and look at that freeze. Wonderful double kill. I really like the adjustments that ALERNATE aTTax are making, considering Passion UA. The last like 4 rounds have been very poorly called. Perks eliminates his Chilla, 0 picks, trying to right the wrong, but he's already down 22. Not too long for this world as Perks makes sure he is out. And Fear, last one standing.
I think I'm starting to see why ALERNATE aTTax are so keen to send their members towards A site in space, because the B site defense has been so good now, particularly over the last few rounds. You can see that they are completely ready for every Passion member who comes through apartments, because they've got the rest of the site locked down. There's nowhere else they could be, and they will end out 5-7. I think ALERNATE aTTax have got a huge amount of momentum coming to the second half to try and turn their map pick around.
They really wanted to go through apartments, which is very, very interesting at a Passion UA. I mean, did we ever see Passion UA trying to wrap around through long? I think we haven't seen them at all on that T side. I think one time they had a player when they were going towards B or something like that. I don't know. Maybe there was someone at one point.
I mean, they had the thing is, what makes it so frustrating is they had that initial round where they did go through long, and they wrapped around to B to steal the round away. And that was amazing, but past that point, that kind of play just didn't happen from Passion UA at all. And it's exactly said, they started playing in a much more straightforward, predictable, and ineffective way, ultimately. ALERNATE aTTax, they come into this half on a 4-round streak. It feels, if anything, like Passion have now the impetus on them to win this pistol round and recover that momentum.
Well, it seems like they read the situation right. They sent 4 players towards A. And by the looks of the smokes, it is going to be a full-on A playthrough short. 4 players coming in. Molly tries to force such a Casmo, but he's out of position already. Oh, this is not looking too good, but Fear is on the side, not for long, as Arrow gets himself the double kill. And somehow, even though they had a couple of players that had a perfect crossfire, one in pit, one behind the big box on the site, it was still not enough for Passion UA to win that pistol round. So I'm going to be honest with you, Counterfeit. ALERNATE aTTax, they are making a lot of moves here. They're getting a lot of momentum behind them. And Passion UA, I'm going to be honest, it's a lot of their mistakes. I don't think ALERNATE aTTax did anything too special on that CT side or in this pistol round. It was just straightforward Counter-Strike. But Passion UA, they're dropping the ball in a lot of those situations where they should have the advantage. I do like this, though. The aggression.
Yeah, really?
One down, but not another one so far.
Yeah, Passion going hyper aggressive, and I think, if anything, that speaks to the kind of pressure that they are feeling, as we will draw even 7-7. I thank again our friends from Hellcase for supporting the stream. Again, it feels like, you know, I think we're being harsher on Passion UA just because they came into this one as clear favourites. That they seem to be playing like a team who've lost confidence in themselves over these last few rounds, including the tail end of the previous half. And the room they're giving for ALERNATE aTTax to come back in is enough, I think, to turn this map and at least force us to a 3-map series.
Oof. Good shot. The problem still stands that it's just 3 Deagles in this round. Although, that's a nice shot from Jacasmo. Missed one from Jambo, though. Missed opportunity, and he was the only player that had armor.
Nice nade.
Still, 4 on 3 is respectable. Not going to be easy, though.
Only problem is that Passion haven't been able to scoop up any of the weaponry they've taken down so far, but I mean, it echoes our first half. Passion did turn their second round after losing the first, so it's on brand for them. Alternate aTTax, though, they're going to bring all 3 of the remaining members in. They have the firepower. They get 1 untraded from Jacasmo. The rest of Passion are here. They spot Fear up on top. I think this one should pretty much be done.
Yeah, I don't think Eschilla's going to get this round with only an USP. Although he could get a couple good things onto freeze. Maybe find Ozek with low HP. Oh, that was a little awkward. It was close, but Ozek finally shuts him down. ALERNATE aTTax. Very good position to be in as they get themselves in the lead. 7-1 was the score favoring Passion UA, and ALERNATE aTTax, they're right back in there. They're ahead now. You have all the confidence in the world, and it might have been Ozek who had a very rough start. He was up 0-5, 0-6, but right now he's on equal numbers, 7-7, and a lot of good things from every single player on the side of ALERNATE aTTax. And the thing is, right, it's not the mistakes of Passion anymore. It's ALERNATE aTTax playing well, but those mistakes kind of fueled the start from ALERNATE aTTax. And of course, Ozek is going to win that duel. He has the confidence, he has the motivation to push like that. Jacasmo around the corner, maybe he can get the answer back, but doesn't start spraying to the smoke, and I think that's a smart decision. There would have been a lot of bullets coming back through that smoke.
Well, I mean, that's the whole thing, the kind of the role of confidence there for the squad. Alternate aTTax, they've given the opportunity, and it legitimately definitely makes a team play better when they start to feel more confident and less hesitant. I mean, that was the thing we were criticizing Alternate aTTax before. Was them not being confident enough, and I think with the room they've been given here on Inferno, they are playing much more to their full potential. But Jambo is stepping up for the squad. A second kill in the round. The bomb is now cut off from the rest of Alternate aTTax. I don't know if Passion know this is happening, but they've got a huge opportunity.
Oh, look at that. That's the bomb down. That's a big issue for ALERNATE aTTax. Good shot at a Jambo. He has to reload, and swinging has to reload. That's not a good idea, to be honest. Oh! And he's gonna hit it. Good way to shut off the round here, and Passion UA finally finding another round here on Inferno. Don't get me wrong, it's still the map pick of ALERNATE aTTax, but Passion UA, might this be the chance they were looking for to get themselves back into the game, or will it be a one-time thing and is ALERNATE aTTax back to winning ways once more? This would be a very important round for any of those teams because they're tied up, and any of those teams that loses a round is bound to an eco.
Reading probably too much, but the read I got from the way Jambo was playing that one was, I got a real sense of, alright, that's enough messing around. That was just really crisp played as well, getting the shotgun up kill at close range. I mean, we'll see about this round to come, but this felt like at least the best chance Passion UA will get to turn the momentum in the series. Zero steps up, gets the first kill, fades away. The A-side defense is holding for now. Passion moving their members back across. Alternate aTTax trying to envelop the site. No, moving through long. Stealing a leaf from Passion's book. But Fear is there, grabs 2. The site is still vulnerable. Alternate aTTax onto B.
Three on 2. They get the bomb planted. Oh, a good shot from Ozek. But the thing is, he's far away from the site. If they're able to remove Hyped from the site now...
Oh, spot him!
Timing. Oh, they know where both are, but they need to push together, and there's a mistake going for that util, although Jambo does get the kill with said util. Now, he still has a flash to use. Ozek, a molly available. He's gonna miss it, but he just needs to hit the headshot, and Jambo will find it instead. I think he has plenty of time, and it's gonna be close. Oh no, he got it, no problem. And Jambo winning the 1-on-2. They get themselves back in the lead.
I think it's time for a Jambo Jamboree. He has brought Passion back from the brink pretty much single-handedly, stepping up to 14 kills. Their AWPer is absolutely coming through huge for the squad. we mentioned before, right back at the beginning, this 19-year-old is a big focal point of what the team is doing, and right now he's putting the team on his back. I think we're starting to see other Passion members stepping up, inspired by that example, and also ATTax. They're going to need to get around back soon to try and shut that momentum down.
This one, you know, it's starting to look a little awkward for ALERNATE aTTax. They're not as confident. You can see that in their positions. They're way too far back. They are moving in. Oh, this is getting interesting as they will swing. Fear goes down. Not a second though. Oh, this is very awkward. Jacasmo able to walk away with a couple of kills, and that's going to be very important. That's going to make the round a lot more manageable.
Nice nade. Doesn't quite land onto Arrow. Passion will be moving in with 3 versus 2 on the site, so if they move quickly, they'll be able to get on, because, see, ALERNATE aTTax, they sent off Perks on a rear guard duty, and that means that it will not be a 3-on-3 fight, but instead a 3v2. Passion do get the flash in, hyped, holding the high ground advantage, gets the kill and gets away. Now ALERNATE aTTax, they've got the 3v2 on the site. They should be able to get this one because there's no surprises coming. Jambo, last one standing. Can he clutch it again?
Oh, there's someone hiding in that smoke. Goes for the stick. Oh my god. There's
Wait!
no
way!
What's away with that round? How do you not take him out, Arrow? He's not right next to you.
It's Jambo time! 3 rounds in a row, purely onto the team's AWPer. With a performance like this, surely Passion can't do anything but be inspired. That was ridiculous, but it worked.
Okay, I'm officially lost. This is what is going on right now. How are rounds like that lost? How did we get from 7-1 to 8-7 in favor of ALERNATE aTTax? Even though, you know, I am, yeah. Okay, we'll keep it going. Double name.
I generally don't know how. It doesn't feel like Passion are winning in this half, but they are still ahead. I think it's still anybody's game. We've got heavy push onto B. Passion are mostly defending A. In fact, they're going to push out more aggressively. I'm really curious as to what Passion's approach is here. Maybe trying to lure ALERNATE aTTax into going for an A site push, but it's not going to happen. We're going to see 3 pushing up. Jambo just step out, and the rest of the Passion squad are, I think, going to start wrapping around to B to react to the ALERNATE aTTax push in themselves.
Oh, covering for the boost, and there we go. Hyped. Finds Jacasmo. Back to equal numbers. Once again going for the boost. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, they're expecting it. Very good awareness there from Ozek. M43 by Eschilla. Perks he's still not going for the flank, but it just seems like the round is over. Passion UA, they're walking into the headshot angles, and
this seems like an odd way for the 3-round streak of Passion to end. They put all the defenders over to the A site, get run over a B, and then suffer on the retake attempt. Jambo is here to save everybody again, but this time he will not be able to make it happen. ALERNATE aTTax, get back there, round, get back into the half, and this has been such a strange opening map to the series that I generally don't know who's going to be drawing ahead in these last few rounds.
yeah, I don't know either. It just looks like such a random game, and I don't get why. I don't understand why. Right, because right at the bat, Passion UA should have looked a lot better than they are right now. Not because, you know, it's the score or whatever. It's just some of the decisions in those rounds, they're don't align with how good Passion UA have been lately. And for the other side, you know, ALERNATE aTTax, I think they did pretty well, all things considered. Hyped to the fact that he's still alive after peeking into like 3 players is very impressive.
Well, we were
But yeah,
saying
it just
before,
feels
with
like everything's so random.
ALERNATE aTTax, we were talking about before, winners of CCT EU number 9. Definitely a team with a huge amount of high-end who've been suffering some more recently. I wonder if, given what we're seeing so far in this series at least, I mean, leaving the group stage 3-0 for ALERNATE aTTax would be an absolute dream. A way to recapture their former glory. But Chilla and Zero both get kills on the way into sight. Bear in mind, this is pistols for Passion Yue. It's down to 3-on-3. And ALERNATE aTTax, they're still not fully done. No plant has been made. Passion are still going to try for it.
Nice Chilla trying to deal some damage. He's not going to land the shot into perks, though. What's the decision here? Fear is running away. The R2 players are winning in church, and I guess they're just trying to get some exit kills at this point.
I'm certain you're right. As time ticks away, ALERNATE aTTax will draw dead even. We can see in the bank, of course, it's not been the loss streak to prop up the economy. So Jambo's going to try and get out with the AK, and that's definitely worth a lot right now for Passion Yue, as they will to give up the round 10-10. ALERNATE aTTax very, very close to taking their own map pick. I think I'm still not adjusted from that first half, where, as you said, 7-1 is where we started, 10-10 now, where we are getting close to the finish line.
Also, just we're comparing it to the previous game, right, where the Spirit Academy were able to walk away with a 2-0, and that first map was just a masterpiece. The second one was a very good map for both of them, right? It wasn't necessarily anything random like this, but this is just... Yeah, as you mentioned, right, we have no idea who can take this one away. It just feels like whoever gets the least amount of mistakes done, they're going to be the ones to walk away with it. And it's, again, very surprising to see both or any of those two teams doing mistakes like that, right? As some of those have been very unusual, to say the least. But we're all tied up. It's not the best round here for Passion Yue, as they don't really have too good of a buy. They'll try their best with what they have. Kind of a half buy here with pistols, SMGs, that AK and armors, and maybe with this they can surprise ALERNATE aTTax.
And Jambo has been the focal point of their success, such as it has been here in the CT half. He'll be defending B. Unfortunately for Passion, ALERNATE aTTax not only pushing on to A, but finding the defenders and deleting them immediately. I have to imagine if Passion want to fight this one, they've got to bring everybody across to A immediately. And if ALERNATE aTTax just change sight, and it looks like they can do as they will, they should be able to walk this one in. The rifle is down, Jambo is gone, and Passion's chances of winning the round evaporated.
Fear trying to get something done here. MP9 in hand, good shot onto Arrow, and a second
What?
down, looking for a third. Oh my, he was so close. Jacasmo will find it. Jacasmo with a double, and home gone. It is a 1v1. Jacasmo with the deagle swings it. Oh, it was so close, but Hyped manages to finish him off. It was almost a 2-1-5 between an MP9 and a deagle. That's more like what we expect out of Passion Yue. But with that round being over, it is ALERNATE aTTax in the lead once again, 11-10. Passion Yue, are you able to answer back here, or will ALERNATE aTTax get map point?
I think that's a testament to how good the players are on Passion. That was even a thing that could conceivably happen. We've not got the full buy-in for this time for Passion either, but time is pressing for them here. I'd imagine they expected to come into this one with a 2-0 series like every other one has been. Every other series has been so far. This is for a place in the playoffs, at least the first map of the series for the place in the playoffs with an undefeated record. The premier seeding. That means you will have the best playoff run you possibly could have. ALERNATE aTTax, they're so close to getting that first map locked down.
Good setup in short at a Passion UA. The two players, one's boosted up, one is not. They can play off of each other. They got apartments covered as well. But ALERNATE aTTax, they are waiting for Ozek just to make a lot of noise towards B. And well, he did just that, but now the util will be coming in. Jambo trying to get ahead, and he's gonna take down Hype. Good shot from Chilla, but he gets traded. There's Zero Fix to answer back as well. Freeze drops the nade. Ozek finds the kill onto Jambo, and now Zero Fix is stuck between a rock and a hard place as he's picked by two players and taken down. It is a 2-on-2 retake for Passion UA onto that A site.
The blind fire. No real damage to be done. Jacasmo getting tagged by the grenade on the way out, and it's a battle of the flankers. Ozek gets the kills. We noted before, he has really stepped up in this second half. Now it's down to Jacasmo, who walks into a whole world of pain. ALERNATE aTTax have now 4 rounds in a row. That map pick at least guaranteed for overtime. But honestly, I'm just not seeing it from Passion. They're getting a little bit better as they go, but not at the kind of rate they would need to turn this.
No, for sure. I do think ALERNATE aTTax's plan was very solid in the previous round because they kind of had to divide the players if they wanted to shut down the aggressiveness of ALERNATE aTTax. And sure, maybe some of the decisions could have been better for Passion UA, but it was just a superior plan that ALERNATE aTTax came with having players even through mid, through boiler, and also through apartments itself. A lot of damage taken by Jacasmo. They're almost eliminated by the util. Both Fear and Jacasmo, 15 HP combined. But they are still able to get the first kill and get away with their life. And now there's 4 players towards B. And do ALERNATE aTTax expect this? Because they seem to be locked in onto the site.
I think when you've done that much damage to your util, you want to get the last pieces done, but that may be what gives Passion a route back in. They've got the numbers if they can get the shots off first. Fear perched up high. ALERNATE aTTax refused to back down, and that lets Fear gets in for a second kill in. Ozek dropping low. Hyped gets to be the last one standing, but he's standing against 4 Passion members. We have got a flank coming in as well. ALERNATE aTTax are so close to their map win. Hyped trying to step up and do what Jambo did before. But I just don't think he can manage it, surely.
Steals the bomb away, and he knows there's a player onto the site itself. That's 100% confirmed. But Hyped. Oh my god, that could be the biggest mistake of their life. He is in a one-on-one.
No
3 HP
way.
for the Opper. Up against this Chilla. And he has to reload the op. That could have been heard by his Chilla. Oh, and he jumps up onto first.
I think he's
oranges.
gonna.
He
I think
can't
he's
really
gonna get
jump
the
on
ace.
top. Oh, he has a very good chance at getting that. As Chilla jumps around. Oh, he
gets him!
Hyped! That is an ace! And that is the map for ALERNATE aTTax. That is absolutely insane. What a way to end this first map. ALERNATE aTTax, wonderful stuff from them.
That was astonishing. We need to see that one. Oh, we won't get the chance to see that one again. Maybe, I don't know if we can get that. If production would be kind enough to show us that at the beginning of our second map, because holy hell, that was incredible play from Hype. The audacity to try and pull off. I generally think this has been a game of AWPers. Jambo showed us the way, but Hype sealed the deal at the end.
And with that, they will be the victors of Inferno. Mirage is coming up next. That is not that good of a map for ALERNATE aTTax, and a very played map for Passion UA. So we'll see if it's going to be a 1-1 or if ALERNATE aTTax are able to take this one as a 2-0. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events! At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
Welcome back as we're getting ready for the second map of the best of 3 here between ALERNATE aTTax and Passion UA. And well, that first map was certainly interesting, right? A very close shave, but Passion UA, or rather ALERNATE aTTax managed to win it out. And that's what was going through my mind. Passion UA maybe should have won that, but hey, ALERNATE aTTax. I'm gonna be honest. Let's focus on the positives here. I think ALERNATE aTTax did recover really well from that, even though they were down 1-7. The fact that they were able to hold Passion UA at bay for so long, even though Passion UA were going for kind of the same plays every single time, it was still very respectable out of aTTax.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, for both sides, I think the AWPers taking a lion's share there. You know, even if Passion didn't win that map, just having the ridiculous level of shenanigans being pulled off there. I mean, Jambo, with the 3 rounds in a row where he was legitimately saving the team by himself. The 4K, the clutch, the ninja defuse, all in the same period of 3 rounds. And they hyped the opposing AWPer alternate attacks to be the one that's put the final boot in to get alternate attacks an incredible second half and the map win. It's absolutely everything. But as we head on to Mirage, we're still, I think, on paper, expecting Passion to be able to come back and win the series overall based on what we know about the various teams and their stats involved. But we also expected Passion to win the first map, so I think it's anybody's game to win.
No, yeah, for sure. I think, we saw Passion UA as the favorites when we started, but I'm sure ALERNATE aTTax do have some tricks up their sleeve. Even though Mirage might not be that great of a map for them, 38% win rate, and they just had a game played just a couple of days ago against Bait, which they lost 13-10, which is still, I would say, respectable. Also, like 4 days ago, they played against Copenhagen Wolves, and that was a win. So who knows? Maybe that the percentage doesn't really reflect the reality. But at the same time, you look on the other side, and today, Passion UA played against TSM. They won 13-2. So that could also play a part in this. This should be a better map for Passion UA. But then again, that's what could have been said about that first map as well. Just the win rate was higher. They were feeling better, but in the end, it wasn't there. So now on their own map pick, they need to pull up big time. They need to get a good result here so that they force out Anubis.
Looking at some of the numbers from our first map, Freeze in particular standing out. Incredible performance of him. Hyped as well, of course, the AWPer who did pick up the 5k at the end, also doing well. But Freeze was really the centerpiece of what they were doing there. His ADR stats, absolutely nuts. And as much as I think we were still in the mindset of Passion winning out that one, alternate attacks, ultimately they did play that first map better than Passion did, and definitely deserve to be here battling for that golden ticket out of groups and into the playoff stage. It's still possible that alternate attacks could recapture some of that former glory, go for a second CCT win. If they can win out this series, it certainly means they're on the right path to get there.
Jumping into the game here, and we should be having the second map underway any second. Passion UA, they will be on that T side with ALERNATE aTTax on the CT side. It's the HUD had switched around. Don't worry, we'll fix it in a second. But it is aTTax on the CT side, and of course they had the pleasure of choosing where they can start, and of course they will choose that CT side. Ozek just around the corner with the dualies and under. Here's the first one to peek into him, and there we go. There's the opening kill. The first kill of the game does go the way of ALERNATE aTTax, and the second as well. Nicely done by Ozek. That's bombed down, and they just need to get rid of all the remaining players now.
And heck, alternate attacks, they've got a lot of momentum coming in. As much as we've talked about how their performances don't necessarily match up to being CCT champions from before, I mean, this is a really good statement round, and to survive with 3 players, we mentioned Ozek as a player who took a little while to come online in our first map. Getting the 3k immediately is a very good sign.
Yeah, they want a good start here just to put some more pressure on the Passion UA, because I'm sure they're starting to feel it. Even though it might be, a little awkward for Passion UA, they kind of need to regroup and
start kind of dominating, right, as they did at the start of Inferno. But it seems like ALERNATE aTTax, they're not about to let them do that. The good shots by Hyped. USP comes out, and that's a third. At least they got a bomb planet, so that's a small W on the side of Passion UA. But other than that, round's over. And it's ALERNATE aTTax to walk away with a dub.
I do think that's... Yeah, we saw... I was really interested to see that they weren't even trying to fire back there. I think it was a fully committal onto just getting the plant, and that was the only thing that Passion wanted from the round. Which does mean they'll be buying aggressively into round 3. They brought almost nothing in the previous round, but ALERNATE aTTax also gave up very little in the previous encounter, so this will be a chance for Passion to show us lessons have been learned between maps 1 and 2, because certainly we didn't expect to be in this situation, but ALERNATE aTTax, they've got the advantage, they now just need to keep it.
Still on 20 HP, but at the moment, oh, it is a good start of the round from Passion UA. Wouldn't say that ALERNATE aTTax could turn things around fairly quickly. Now, doesn't seem like it's going to be as easy as expected. Interesting swap of positions there.
I mean, ALERNATE got brought down to 3 members very quickly. I think we're going to be seeing them giving up the rest of the round, because while the mid control was good for the German squad, they've lost control of everything around B, and I feel like Passion are on the hunt here to try and make sure ALERNATE aTTax can't save too much of their equipment heading to the next round.
Hype's just trying to deal some more damage because, well, the round's just over at this point. Although, he's going to be found by Jambo. Passion UA secured their first round here. That looked pretty solid. Shots were on point. Very good couple of openers just to get things going. And, well, then again, this is more like Passion UA that we're expecting to see, right? And that's one of the things that kind of worried everyone on Inferno, is the fact that Passion UA were Passion UA, but not every single round.
Yes, it was very inconsistent from what we're seeing from the Ukrainian team. They just weren't seeming themselves, but ALERNATE aTTax, they've got enough money in the bank to bring the AWP out for this round, so Hyped will be ready there defending for the A site. Unfortunately for him, Passion are making their moves up towards the north of the map, as the utility is a little light from ALERNATE aTTax, and they burnt some of it in the early exchange, trying to keep Passion from moving on to B.
Damage dealt there, some information gained because of the damage.
ALERNATE aTTax. Well, they are almost out of utility though, and I wonder if this is what Passion were trying for. They've kept mid control. We can see the A site is the most defended, but Breeze managed to pick up Fear as the smoke clears, means that the advantage will lie with ALERNATE aTTax even without utility to play with. The A site very strong. We have got an attempt being made to sneak in through Palace, but this is dangerous territory. Passion could lose control again.
Well, with a couple of players down into ramp, surely it could happen. There's no one coming in from ramp. They have a player out through Palace, but Arrow gets rid of both of those players. Jambo and Jacasmo trying to save the day with only 20 seconds left. It's not going to be easy. Jambo doesn't expect Arrow to be that close. That's bombed down, and it should be round over because every single player from ALERNATE aTTax is towards the C site. Jacasmo, he's done for, and Hyped makes sure that he goes down instantly. Nicely done by ALERNATE aTTax. The positioning was very good, and just the idea overall was very solid.
Wow. Alright, well, I mean, it's still early in the map, but Pop, we're starting to see more evidence that ALERNATE aTTax can keep some of the momentum from our first map. Breaking through Passion there is hugely important. We can already see Passion are suffering, going to be bringing the Galil, and Jakazmo won't even have enough for a gun for the round, so Passion in real trouble. Looks like they're going to be pushing in aggressively onto mid this time, but Hyped is ready with the AWP. The smoke disperses not quite in time for him to get the shot off. The Passion really need to close the distance before Alternate aTTax' better equipment really takes its toll.
Thing is, with the fact that Passion UA have a rather rough start here, Alternate aTTax are going to benefit off of it, especially as they are on the favorite side, right? Just get a very good first half in, and then in the second half, even with the mistakes that might come through, you should still be able to secure the last final rounds just to end it in your favor. But then again, it's quite a long battle up until the end of the first half. It's only round number 5. Freeze right behind that smoke, spotted by Fear. Now the A side is being covered still by a couple of players. It's Perks and Hyped with the AWP, but it's actually Arrow swinging out, and he gets taken down, maybe a little bit overzealous to take the duel towards round, but I think that was the only way he was gonna get out of that position. Good shot from Jambo, eliminating Hyped. All that talk doesn't really mean a lot, because right now Passion UA could be walking away with this round if they are expecting Perks to come in from behind, and it seems like they are actually expecting that.
Honestly, I admire the attempt he made. Just Perks doesn't take that much damage on that exchange. If Ozak had landed that kill, I think we could have easily seen the round being swung. Very little time left to play with. Perks is... Okay, for a second I thought he was going to try and go back in again and try and sneak out, defuse, but I think lessons have been learnt from our first map, and Perks will give this one back over. So we're in the round trading area, Pop. I wonder if that's what the rest of the map will be like.
Well, that's a good question. It does feel, at least from what we've seen so far, that it probably will be pretty back and forth. Oh, that's not good. Some kind of an issue here for Jambo. I was actually disconnecting, but yeah. I just feel like it is going to be a back and forth between those two teams, and I do think the longer it goes, the more proactive Passion UA could become. But then again, it's a question of their adaptability against a team like Alternate aTTax. And from what we've seen on Inferno, it wasn't all that active, right? That adaptability did suffer quite a lot. But here, considering this is their most played map, it should be looking better, right? They should have a lot more experience and have a lot more strategies to go through until they kind of just lock in one of them and try it for multiple times, see if it works. There's a lot of variables in a game like this, especially as Alternate aTTax won that first map, and that adds to the pressure of Passion UA of, you know, not losing this map whatever happens, because if they lose it, they're not eliminated. They're not even close to being eliminated, but they will not make it into the playoffs with the highest seed. So,
yeah, I think you're right. Though I think if we start to get into more chaotic trading rounds backwards and forwards, as it looks like Jambo is having more persistent technical issues, so hopefully he'll get those solved in a second. That's not really, when you're in a position like Passion UA are here, as the favourite team coming in, down the map, and now having one of your best performing players suffering with some technical issues as well, I think you're absolutely right. It starts to mount the pressure up and to create these opportunities for Alternate aTTax to potentially draw Passion into more chaotic play, which could give Alternate aTTax the path to get the 2-0.
back on their way we go, as everyone is back in the server. Hopefully no more of those issues arise. They're no fun. Passion UA splitting up across the map. Good first peek as Chilla taking down Freeze, who progresses towards Palace, and it's just a good first pick to find. I mean, as Alternate aTTax were trying to get aggressive. Passion UA, they're sending a message of just don't try it. It won't work. We're ready for whenever you're ready to peak.
ALERNATE aTTax keeping most of the defenders still towards A. Passion realize this. Maybe they'll go through as they do get another untraded kill. The Passion members do go very low in the exchange, but they all stay standing. 5 versus 3. Arrows all on his lonesome on the A site, but looks like Passion are going to be making the move onto B, which is better defended.
Slowly moving in. They still have Jagasmo to lurk around at A site. And Mully should confirm the B play. The jump's good, but Berg's still able to take down Zero Fix, although Arrow's been found by Jagasmo. So now there's no way. They got help coming in. Hyped goes down to the Molly and Perks. I mean, every single player from Passion UA is low HP. So technically, Perks could still win this round, but if the bomb gets planted towards the A side, I don't think he goes for it. I think he doesn't have just the information to play this one out by himself. So even though it might not be the worst situation to be in, it might look dire, but with the HPs that they are on, Perks could have an easy time taking down all the 4 players. Well, we got that information. He does not. Good shot onto Jagasmo. Trying to survive here, trying to hang on to the AK, but it will be Passion UA to walk out with the round 100%.
A little bit more damage, and I think he did spot out his target there. Or no, maybe not. Decides to back out of sight. Yeah, it's a rare opportunity. As yeah, no, there we go. Did spot Fear in the tail end. Do a little bit more damage on the escape from the round, and drain the bank bounces a little bit more, but it will not change the result. Passion move up 3-2-3. Perks maybe gonna get the ace of the tail end. No, not quite. Alright, we're back to dead even. ALERNATE aTTax still ahead in the series, but for what we saw from that round, that seemed to be pretty solid enough play.
Well, that AK is going to be very important here for ALERNATE aTTax, but that doesn't mean it makes things a lot easier. Sure, it gets surprised here. I like the idea. He should have a pretty good angle at taking down some of those players, and he's going to find Zero Fix first. But the push does come through. Ramp and Arrow, he's an easy target as Chilla with a quick double. Freeze eliminated, Hyped taken down. And Perks, well, he got the first kill of the round. Well, he's gonna try and save the AK one more time. Round's over. A pretty solid anti-eco from Passion UA. They're still alive though. Oh, that's awkward. Jagasmo takes him down, and there we go. Passion UA. So getting it around and around, getting rid of that AK, so there's no save on the side of ALERNATE aTTax, and they get themselves in the lead.
Alright, so far so good. I mean, that's 3 in a row. That's the first time that either team has managed to get that, as ALERNATE aTTax come in with a very quick tactical pause. Interesting. I mean, this will be ALERNATE aTTax coming back in with a pretty heavy buy for the round, it's looking like. So they're going to need to try and find their way through and figure out exactly what Passion's next moves are going to be, because we can see we have no AWP on the Passion side of things, so maybe some more mid-fightings on the horizon.
What could you do different if you're ALERNATE aTTax here? I guess we'll find out in this round. All the weapons that they need. You up for Hyped as well, and he's playing his part. 9 and 4 right now, Hyped. And you're talking about both of the Oppers actually doing a very solid job on the first map. Well, Hyped trying to do exactly that, but on the second one as well, and he has a deep angle into Ramp. There's the peek, and there's the kill. Hyped. Oh! The second coming through, and a third no, denied by Jagasmo. Down to a 3-on-3, but a fairly solid double kill there from the Op to at least make it more manageable for aTTax.
Freeze is on site, but low on HP. Has to keep moving for the smoke to try and stay alive. Does have a good angle on to try and stop this from going through. The plant is made. The other two ALERNATE aTTax members here to back up. Freeze has got the ramp covered as Orzek moves in for the close range firepower. Orzek gets caught though. It's down to 2 on 2. Freeze is down as well though. Perks is the last one standing from ALERNATE aTTax. He's coming in from the same approach the rest of the team were. I don't think he can afford to go any further because he does not know who his targets are. Has got the AWP. That may well be enough of a prize.
They should be far enough away. Yeah, they're not gonna find him in time. So there we go, AWP saved. The problem is, you know, they saved weapons here and there. They do have the means to deal with the enemy team, but so far, not really working in their favor here. ALERNATE aTTax, they're trying their best, but Passionate, they're powering through the defense. And it does feel like ALERNATE aTTax, their chances to get a good half year on the CT side. Otherwise, when they get to the T side, let's just say historically, they kind of struggled with that T side. So Passionate should have the advantage there. But then again, that's what we thought on Inferno. And it proved out to be wrong. So I'm done with doubting ALERNATE aTTax in this best of 3.
I'm prepared to doubt them some more, don't worry. I'm willing to still give some credit here, because I think Passion, you know, they've got good momentum. 4 rounds in a row is vastly different than what we were seeing before. With just the single AWP, I think this one should be pretty much a formality. Of course, this Freeze ALERNATE aTTax to try for shenanigans, and Arrow will find that first kill in. Will not get to enjoy it for long. Passionate all over the site, but that AWP, that damned AWP is still in play, and Hype lands the shot. We're down to 4 on 3 in favor of ALERNATE aTTax.
Well, now an easy decision for Passionate to rotate towards the B side. They already have Jambo in kitchen. Can he be found easily, though? Because if they can get that kill quickly, then it's going to make it a lot worse for Passionate to play out through this round. He will actually be Hyped, who's coming in through kitchen. Oh, and that is a very important find. Hasn't spotted Fear just yet. But he has a good angle here. Oh, there we go. There's the information. Jump out. Fear. When's first truck? There's 15 seconds left. Good find. Oh, and a leg shot from the AWPer. That's a...
Oh!
The second shot connects, and he's up looking for shot.
Holy hell.
That is a quad kill. ALERNATE aTTax, they will walk away with a half by round, courtesy of the AWPer. Wonderful stuff from Hype.
He has been the difference maker for ALERNATE aTTax. Along with, yeah, we've been seeing many rounds with multi-kills in, but that was absolutely terrifying. You just see the witness, a player hitting their stride. There wasn't even a moment's hesitation from Hype there, just threshing through the Passion members. And we're starting to see the bank balancing getting strained on Passion's side of things. The momentum got cut. If Hype can keep this up, then Passion are in major trouble.
And with a shot like that, oh, hitting shots that are very important is going to help your team as well, not only you, to get the confidence going. 16 and 5 right now. He is actually the only player that's got double digits in terms of kills. Very impressive stuff. Arrow. There we go. Headshot onto his Chilla. Made even harder for Passionate to have something to say in this round. And they do leave mid kind of open, which could be exploited by Passionate, but they're not doing that. They have players through underpass. They could be going back, regrouping, and trying to go towards B. But then again, the B defense has not been shabby at all. It's Perks to meet them Ozek in short.
Time is ticking away. Passion, they know they've still got the chance if they get a good entry here to turn this one around, but ALERNATE aTTax are staying pretty heavily towards A. This will be the sign that they need, though, to send everything at B as fast as possible. Passion, 3 members remaining. Zero is relatively low on HP as well. Perks is in the perfect position to catch them on the way in. Gets one. And sets up Freeze for the second. Fear's the last one standing with the AWP. And he is scurrying away, tail between his legs. ALERNATE aTTax off of that incredible round from Hype have officially seized back the momentum.
Yeah. Rough position to be in if you're Passion UA. Thinking of how it could have gone a lot better. How they could have played it out a lot more careful. It's too late now.
I mean, we look at the numbers between the teams here. Across Passion, you see, 5, 7, around the 5 kill mark. It's around the same from ALERNATE aTTax, but Hype just stands out as the beacon in the middle there. As you said, the only player on double digits. He's firing on all cylinders. Perks as well, also doing well. So we're even round-wise, but kill-wise, ALERNATE aTTax are doing really, really well. I think if Passion want to win out this one, they need to find a way to get around and avoid running into that AWPer. This round, just the single AWP to keep them going. ALERNATE aTTax on the cusp of getting back in the lead.
As long as Perks doesn't get too overly aggressive. Well-timed smoke. He starts spraying down, and he's gonna get 2. There's some attention towards the short, but nice shot at a 0 fix. They take 2 players out. It's still 2 more to go through as 0 fix is eliminated. Fear and Jambo. Bomb plant should be secured at least. Nice, well-timed molly. Doesn't get rid of Fear, but the bullets will. But Jambo hits the shot into Arrow. So now he's still alive at the back of sight. There's the defuse coming in. Jambo. Oh, he's going to reveal his position, and very smartly done there as well by ALERNATE aTTax, kind of baiting him into shooting a bullet, not pay attention to short, and that's when Hype swings in with an USP in hand. 6 on the board for ALERNATE aTTax, and as you said, he will be getting that lead back.
Another step towards ALERNATE aTTax closing out the series. Again, the golden ticket, the premier seed out of groups on the line for whichever team comes out ahead. I think, again, for anyone who came in late, Passion UA definitely the favoured team, but it seems to be piece by piece coming together. In this map particularly, Hyped is playing out of his mind, getting a second round in a row where he was able to take out the opposing AWPer Jambo on Passion UA. We've at least got the buy back in here for Passion, but it's not everything they could have asked for. As Ozek moves out aggressively, the nade lands in the heart of Passion's push. They're going all in on B.
Berg's fully blinded, gets himself into the smoke, but quickly dealt with. In short, Ozek still alive, dodging bullets. Goes through, but look at Freeze pushing through the smoke, only able to take down 1. A double kill would have been superb. Would have made it a lot better for ALERNATE aTTax, but Arrow hits the headshot as well. So now it's back to equal numbers. There's a player in short, 1 in apartments and 1 towards bench. That's the setup for Passion UA. First one to go down is actually going to be Ozek, but look at the trade from Hype. Can he find the second kill? Yes, he can. It's all down to Fear. Tech9, long range, gets the headshot, but he's not going to pick an Arrow. He didn't sink the defuse. The nade comes through. That's way too late. Fling out, and a 1-tap from Fear. Tech9 doesn't matter. It still gets the last 2 kills. The 1-on-2 clutch with the pistol, and it is all tied up at halftime point. 6 on the board for both of those teams. And that was a good reversal from Passion UA to just keep the score level as we move into the second half.
I was certain Passion had that one. You could see, Hype settling into his rhythm of going execute, execute, execute. Didn't quite. If he got the third one, that would have been it. But ALERNATE aTTax, I think, still doing very well. But Passion breathing a sigh of relief. I think they were on the brink of losing that half. Now it's still very competitive heading into the second half.
Well then, piss around.
can get some more momentum on one of the sides. And look at Passion UA sending up 3 players towards that A side. It's a standard whole B play from ALERNATE aTTax. They need to get rid of Eschilla, and they're following him. He's inside the smoke. They know that, but they're going to try to get aggressive. Nice shot from Freeze. Eschilla, somehow he is still alive, even though he keeps getting tagged. Oh, he finds the kill onto Freeze. Player was trying to play inside kitchen. With that being said, Jacasmo's on 1 HP. It's a 4-on-3, and they just need to hold control over the site. The bomb has not been planted yet. They're going to still try to fight some more. The dualies, somehow they're getting the double kill, and all of a sudden, it is the Opper all by himself, taken down by ZeroFix with the dualies. And I don't know how ZeroFix is able to get a double kill there, but Passion UA, you know what? They'll take it.
Alright, well, Ukrainian team, they've got the momentum back they were hoping for, bringing their previous clutch into continued success. Incredibly brawling B-site attempt. Let's see, ALERNATE aTTax not going to be bringing anything into this round at all. We'll see if they can make something else happen. I think they might be looking back towards B again. 3 SMG buys from Passion to try and make the most out of this early advantage.
They're gonna need a flawless round here if they're able to get it, and well, a quad kill from ZeroFix and the ace as well. Well, that's certainly gonna be of help. Just building up their economy, trying to get that confidence back. ALERNATE aTTax on the other side, they will be getting those AKs out, so that's gonna be very important. Try and answer back as soon as possible. If ALERNATE aTTax are somehow able to walk away with this round, that it can start looking a lot better. But if it goes downhill from here on out, I mean, no one's gonna fault them for that. They're usually better at the CT side, but then again, I would still expect them to make the round feel, or not the round, but the map feel a lot more competitive.
This will be a bonus round for Passion. They've kept hold of their SMGs after such a successful previous round. So ALERNATE aTTax do have at least the gun advantage. Mid-control taken by ALERNATE aTTax as they posture a little bit towards B. We can see it's going to be hard to get into as Chilla holding tight. 2 defenders on B. Jacasmo finds the kill into mid. ALERNATE aTTax do trade it back straight away. They might be able to punch through to A, but it's going to be a very tight thing.
Passion UA sending a second player towards B, which is understandable, but for now, ALERNATE aTTax, they are taking their time. And it seems like keeping Jambo towards B side was the right call, but there's no noise being made here by ALERNATE aTTax. They're regrouping.
Nice, Molly.
ZeroFix. Yeah, has to move. Oh, hyped. He's been spotted. Oh, but he does it right. He takes down Jambo, who had no idea. They're not going to check towards Scar the first time, but Ozek manages to find the trade quickly right after. And Fear with only an MP9. He's been spotted, smoked out. And he's going to run away. I mean, it's way too risky to still be going for this. So the best idea is just to save here. And a very good answer from ALERNATE aTTax. Finding success on the first spy round is not really all that easy, right? To happen right away, because usually when you do see kind of a big difference between the two teams, or not necessarily a big difference, just the situations working out in one team's favor, they tend to get at least 4 rounds after the pistol round, just because it's the momentum carrying them. But this time around, no, it's ALERNATE aTTax answering back just to break that streak early on from Passion UA and to tell them, okay, you might be on the CT side, on the favorite side of the map, but the match is not over. We're still here.
Yeah, we got very volatile around mid before. It definitely didn't feel like a comfortable win by ALERNATE aTTax by any means, but I think they'll take whatever victories they can get. Again, this is the second map of the series. ALERNATE aTTax getting a surprising but still definitive win. 13-10 on Inferno, as you can see in the top middle of your screen. Here on Mirage. This is Passion's chosen stomping ground, so as we do see Ultimate aTTax moving in to take mid control. Passion really going to prefer the A site. Doesn't seem like they're running into Ultimate aTTax in the immediate play, at least.
And we'll take some time from those two teams to meet in this round. And the fact that Passion UA leave mid kind of unattended is kind of understandable considering their loadout, but at the same time I do think that Jambo could have done a lot of damage there. Of course, they do send him towards the B side to just play by himself. Oh my, zero fix. That is a very important find. They would not have known about Ozek. He was just sneaking in through under, and he was not spotted.
No
Jacasmo
way.
able to find a double kill on ALERNATE aTTax. They've been shot out of the round here completely. I mean, sure, they might still have a couple of players left alive, but with kills like that and no damage being dealt, by this point, it just feels like it's a done round. I mean, we've seen impressive rounds, but I don't know if this can be one of them. With 25 seconds left especially, this is certainly just going to be a save out of Arrow and Hyped. And the question is, Passion UA, do you go for Hunts? Technically, you should not, looking at their economy, they should just save every single weapon here. But if they overextend, well, they could find the last two players. And if it's after time, you know what happens. There's no money.
Oh boy. Whoa. I mean, that really sweeps the feet out of what seemed to be a great momentum stopper. So we're back to trading rounds again. Passion with 3 rounds in the half. They got back control. 9-7. All guns being saved.
How do you deal with this ALERNATE aTTax? We were talking about how they needed to get some momentum behind them here, but doesn't work out just as they wanted to. Good first peek. Zero fix, dealt with, added around.
I've not liked Ultimate aTTax when they've gotten deep into mid before, but I really like the idea of just poking your head in, getting the kill, and retreating back out again. Because now we're in an interesting position where the A site has been already busted through, and I'm not sure Passion realised that that's the case.
No, for sure, Arrow. I think he's a big surprise. They will never expect to be that close. Perfect flash. There's one, but not a second. Jacasmo still on the stairs. Keeps fighting here, and oh, he's going to win the second duel as well. Was running out of bullets. Good, fair effort, but Freeze gets the answer back. Ozek, he's going to smoke Khan, and he gets himself up there. With the Mac 10, he can't really take the fight towards short. But it doesn't really matter if he can take it or not, because it seems like the round's over. It's a 3-on-2. Passion UA. There's nothing really that can be... I mean, sure, they could win the round, but it's just way too risky, especially as they don't really know the positions of ALERNATE aTTax. Because look at that, Perks is already in B apartments looking for a potential exit kill. So ALERNATE aTTax, they're keeping close, but they need something to kind of break through, right? They need something to get the equalizer, get back in the lead, and put Passion UA back into an awkward position.
I mean, certainly, I think if we're going to end up trading rounds back and forwards, of course, Passion ahead by 1. They've got still a good amount of money in the bank to the Ukrainian squad playing on CT. I mean, we've been seeing some pretty impressive stuff, particularly against Zero and Fear. Well, the map Zero doing an incredible job so far, up to 16. Not quite as many kills as Hyped on Ultimate aTTax, but still a good amount.
Jacasmo able to find that double, and he gets traded out, but look at the shot from Perks. Oh, and he spotted the player in CT. He's going for that fight. He's not afraid. That MP9 is in a lot of trouble. As Chilla, he's very far away from safety. But look at that, what a shot. Oh my god. While falling back, Freeze gets the trade. This is so chaotic. One-on-one. NS Chilla, he's still playing that MP9.
No
but
way.
He still finds the kill. Long range duel. First one, he gets the kill while falling back, running headshot, and then he wins that duel. Alternate aTTax, they cannot catch a break, man. They're just getting beaten down every single time. It feels like it starts working in their favor. It's Passion UA to come up with some shenanigans like that.
That is unreasonable. I was absolutely certain Alternate aTTax were going to be getting that round, but they will be able to at least bring in a decent buy. But they're going up against Jambo, who's back on the up, back in his nonsense, gets the opening kill and fades away. Alternate aTTax, the pressure is on them, and we're trading kills backwards and forward. Hype does get one back. Plant will be attempted on the A site, but S Chilla comes through huge again, and Passion UA, they've got the momentum back. They're riding it to a pretty substantial advantage. I'm not sure we're seeing Alternate aTTax coming back from this one.
Wait, this is a force buy. This is interesting. It's very risky. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it will not work. Take 9s and a single D. If they can overwhelm a couple of weapons, then maybe, but it does feel like it's going to be very complicated for this to work. A lot of things need to play out in their favor. Look at the Castle, perfect position. Oh god, he gets it. Fine, it's okay. He got the kill in the end. That's all that matters. We won't look at the first like 10 bullets. 0 fix. Shuts down Perks, almost getting a second, but politics should not be too low for this world here. Yeah, he gets that kill as he's running around. This Chilla finds hyped, and it's all down to Arrow. Fair to say, Passion UA are going to be getting that 12 on the board. And we might get to see Anubis as well.
It feels almost like a certainty at this point. You can see from just the way that Alternate aTTax are playing, there's a real sense of desperation that's seeping into the play, recognizing the tide has turned against them pretty significantly. So we thank our friends from Hellcase again for supporting the Champion of Champions tour. It feels like we're only a few seconds away from getting to Anubis and deciding this with one final map.
Unless the pistols can somehow get us through, and alternate aTTax rather, to that 9. Try and mount a comeback. Fear already got rid of the first player, so chances do drop dramatically. It's going to be a fast B play, but look at this Chilla finding himself the double. Looking for that third, will be traded out by 0 fix, and Jambo finds hyped, and with that, it is a third map on the book here for both of those teams, of course. It's going to be a decider. Anubis will be played out, but in this one, I am going to be completely honest. Passion UA did look a lot better. Not as many mistakes on Inferno, and, you know, as we're going into Anubis, they should be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Hyped had a absolutely ridiculous game, but ultimately that didn't matter. The individual performance was not enough to bring the team across the line. I'm so fascinated to see what Anubis ends up looking like, but I think Passion definitely come into this one favoured by the stats and with the momentum from the second map. It wasn't that much stronger of a win, but it was strong enough. Dear friends, do stick around. One more map to go. This series again decides who goes to playoffs with the ultimate 3-0 record. That means they will stay at the very top of the seeding. We'll see you after the break in around 10 minutes time.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Do you have any unnecessary skins or want to sell them? Try SkinPlace. Visit the website, select the skins you want to use. Easily fill your Steam trade link. Make sure we offer good prices and choose a payment method. Hit the button and boom! Instant cash. Safety. Low commissions. Instant payouts. SkinPlace.
SkinPlace launching an event with a total prize pool of $10,000 in honor of our first anniversary. Just sell skins, claim daily bonuses, complete missions, visit the shop, and participate in the main giveaway with popular skins and a powerful PC. Follow our social media to not miss.
And a decider needed between ALERNATE aTTax and Passion UA. What a second map we had there, where it felt like ALERNATE aTTax could have taken it at any point, right? They just needed a little bit of, maybe a little bit positioning, a little bit better positioning, a little bit of luck, but they almost get it. It was Passion UA still to walk away with that second map, and now moving into Anubis. Well, this should be a very interesting one, don't you think, Counterfeit?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a place that both teams have chosen to play a lot before. It's a first pick for ALERNATE aTTax, but for Passion UA, they are ridiculously strong here on Anubis. So, by all rights, we should be expecting them to win out the series here. I think one thing that became very clear pop in the previous series is that an individual player's performance from ALERNATE aTTax was not gonna be enough to get them across the line, because, I mean, Hyped got a 24 kills and only 13 deaths in the previous one. He was the best performing player in the map by far, but that still wasn't enough to get ALERNATE aTTax across the line and get them the series win.
Yeah, they're gonna need a lot more than that, and not only by him, but by everyone else, it feels like. we do jump into the game, but we do jump straight into a tech pause as we saw Jambo was disconnected for a little bit there. Seems like he's still experiencing some connection issues. And those should be fixed momentarily. Hopefully, that's at least the information that we got. And we should be able to get this third map underway. And even if you think back, you know, to the third best of three, where Spirit Academy managed to walk away with a 2-0, this has been a lot more closer. And again, on that first map, it was mostly mistakes. I'm going to call it as it is. But on that second one, I would say that both teams played really well. It was just Passion UA that were the better team on Mirage, and technically, as expected, it was their map pick, right? So, now looking on to Anubis, just a quick round reset to make sure that everyone's, you know, no one has an extra death and no one has extra money. And, yeah, we should be getting into this third map. And is there any way we're seeing a favorite here? I know the percentages are really favoring Passion UA, but ALERNATE aTTax, they have 12 more maps than Passion UA in the past 3 months. Are we on the Passion UA train here, Counterfeit? Or I mean, personally, I think it's going to be pretty equal.
I think just with the momentum from the second map, which I just said, it was a lot more competitive to the tail end. I think, you know, Passion UA, they were, you know, just on their CT half, they won 7 rounds to 2. I would be very surprised if we don't see them coming out of the gate swinging here at Anubis. I think it's the emphasis is on ALERNATE aTTax to, again, to prove that they are more than just the hype train, because he was absolutely carrying them, but we need to see more. We need to, ideally, I think if ALERNATE aTTax are going to win this one, they need to get this pistol round one, and they need to show that they have got to themselves one step ahead of Passion, because right now it really feels like Passion are leading this dance.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I get your point. It just feels like ALERNATE aTTax could bounce back at any point, and especially after that performance at a hyped, I am expecting him to do good once again here, because Anubis is a map where you are used to seeing an op on both of those sides, and especially as they will be starting on the favorite side of the map. I do think they could be getting some early rounds in and try and put some more pressure onto Passion UA. Does seem like the pause is going to be going still. Jambo's still in the server, so that's a little worrying. Maybe the reason changed? Probably not, to be honest. I don't think they changed that quickly. I guess problems do arise at any point, but hopefully it is going to be resolved quickly. But yeah, and again, this is the final game of the day and the final game of the 2-0 bracket. The winner moves on into the playoffs. The loser, not even close to being eliminated. They will go down to the 2-1 bracket, but still, it should be whoever goes down to the 2-1 technically should be able to get themselves to 3-1 fairly easily. Also, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow we're going to get to see some more of the 2s and 1s and 1s and 2s. I think it's 1s and 2s tomorrow.
Yes.
Just going to double check. Yeah, it's going to be 1 and 2 score.
So that's round 4 taking place over tomorrow and the day after. So
yeah,
the teams from today which don't qualify do get that that day off to be able to prepare themselves. Of course, nobody wants to be missing out on qualifying today and then getting through to October 8th. That's the elimination, the last stop of the group stage, where even if you do qualify, you end up with a seed, which is the least favoured going into the playoffs, where chances are you'll be going up against some truly unstoppable teams from the beginning of playoffs.
For sure, and for some of those teams in the 1 and 2 bracket, it might be the case where they will get up to 3 and 2. Still pretty surprising that we see Cybershock actually at 1 and 2. I think I had the pleasure of casting them against Spirit Academy, if I remember right. Might have been that one. And yeah, Cybershock, just a very, very good team lately, or they were a very good team, but lately they kind of slowed down a little bit, and that could be their downfall. But enough about other teams, because we are underway. Final map between Passion UA and ALERNATE aTTax, and we're going to find out at the end of this Anubis who's going to be the second team to make it into the playoffs. As ALERNATE aTTax are eyeing out the B site. The utilities coming in, but Fear, he already rotated over. A single kill coming in from him before going down to Hype. Zero Fix though with the trade. The P250 out of Hype can deliver, and he gets himself a triple kill.
Well, we wondered if Hype would be slowing down at all. Apparently, that's not on the menu. Gonna fake out the plant as Jambo gets pushed forward. He's picked up 2 kills so far, but that will be it. S-Chiller, though, coming in from the back, brings the round into the hands of Passion Yue. It's a bloodbath on the B site, but it's ultimately in the Ukrainian squad's favor.
Well, the fact they get through, even after losing 3 players to a single one, is still very impressive from the side of Passion Yue. And ALERNATE aTTax, they will force up into this one. We do see an AK being dropped over by Hype, or I think that was actually from Freeze, considering he has no armor and only a P250. Ozek will be tasked with getting most of those kills here if he's able to get some good entries and maybe make a way towards one of the sites. But ALERNATE aTTax, they will take their time. They're not about to just group up and rush a site together. Even though I like that for Passion Yue, they start to get aggressive towards B main to get some information, and they spotted a player long range. That was Freeze, but he's quickly dealt with, and the play will be going towards the A site.
And we still got that AK. You mentioned the scouting play on Hype as well, though he's heavily wounded. MP9 from Chiller opening up, and just like that, Passion just reduced ALERNATE aTTax to dust. That was extremely nasty, and said ALERNATE aTTax, they took a bit of a gamble there. It felt like they had good equipment, but Passion met them with force, and that's going to just give Passion even more room in this early game to farm up more MP9 kills.
Well then, Zero Fix starting off the round with the kill onto Arrow. Hyped does get a trade in with that Deagle. Oh, Jambo needs to be careful if he swings into the mid. There's a lot of players waiting for them. Hyped. That is nasty. What a good headshot with the Deagle. Taken down by Jacasmo. Finally, with Perks. That's respectable. That's a weapon that can actually be retrieved because as Chile and Fear, they're very far away from the action, although they will take initiative. Fear pushing through B main as Chilla will start advancing through mid. Even though he only has an MP9, he can deny Perks of getting any weapons here, and he's going to be found. Well, for an eco round, respectable amount of damage, but Passion Yue, they still walk away with it.
Alright, thanks to our friends from Hellcase as we get into round 4. Yes, with Passion having controlled everything. ALERNATE aTTax making an early spend did put them behind, but we will be seeing the buy coming in. So far, Hyped has been putting in an absolute shift. 5 kills, more than the rest of the team combined on the ALERNATE aTTax member. It looks like he's still keeping in form from what we saw on the last map, but the big question was whether or not the rest of ALERNATE aTTax would step up to meet him on that incredibly high level.
Molly forcing Hype to use his smoke. Quite a lot of util just being used to survive for now. Rotation does come through from Fear. He's already onto that A site. Mid is kind of open, but that can be fixed quickly with just a glance through camera.
It definitely
like a straight on B play.
ALERNATE aTTax definitely trying to create the impression they're still making something happen towards A while pushing heavily into B. The Molly shows that Passion aren't completely fooled, but I think they should be able to get some decent space in. Freeze there, staying in mid, lurking, getting the kill. ALERNATE aTTax, they've got a chance here. Jammer gets one back. The control on B is very good. Zero locks down the play even further, and ALERNATE aTTax with 35 seconds left to go are left without an obvious destination. A site has been opened up again, but they're going to have to scramble to get there in time.
Mistake from Fear there. doesn't expect the reposition as they were scrambling to get the bomb back and get into the A site, and ALERNATE aTTax might actually transform this round into one of their own. Lois Chilla right around the corner. Good shot onto Hyped. That's bomb down. Perks, can he stay alive here? Really needs to get a bomb planted. 5 seconds left. And Chilla will drop down. And he denies the bomb plan. 2 on 3, but they make it work. Zero fix and Chilla saving the day here for Passionate. A very tight round. But then again, I want to say that it wasn't necessarily of an insane play out of ALERNATE aTTax. It was mostly a mistake from Passionate, getting too aggressive and being 100% convinced that it is a B hit. If Fear just sticks to his guns and stays in A main, it would have been a lot quicker for Passionate to win that round. It just felt like the round was won by that point by Passionate, and only a big mistake could have messed it up, and it almost did.
Well, for ALERNATE aTTax, they've got very few options heading into round 5. We're back on Tech 9s again, and of course Passion maintaining a very healthy looking equipment loadout. Definitely just feel like it's on Passion to give the space for ALERNATE aTTax to get in here, because again, Hyped has been doing well. Freeze is starting to step up a little bit for their squad, but still looking for maybe a lucky pickoff. Jambo does get a little bit of damage on the early parts of the round, but Passion, you can see they're keeping their distance. They don't want to get drawn into anything they can't handle, even with their massive equipment advantage. Go through mid.
Feels like utility usage is very much on point for aTTax. Good shot from Arrow. Oh, Fear. That was such a crucial duel to win. Now, they might concede the bomb plant, but I don't think it's the end of the world for them. They just need to complete the retake. That's the most important part. Good shot from Chilla. That opens up E-Box as well, and every single player left alive from inside of ALERNATE aTTax is towards mid, or towards B main rather. There's no smoke available though. That is a big problem. Hype can get a headshot here as they swing in. This is the chance. There's a tap onto the bomb. They'll try to multi-swing. Oh, they almost line up for the M4. Oh! Look at that. There's no kills coming in from the side of Passionate. 3 players still alive from ALERNATE aTTax, and they all will be alive at the end of the round. Nicely covered there. A little unfortunate for Passionate that there was no smoke to be used, but still, just wow. Very, very nicely done by ALERNATE aTTax.
We wanted to see someone step up to join Hyped in the spotlight. Arrow's 4K is only 4 kills so far, but when it was needed, he did step through. So ALERNATE aTTax, they've got a glimmer of hope. You see, Passion, they are suffering a little bit economically. Back to MP9s on 2 of their members. ALERNATE aTTax, they've got the chance with the AWP on Hyped to really get some damage done.
This will be a prime moment to do it. Passionate only have a lot to play with in the next round if this one goes south. Here, they're gonna a little too aggressive in this one. Found by Arrow. No flash came through, which was a little unexpected. Nice. They keep, yeah, they push through mid exactly, and they could overwhelm the defense if they decide to push through A as well for A main.
Oh, nice nade out of A though. I have a feeling that Passion might be able to hold this play. Of course, we've got Zero this time getting out of sight without being caught. ALERNATE aTTax going to be making their play in as Jambo goes through the smoke. Jacasmo picks up 2, and Passion are going to seize back control. Perk's last one standing gets run over, and Passion managed to control and redirect ALERNATE aTTax's aggression. I think especially being able to get a member out and onto the map in general, making a huge difference there to make sure that Passion had the multi-pronged attack back on ALERNATE aTTax.
Well then, Passionate, the fact that, again, they were able to answer back so quickly is a very good sign so far, and with them being on the less favored side of the map,
it's still very important that they hold a strong lead here. So that is going to be even easier for them on the T side. Of course, the side they want to get to.
Now, how about notice on the Passion side of things? We've got good kill numbers across the entire squad. All of them doing great work so far for Alternate Attacks. They've still got to pick up the rest of the squad. Ozak in particular standing out with no kills so far. Is pushing towards A. This could be the round things change for him, but that defense on A is looking real good for Passion.
Fear actually rotates out of the site, so I don't know if that leaves them under defended. Probably not, but as they have to also check out mid, it might make it a lot harder for them to just defend the side. But hold on. Alternate aTTax might actually be pulling themselves going towards that B side. Freeze. That's an easy shot for Eschilla, but Jambo gets dealt with by Hype. The molly will delay them even more now as there's a second molly coming in. But that's the last one they got. There's no smoke. There's just a couple of flashes and a nade. And how do they defend against this? Oh my, zero fix. You can see at the edge of the smoke. Gets two. And it's all down to Perks as he's found by Jacasmo all the way from CT. Passion UA. The adjustment is very nice.
I love how controlled that defense was as well. It definitely felt like there was at no point where Alternate Attacks were doing something that Passion UA weren't accounting for with how they were making their map movements. I think for the German squad, we're going to need to see something very, very different for the rounds to come because, again, while these have been close rounds, it's still 6-1, and I think attack ball's well earned here because right now the situation is looking pretty dire for Alternate Attacks. Passion, they're getting, they've still got a good amount of equipment, not a lot of money in the bank, but they remain in control, and I don't think this is going to be the round that changes.
Yeah, I think it's more of a pause for the next spy round. Although, they could have talked a little bit about what they could do better in in half buys as well. As Perks does get himself that AK, that hero AK. But they are going to need a lot delivered out of this loadout, and to be frank with you, it's not necessarily too great of a loadout. I mean, sure, there's upgraded pistols; those can certainly do damage. But from what we've seen so far at a Passion UA, they are very much on point with their aim and they're hitting their shots. And when that's happening, well, the pistols are going to be very, very much put to the test. As Alternate aTTax are actually looking interested in that A site, and I don't think that's a bad idea. I think that's actually a good idea for a half-bike like this.
I mean, Alternate Attacks did spend a fair amount of utility in trying to persuade Passion that the player was coming towards B, but in comes the charge. Good control from Jacasmo, picking up the pieces, and while Ozek gets one back, I think that's likely going to be it. Because we're seeing the same thing we've seen from Passion before. Once they know where the player is coming from, they're very quick to react, and they will hit the opposing team, Alternate Attacks, from multiple angles, making sure they do not trade unnecessarily.
Love the flash as well that Jacasmo dropped for his teammate. He was right above him and behind him, so that there's no effect on him, but every single player looking at his teammate is going to get blinded up. And, well, it seems like I was wrong. That tactical post was actually for that half-buy because they called for a second one right after, as soon as the weapons come out. But yeah, Alternate aTTax, they really need the winning formula here. They need to pick up the pace because it is not looking good.
I mean, I think it's a well-placed timeout, though, because right now this round, or this half, is looking completely out of control. If Alternate Attacks don't turn this immediately, then they go into the second half, very likely to drop the series overall. Again, this is our decider map, Anubis. Passion have been looking really good on the CT side, and we've got the full buy coming in from Alternate Attacks. Whatever plots and plans they put in place, they need to start paying off right now.
I'm curious to see what plan could be, or what the mistakes that they had identified could be.
because I don't really feel like there were a lot of mistakes, but it does seem like mid was one of the parts that was really unexploited by ALERNATE aTTax, and they're going to try to do that now. Especially as they always had kind of a player just wandering around in mid, trying to find some kills just to put some more pressure onto Passion UA. But look at this, if they decide to push into B main, oh, they will know there's no one here. And that is a lot of very valuable information. A molly towards E-box, sure, but Fear just starts pushing into B main. And this is just an obvious fake right now for Passion UA, considering they're not rotating anyone, rather rotating the only player that was still on the B site towards that A site. And there's the push. Eschilla finding one. Jacasmo, he is still here, but he's been damaged. He can find some more kills. Oh, the impact. Fear found hyped as well. That's the flank coming in through mid, so they know no one is coming in through camera. They know both players should be on site. How did he deal with it? Like that, I guess. With Jambo getting shots. That's also one way to go about it. That's the double kill. Lightning fast reflexes. And it's an 8 for Passion UA. The tactical pause did not work.
I think you called it very well there. The decisive part of that was that Passion knew what was going on sooner, and they confirmed it with that push out. The flank from Fear coming through as well just closed the coffin on that round for ALERNATE aTTax. And now they're left in a really difficult spot. I mean, they've got all the loss bonus kicking in force, but the half has been lost in a pretty definitive fashion. And I just don't think that ALERNATE aTTax are presenting enough problems to keep Passion off of balance. If Passion can just move out and get onto the main map in general, I think ALERNATE aTTax are just being too predictable with how they're playing, and I don't see that changing in these rounds to come, but I'd love to be wrong.
Early aggression, Fear, dealt with. Jacasmo goes down. Jambo's still on site though. He's dangerously low, and they're all gonna fall down. I like this. Getting aggressive, getting confident. That was nice, but Eschilla, he's still alive. That was bomb drop. Molly being dropped as well, but I think... Oh, they can't retrieve it yet. And Eschilla gets blinded up by a flash into the smoke.
Alright.
Not bad. I'm gonna be honest. Not bad from aTTax.
Yeah, I mean, that was completely different than what we saw before. So at least we've now established there is a place where ALERNATE aTTax can punch through successfully. I guess the question now remains how Passion are going to respond to that, if they're just going to bring more resources to bear on the B site, or if there's not enough they can do to stop ALERNATE aTTax from just running this one in. There's only 2 more rounds left on the half for ALERNATE aTTax to even try and recover, but maybe a 4 and 8 half will be a massive relief for them, making this still a potentially winnable map and winnable series.
Passion UA, I think they start to understand what ALERNATE aTTax changed, and that early aggression is punished right now by Jambo. It is Chilla. Good shot from Hyped. The MP9 not really suited to deal with an op. Oh, that was very awkward. Somehow Hyped still alive. And because of that, and also the other kill that happened on the other side of the map, it is right now a 3-on-2 favoring ALERNATE aTTax. Fear. Oh, this is such a slow peek. And Fear somehow doesn't have the advantage there, which is impressive. It should have been him who spotted the enemy first, but now it is all up to zero fix. 1-on-3. Knows there's a player in mid. Knows there's at least one on site because the bomb was planted. He's going to drop down into the site. Get rid of Hype. Arrow. Expected to be all the way in main, and he can tap the bomb, but Arrow can take a peek behind that molly. Good kill out of zero fix, and now into the 1-on-1 freeze. Is he gonna fall for it? Is he gonna check deep? He's gonna go for it, and zero fix wins the 1-on-3. Oof, that is very hurtful for the side of ALERNATE aTTax. That is not a good sign.
That was ALERNATE aTTax's round by an absolute country mile. That's got to be such a disheartening thing to happen. Even while, you know, 95% of what was going on there was really good from ALERNATE aTTax. I just think that they had mentally finished that round, which I think is very forgivable. Just giving that tiny space, which we saw from Jambo before, to sneak through and sneak out the round. ALERNATE aTTax, it's looking like we could be seeing the 10-2 half that would be crushing for ALERNATE aTTax morale.
One more left out of this first half, and oh, we could have a good start. That's an XM? Jacasmo. Well, it wasn't necessarily a bad weapon, it's just he didn't hit his shot. He could have gotten a good couple of headshots there. So, the opening kill goes the way of ALERNATE aTTax. Seeing that XM, they understand that the economy of Passion UA was not that great, even though they won the round. 0 fix. He's just around the smoke, but there's 3 players looking at him. Meantime, 0 figs. Well, he gets one before being eliminated. The thing is, ooh, Ozek, good pick with the op. Usually not the opper, but he can certainly hold his ground. Oh, they are actually going towards the A site, even though they got rid of the player in Temple. So now they have to get through 2 players. But as Chilla overextends a little bit, Pier is not able to find those 2 kills, and ALERNATE aTTax will walk away with a 3rd